Coming up next on BBB, witness the new generation of robotic warriors. With viewer discretion advised for violent scenes, it's the Beetle Champs 2025.
I can sit and watch those animations forever. They are looking so good. So the live stream is up and running. Hello everyone joining us online. We are loading robots into the arena and I am joined once again by Owen. How are you? Thank you for coming over.
Thank you very much. Of course we have Gav here as well on the comms, so not our first time doing this, but always lovely to be back at these events, and this is one of the best Beetle events in the UK of the year.
They keep inviting us back. I cannot believe it. Joe, off or to the side, you're on the live stream. Thank you. Thank you for keep inviting us back. These are always amazing events, and we really do have a fantastic lineup. We've done a bit of a weapon count. We have an idea of who we're going to be seeing. 10 lifters, 10 vertical spinners, and then it really descends into a chaos of horizontal spinners, saws, hammers, grabbers, crushers, grab lifters, hammer saws, egg beaters, free body spinners, rammers, clusterbot. We've got one clusterbot. Normally we see a couple more of those. And the only one I haven't mentioned is flippers. We'll give a bit more of the stats later on. But we've got robots in the arena, Owen.
We do indeed. So for this first fight, we have Home Improvement, we have Kairos, and we have Speedhole Express. Two weapons that can hit using an arm to attack the top plates of robots, which is relatively uncommon. So the fight started now.
And I think this is going to be a challenging fight for Speedhole Express, but immediately damage, I think self-damage done, a bit of plastic flying off there.
Yeah, it seems as if the belt has come off of the motor for Home Improvement, so that spinner is going to be out of commission for the rest of this fight. They've just got to rely on drive now.
So that, I think, is going to go in favour of Speedhole Express. That's one less damage dealer, but here comes the hammer saw.
Yeah, so we can see here Kairos getting a pin. This kit allows him to hold on for 10 seconds while trying to land the cut. I believe, though, that there has been a pause in the fight.
So I think that was an unstick is what the count was for, because Drill Hole Express was getting stuck.
Yeah, so we're a bit, one of the changes for this year, they're going to be a lot more strict with pins and grabs and releases, so you're going to see unsticks a lot faster than you would normally.
So Kairos coming in with some damage, but the pit has dropped. That means any robot can get knocked out in a second's notice.
Yeah, so you can see here sort of both overheads ganging up on Home Improvement in a way. Both very different ways of getting into the top panel. Kairos using a saw blade, Speedhole Express using just a small drill bit, which can be surprisingly effective.
And Speedhole is now tentatively on the edge of the pit. Great manoeuvring there by the Roboteer. And now they find the backside of Home Improvement and they're drilling down in.
Yeah, no, this is
tag teaming on Home Improvement. They really have been bullied in this fight.
Yeah, it seems that both of them are using Home Improvement as a way to score points for a judge's decision, but now we can see a bit of reach issues, I think, for both robots to try to get at each other. Home Improvement very much the weak link in this fight at the moment. But still in this one.
And Home Improvement is now getting a bit of an opportunity to bash into the others as they fight each other. Drill Hole Express and Kairos going up against each other head to head. I do think Drill Hole has a better reach than Kairos, but the forks are really helping.
Yeah, slightly better, but you can see here another cut being landed here. This one's going to go to the judges. A bit of a hard one to call, I think, for this first fight, I have to say.
So a nice gentle wind-up as the audience gives an applause. Yeah. That is the first fight of the 2025 champions. And it is going to go to the judges. So for the first time today, the first fight, Owen, could you talk me through what they're going to be deliberating over?
Yeah, of course. So we have 3 judges here. We have Rob, Rory, and Tom, and they are going to be looking at the fight, and they are going to be scoring it in the fields of damage, aggression, and control. Their decision is final, but they do have the chance to watch a replay of the fight if they need it, of course. So they're frantically working away there. Definitely a bit of a tricky one to call, I have to say. Now we will have Craig, who will be taking them over for interviews in about a minute or so. So we'll see that in a second as they just unarm the robots. Safety always important.
Just picking your brains there. Home Improvement, you mentioned the belt or something didn't quite go right. Their weapon was out. So in terms of their ability to be aggressive, what would the judges be looking at?
I mean, Home Improvement was still trying to go in there, get shoves, trying to get either Kairos or Speedhole Express into the pit, which will score well for aggression, certainly. But losing the weapon early on, it was going to be a big issue, and both robots did manage to get some hits into it. There was, I definitely saw a hole that Speedhole Express managed to get in at one point. That might be a big advantage.
Well, let's go over to Craig and talk to the Roboteers.
Good morning, everyone. I'm here with Kat and Kairos. How was that for you?
It's a bit slow on the drive. I think something's dragging, but the saw is the thing that I've tried to improve, and it seems like it's done better this time, so I'm happy with that, I think.
It seemed like it was trying to get some good slices in, especially on the top of Speedhole Express. Was that a good performance for Kairos?
Oh yeah, Kairos doesn't roll that well normally, so I'll take it.
Absolutely. Do you reckon you did enough to take the win?
It's hard to say. I think I could have driven better, but like I said, it was a bit sluggish for some reason, so don't know.
Well, we will see very shortly. Give it up for Kairos, everybody. And Lou with Speedhole Express. That did some holes.
The arm didn't break in 3 seconds.
We absolutely love to see it. It's really doing the thing. Like, I've not seen many drills that are able to actually do the holes.
Yeah, one of the common problems with drills is that drill bits or standard drill bits break very easily. Just with a little bit of sideways pressure, they just snap. But that's a tungsten carbide burr, so because it's a very fine point, it won't really go through metal. But plastic, it will go through in a second, and it's much tougher. But yeah, Kairos did get some little gouges in, although it doesn't look like anything went right through. Which, as much as I love sawbots, because I think they're just really cool, it is something that they kind of run into, especially against tougher plastics and things like that. They just gun jump.
Yeah, both of you quite scary against each other, trying to get some slices in on the top. We'll see how it went for you in just a second. We're going to have a quick chat with John Luke, see what happened with home improvement. Dude, what happened?
They're self-destructed again. I mean, it's fine. Literally, though, that hole right there, that is right next to the battery. It is very, very close.
So we almost had a lipo fire in the first match of the day.
Yes, it was extremely close. But yeah, I think the drive was okay. I definitely didn't win, but we'll see.
I don't know, we will see. Do we have a judge's decision?
We do indeed, and we are going to give it off to one of our main judges here, Rob, to announce the winner.
Yep, sure thing. So in that fight, we judged that Kairos, by unanimous decision, was the winner.
So to explain the format, Kairos goes into the round of 32. The Speedhole Express and Home Improvement will go into a redemption battle in the next round. But we have 3 more bots now in the arena now, don't we, Gav?
We do. So in the blue zone, we have Icebreaker. In the green is Debris. And then that leaves us with Cascade in the failing to light up red zone. But we won't talk about that light, will we, Gareth?
Robot.
Yeah, now this is already quite an intense fight. 2 of the robots here have won an event already. Stasis with a different version of the machine, Impulse.
And you can see there, both Icebreaker and Debris powering up their weapons before moving forward. And now Debris out of control and in the air.
Yeah, very nice meaty hit there from Icebreaker, already landing pretty nasty hits, but gyroing quite a lot here.
And I'm really impressed by Cascade. They did get underneath, and they've been doing some flips already this fight. I thought they would be in trouble going up against some very powerful weapons, but look at them, they're nipping underneath.
Yeah, now Cascade has a lot of speed and a disadvantage, and while the spinners can do a lot of damage, they've also got a lot of gyroscopic effects that is affected by them when they're moving.
Icebreaker demonstrating that perfectly in that moment.
Yeah, so that's Cascade's best chance to win this fight, and they've kept very aggressive, but every robot here is still working, still dangerous.
But Cascade taking a big blow there, and we're now seeing Icebreaker up on the roof, but they managed to get back on the ground. Cascade, I think, is doing a fantastic job using the momentum of those spinners, but that's a big hit from Debris.
Self-riding beautifully, it has to be said. The lifter, almost a flipper really, the mechanism that it has.
But Debris has lost a wheel. They are now in trouble.
Yeah, in theory it should only be 1. They should still be able to drive with 3 wheels, but they are looking a lot more sluggish now at this point.
And the weapon is powering down. I think that might be Debris out of this battle, so Cascade and Icebreaker can focus on each other.
Yeah, so as you can see, Debris twitching a little at this when it's out, so an Icebreaker is actually seemingly slowed down the weapon a bit more just to reduce the gyro effect that it has.
And I'm just looking at the forks of Icebreaker. The plastic material, it seems to have lifted up, and so they're unable to get underneath as easily. And that's really giving Cascade an advantage, as those forks are just keeping Cascade far enough away from that vertical spinner.
Yeah, some legacy damage maybe from some exchanges with debris. And you can see flying around, Cascade controlling this one very, very nicely.
3 seconds left of this fight. Can they get a knockout? I don't think so. We're going to the judges.
That was a terrific fight, I have to say.
I mean, look at the shrapnel. So debris, bless that poor robot. They are in pieces. The wheel is over on the side there. It's very unceremoniously knocked out. It didn't really look like there was a powerful hit that knocked it out. It just seems to have lost power, wound down. I didn't see a link come out or anything like that. So what do you think happened?
It's hard to say. Sometimes with these four-wheel drive robots, even if they lose a wheel and they should be able to drive, oftentimes the center of weight can change. But I don't know if that's what happened with debris. I think it was just a legacy of a few nasty hits that it took on during the fight, and that can just sometimes wear down an opponent.
Absolutely, and we're just looking, Icebreaker being taken out of the arena. They've got, is it like a Teflon or a plastic material for their forks? Normally we see metal, but their forks seem to get, chopped into, and that really stops them from being able to go under Cascade.
Yeah. So Icebreaker, I believe they use TPU forks, which is a kind of printable rubber, basically. It allows you to flex your forks, and they can be a bit more durable, and they can scrape against the ground a bit nicer. But again, they can be a bit mauled. Craig, I think, will be able to tell us more.
So I am here with debris, although you can't see that I'm here with debris. There you go. So it was looking so promising. What happened?
It was looking so good, but these weapons are so crazy. Last time we had SLS, everything is shattered. Now the HDP is bent, but now the carbon fiber is shattered. So we're just pushing the problem around. So
just pushing the problem around. Sounds like combat robotics in a nutshell. How many events have you guys done?
We did capital punishment and some university ones as well.
So pretty new to the sport, and still with such a brutal robot. I mean, it's commendable. It's very impressive.
Thanks a lot.
Hopefully, we will see it repaired. Have you got enough to get it back together?
I think we can get something back together, yeah.
Sweet. We will see you in the redemption rounds. Debris, everyone. Now here with Cascade, which is a beautiful machine.
Thank you very much, yeah.
How are you feeling about that fight?
That went way better than I thought it would. Two really nasty spinners and managed to hang in there till the end. Got some really nice flips. So.
What I really want to focus on there is the very last second, Icebreaker was bouncing across the arena at you, and you drove out of the way of it. And I was just like, that's some elite driving skill right there. That's got to count for something, right?
I don't remember doing it, so it must have been accidental.
It's all right, watch back later. It'll be perfect. Yeah. It's totally intentional.
We'll say it. Say it was. We'll say it.
Do you reckon you've done enough to take it?
I don't know. He got the knockout. I think I was controlling him a lot towards the end, so it's going to be pretty close. But.
Well, we will see indeed. Let's bring in Icebreaker as well. Have we got a decision, guys? We do have a decision. So first off, which way do you think it went?
I don't know. I did get the knockout, but that's kind of it, really. At the end, I was getting controlled, so.
It's a tough one. Let's take it over to our judges and find out the result of that fight.
Okay, so that was a very close fight. Really, it all came down to control. We have a unanimous decision in favor of Cascade.
Big up, Cascade. Of course, nobody is out at this point in the day. Icebreaker, we will see you in the redemptions. Feeling good about working your way back up through that?
Hopefully, yeah.
Banging. We will see you both in a little bit.
There you go. So great news for our Cascade there. We have 3 other robots already in the arena. The rate of fights here is pretty quick, as you can tell.
I don't know if this is new, but I am loving the Roboteer cam. Just seeing that front-facing fisheye lens of all the Roboteers. Right, let's introduce who we have in the arena. So Boombot has made their way to the blue zone. Then we have, help me out, Owen.
Yeah, we have Doombot, we have Antimatter in the green square, and we have Gunfaker in the red square.
3, 2, 1. Activate.
So only one spinner in this fight, and immediately going after Boombot. That's quite vicious. So we're seeing there in sparks flying off the forks there of Gunfinger.
Yeah, so Gunfinger and Antimatter immediately going fork to fork, basically, as another hit landed by Antimatter on Doombot. The only pure grabber in this tournament, I believe.
I think that is correct, and it's interesting watching the Egg Beater just go into the flat surface of Boombot. It's not really doing that much damage, but now we're seeing some proper damage up against Gunfinger. They're going to town.
Yeah, no, Gunfinger is definitely taking a lot of hit here. Antimatter smelling blood, and the controller, the tap-out button has been hit. Gunfinger is out of this fight.
And we're seeing Boombot with the wheel missing as well. That's a tap-out, and Antimatter devastating the competition.
Yeah, you can see here the link seems to have fallen out of Doombot, which is unfortunate whenever that happens, certainly. Gunfinger survived a few hits, but definitely seemed to take some whacks there to its lifter. So we'll see how repairable that damage will be.
So Antimatter, the game plan was simple and very clear. Get in the arena, target the wheels of their competitors, and, well, that's pretty much all they wrote.
Yeah, no, it was a very no-frills performance from Antimatter, but very, very efficient. Exactly how you'd want your first fight to go in a competition like this.
And to win by a KO is so important, I think, as well, for your confidence, as you just said. Craig, you have your first Roboteer, and I believe you're joined by the poor robot of Gunfinger.
I am joined by Antimatter, and that was good.
That worked a bit better than the first time, didn't it?
Was the aim to do the complete opposite of those first two fights, and instead of going to a judges, just eliminate everything as quickly as possible?
Well, I've made it drive now, so the plan was just don't let him team up on me this time, and then hit him as hard as possible. And that seemed to work pretty well.
It seemed to work pretty well, and that was some super aggressive driving. A Gunfinger just smashed against the wall. Stuart, you look so sad. But that was amazing. I'm scared of this thing, and I think a lot of other people should be as well.
I'm scared of it, and I built it, so that's probably a good thing.
Well, we will see Antimatter later in the competition. Congratulations on that win. Yeah, that was massive. Oh, goodness. Stu, what happened?
I got one flip in, and I'm happy with that, but then it died. And you can see there's holes, there's no wheel. I've got it in my hand here, actually, but
it'll be all right.
It'll be all right. Yeah, I just need to fix the sticker, then it'll be all good.
It's just the sticker.
Absolutely. I'll be ready for the next one. All good.
We love to see it. Give it up for Gunfinger. And finally, Doombot, which is looking sad.
It is looking very sad. We've lost a wheel. We've lost, basically, we've got a spare wedge now. We've come more prepared than ever. But it's not looking great.
It's seen better days, for sure. It's seen better days, but yeah, we gave it a good go. I haven't done this before, but yeah, exciting times, and we'll be back for another round for sure.
You guys gave it a real good shot. It was good to see you going straight in there against them all. Give it up, everyone, for Doombot.
So just very quickly there, can we get to the ready table? Got any grapes? Photon and Agrowabba. Can we get Revron, Sunstroke, and Flick 2? And can we get Wayo, Bilbo, Bagbot, and Cop Out? And there you can see the next flags graphic, which is just, I mean, that's beautiful, isn't it, Gav?
Does take me back.
Yeah.
A simpler time.
Red square, ready.
So here we have it. We have another fight here ready coming up. We have Swoop in the blue corner. We have Galahad in the green
Blue
corner.
square,
And then we
ready.
have Bubblegum and Lift in the red corner.
Robot ears, stand by.
And beautiful color coding on these robots, actually. A lot of work goes into making them look nice as well as being devastating. So the spinners are getting up to speed. I don't know why you'd give them time to do that.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it's just trying to, you know, pick your moment, pick your battles, and we can see some spinners colliding each other. The size difference between Galahad's Swoop is quite incredible, isn't it?
I mean, that's just a jump, skip, and a jump all over the arena floor there. and they're finally trying to get into the Fatal. That seemed to be a lot of damage, but it's just the tyres shredding there of Galahad. It's not really any real damage.
Yeah, so the tyres of Galahad are designed to be more compliant. Maybe not that compliant.
They're not designed to do that. That is not what we intended.
Yeah, that's going to be a massive problem, especially for Galahad, for Swoop getting up to speed now. Galahad looking in a very strong position at this point of the fight.
Well, that was an amazing amount of acceleration from Bubblegum Lift. They just powered their way across the arena floor.
Yeah, Bubblegum does have its weapon, does have its lifter. I think the lifter is slightly damaged, but it is still able to get something, and Galahad is now upside down. Can they get back up to right on their wheels?
So I think Bubblegum Lift, their strategy has got to be clean. It's got to be to get them into the pit, just like that. And now that leaves 2 robots left in the fight.
Yeah, that's what you got to do as a control bot, just survive as long as possible. And yeah, you can see hard fought that one, but it's a win. There's damage, but now there'll be time to repair it.
So just as I start talking about the strategy, Bubblegum Lift really started to put it into action. We're watching the replay now, and just surgical. Absolutely, they managed to maneuver Galahad into the wrong position for Galahad. Bubblegum Lift then making advantage of that, and then, well, almost put themselves in with a pirouette.
Yeah, no, very, very good driving from Sam Elliott there, taking the win. I don't think the other two were that damaged. Swoop has just got to reattach the wheel, basically. Galahad seemed to be pretty strong there.
I'm intrigued by Swoop because the wheels are obviously designed to be sacrificial, but it did fall off probably a bit too easily.
Perhaps, but again, you know, it's the first fight. There's always time to try to adjust and work with these things. So we'll see. We're just going to get some more people up here to get down to the ready table. I think we have Craig for some interviews while that's going on.
I am here with a very relieved looking Sam.
So, for the last 3 or 4 weeks after I applied here, this robot has been an absolute pig to get going and getting weight and make sure it was working properly. That is reward for everything, absolutely. It's honestly just been, it was a delight, a delight.
Tell us about how you were feeling going into that, Mac.
Fear and horror, and they're both, you know, capable of so much damage. As you can see, there's a few nicks and scratches on the top, and it was quite, you know, apparent that I knew that there was going to be some things, you know, hitting me. Thankfully, it didn't seem to affect the performance of the robot too much. It went pretty well.
It worked pretty gosh darn well. And you're through into round 2, Sam. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And it looks like Craig is a bit lonely over there at the moment. So, Owen, let's take this opportunity. Should we call out some more robot fights?
Yeah, so just as well to the ready table, could we get Ryzen, Sir Lancefrog, and Figrol? So that's 5 fights away. That's enough time, I would say, for now. But we have a few more interesting designs coming into the arena here now.
And whilst we have this opportunity, we should say hello to the live audience here in St. Michael's Centre. Hello, everyone. Woo! They're slowly filing in.
Yeah, we might be able to hear them at some point later on. But
audience participation is highly, highly encouraged. We want to hear you cheering for your loudest and most favourite robot. We typically end up with a crowd favourite at each year's champs competition. I couldn't tell you who that's going to be looking at the roster. It's very nice seeing a variety of robots here today.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of these designs, there's very few that are new, but a lot of very interesting designs that have been worked on, iterated over quite a few events, and are now working at just a really, really nice pace at this point. So the 3 robots we have here, we have EMP, the blue and white robot, a flipper. We have Stasis, the vertical spinner there in the black and white, and one of my favorite designs to see here, Hard Nips, which is a crusher robot. Very unusual to see at a Beetleweight scale.
Are you sure it's not just the name that you enjoy saying on the commentary? You get an excuse.
I mean, it's certainly an interesting name, let's be honest, you know.
It's what it delivers.
I mean, I'm sure the builder can't be older than 18, but no, it'll be... I mean, crushers are very, very hard to do as a weapon type because you're getting a lot of force in a small amount of weight. But yeah, in the green square, let's see how it goes.
Yeah, so we are seeing that Hardnips is actually the only classified crusher in this competition. So let's see how they hold up against the rest of them. And immediately the spinner up to speed, doing damage, and that's Hardnips out.
Yeah, that was one hit and instantly. Some parts flown away. I don't know if those were intended to fly away, but now it's a one-on-one fight here between EMP and Stasis.
So EMP rocking a nice colour scheme now, but they are just taking some damage. That material is flaking all over. Are they stuck?
Yeah, I think something's been damaged in the linkage there.
They're clearly still alive, but just twitching. It looks quite upsetting, like a baby bird falling out of the nest.
Yeah, no, indeed. I mean, very efficient by Stasis. No problems there. You know, no hard feelings with the Roboteers, as you can see. Time to fix them all up, but, you know, very good fight for Stasis.
And we should actually talk about the arena for the audience here today. So if you get knocked into that triangle section, the exclusion zone, lovingly called the UTA zone, you are eliminated from the competition. And it's not just if your opponent knocks you out there. There is a possibility that you flip yourself out there.
Yeah, no, a lot of spinners have had a situation where they've found themselves flying into the out of the arena zone, bouncing from their own weapon. It's a small part of the arena, but especially as the fight continues to go on and on, there's more and more of a danger of that happening, especially when the pit goes down at the other side, and suddenly that arena feels a lot smaller.
And to enable that pit button, the first 30 seconds of the fight is deactivated, but then after 30 seconds, the button is enabled, but it's a bit of a double danger, because you got to go over there to push the button, but then a robot can get behind you and knock you into the UTA zone.
Yeah, no, you've got to pick your moment to go for the pit if you are going to go for the pit. And I have seen it happen a few times where someone thinks they'll go for it, and that's often the decision that costs them the fight. We're going to have some interviews here just very quickly. Can we get Corruption, Perpetual, and Luchador to the ready table? I'm going to bring you over to Craig now.
I am here with Harry and Harry's Hardnips.
Yes, it's October. It's quite cold.
We are stood next to a large, very open door. This is a beautiful robot. What the heck happened?
It was a beautiful robot.
Sorry, technicalities.
Well, other people decided to hit me. That's not very nice.
It's not, is it? Especially not when you wanted to pierce all their batteries and stuff.
Yeah, they never gave me a chance to do that. It's just rude.
Yeah, the back of this is looking a little bit less happy than it was before. I thought it was bold going in on the reverse.
Stupid is another phrase that you could use.
I wasn't going to go that far. What is the back made of? Because you had to do a lot of weight saving on this, right?
It's made out of crisp packets, Chinese newspapers, and hope.
Sick.
Bit of sick there too.
Good. Are you going to have it back together? It looks repairable.
Yeah, why not?
Sick. We will have Hardnips later on in the day. Harry, everyone. Let's put Stasis in here. That was good.
Yeah. Second round, it spun up, it did the thing, and it's scary.
This is literally your second event, right, with this?
Yeah, we had big electrical problems first event. I rewired it all. It's still a few gremlins in there, but it works now. And
it definitely works.
I was really scared of the crusher. I really didn't want to get touched by that, so good to get it knocked out. We'll see how it does the rest of the day.
Yeah, big up. I'm very much looking forward to seeing how you do in the next round. Stasis!
Lovely. So I think that'll be the last of our interviews for now. Some new robots getting into the ready table, and a very different combination of weapon types. So we have, I'm going to get the name here. There's so many Shrek-themed robots. Shrekking Ball from Sam Price, the stocky vertical spinner you see there. Deja 2, multi-grab drifting, which is an omni-wheel grab and lift robot. And then Spinzalotl, which is an undercutter that is maybe the most adorable murder machine you will see in this competition.
A beautiful, friendly, smiling face that is hiding a devious, sadistic mind behind it. I am terrified at what we are about to witness, because that horizontal spinner does look to be at the right level, comparing it to its competitors, to do some serious damage.
Yeah, no, it will have, there's a lot of spinning mass in that thing, so it'll be a sight to behold.
Activate.
So here we go, and immediately he's filing in, and we're seeing going underneath there is Deja 2.
Yeah, very nearly out of the arena, has survived that initial exchange as the two spinners meet each other.
And got itself stuck on the side of the wall, but thankfully back in, and that's a beautiful lift we're seeing there.
Yeah, beautiful already. I don't know what you can grab on Spins a lot, but I respect Deja 2 for trying it anyway.
Well, once the weapon's powered down, there is actually opportunity to get around the chassis, the Axie. Massive hit there by Shrek.
Yeah, no, Shrekking Ball, it reminds you, like, Sam Price knows how to build a spinning weapon, and that hit may have just taken out Deja 2.
So Deja 2 definitely looks out and spins a lot to just pondering what to do next, as that's disc-to-disc contact, and I think the link is out.
Well, no, I don't think the link is out of Shrek, but something's definitely not moving the way it should be. That's a tap out. That's a win for Spinzalotto.
Solid KO there by Spinzalotto. As I said, that smiley face, that was a sadistic end. Let's actually watch the replay on this, because we're watching their Deja Vu. They're out for the count. And then we get the disc-to-disc combat, and yeah, they just flip over on their side. The Roboteers was cheering. They knew something had happened. That's what made me think the link was out.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, I think it has fallen out for Deja 2. Just for reference, what a link is in these competitions. To turn off your robots, you can either use a switch, which is a screwable switch, or a link, which is basically a removable connector that where you take it out, the robot just goes completely dead. Links were the standard for a while. Now you can use both a link and a switch, but unfortunately, it didn't work out for Deja 2 there. Let's go to Craig for some interviews. Could we also get Mo Problems, Revengers, Rage of Soltron, and Lilith to the ready table, as well as Corruption, Perpetual, and Luchador?
Fantastic. I'm here with the winner of that fight, Joe Mitchell and Spinzalotto. Goodness me, that was some big hits.
Yeah, this is supposed to be my somewhat fun build that is pink and silly, but they're some of the biggest hits that a robot that I have built has done.
I think it's some of the biggest hits we've seen in this arena for a fair while.
I wasn't expecting that, and I was also expecting it to break, but somehow it didn't. So I'm very happy with that. Cool, yeah.
Feeling good? I'm going to let you just go and decompress in a corner for a little bit, Joe. Give it up for Spinzalotto, what a robot. Someone, come and say hi. Oh my goodness. Was it a link?
Yeah, so when I was upside down, Shrekking Ball came and hit the link. You can see the link door was missing, and that holds the link in, and it just popped out.
It's so sad. It's the worst way to lose, but you were really keeping up with those guys. I said to you all before that fight, I would have been nervous no matter who I was in that match. You kept up with them.
Yeah, I mean, the robot seems to have held up quite well. I can't see any major bits of damage, so we'll get it back to the pits and table and we'll see what still works.
Or a redemption round.
Hopefully.
Fantastic. Deja 2! Oh no! Is it going to be okay, Sam?
It's fine. I've hit my own weapon pulley, so it's moved into the way of the disc, and the disc has gone.
Just said, nah.
Just sent it, yeah. But I mean, it was a big hit that did it. So, and it was a lot of big hit up until that point, so.
That was a fight of sizable hits, I think is fair to say.
It was like the littlest robot here against the massive pink thing, and it was just like, it was great.
Absolute vibes, and hopefully you'll get a good run out in the redemptions.
Yeah, hopefully. We'll see.
Shrekking Ball!
So 3 more robots in the arena. We have Photon, which is a hammer saw. Got Any Grapes, a shuffling vertical spinner, which means they have more weight. And Agro Wabba, who is running an Undertale-themed livery transformation of the entire robot. A lot of stuff to see on this fight.
I love it. And the first time we're seeing a shuffler in the arena today, so excited to see Got Any Grapes. They are a tried and tested robot, and they are going to be walking their way across the arena. And immediately, a big hit into the back of Photon, up into the ceiling they go.
That was quite a scary hit, quite a lot of energy going on. Got Any Grapes, clearly not the fastest turn, but you saw here.
And Agro Wabba doing the job there, ramming Got Any Grapes into the arena wall. That is what they need to do to immobilize that weapon.
Yeah, some beautiful things. Agro Wabba is basically treating Got Any Grapes as a moving arena hazard here. feeding. Proton's looking a little more worse for wear after these exchanges.
And Got Any Grapes dangerously over the pit. Can someone hit the button?
The pit button has been pressed. Got Any Grapes does have time to escape, but is not the most mobile bot at the best of times, so is in a dangerous position here as Agrabah has been turned upside down.
Well, I've seen a Roboteer tap out, but we have got an entanglement, so we're going to pause the fight. And we have to wait for Got Any Grapes to properly wind down before we open the arena door.
Yeah, of course. Always a safety precaution to be done. So this is the one unstickable get in this fight between Photon and Agrabah. They're just going to be separated, loosened up, and I believe, Agrabah will be left upside down, so they will have to self-right themselves. Although I see Photon being unpowered and being taken out of the arena here.
So confirmation, because Photon tapped out before they paused the fight, and then we saw Agrabah and Photon get stuck. So they've removed that robot. I like it when they leave the robot in. It's an extra hazard.
Part of me likes that, but also I do feel for the robot tier. If your robot gets hit in a loose exchange at this point, it's not going to be good.
And you don't want so much damage being done in the early stages. So Agrabah needs to self-right themselves if they can. But they have time to do so because Got Any Grapes is stuck in the corner.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Agrabah, I don't know if that weapon is working. And they are looking a little worse for wear here. Got Any Grapes.
No, they were just being careful. They were being cautious because they knew they were in the danger zone. Agrabah, though, looks to be stuck on the side of the wall.
They're trying to wriggle themselves free. I think the tap out has happened. And Got Any Grapes, sort of out of nowhere, has managed to escape from getting pitted and has won the fight.
A very interesting battle because it came out with such explosive energy. Got Any Grapes doing some massive impacts. We saw Photon being lifted up into the ceiling. And then a moment of caution and everyone being very tediously, walking themselves around the arena, getting stuck on the wall. Big impacts at the opening start, but then it became a battle of nutrition.
Yeah, it seemed what happened with Agra is that the axe seems to have... Some failures happened with the axe mechanism, wasn't able to self-right, and one of the top panels came loose to a point where it couldn't drive as well upside down, and just almost as a precaution, tapped out. A bit of a shame, but... that's repairable damage. They can fix it for another day. We'll go to Craig in a second while I just call up Aero, Inversion, and Slamnavulin to the ready table, as well as Wishbone, Kickflip, and Nothing Beats a Jet 2 Holiday.
Okay. I'm down in the booth with Photon. You tapped out. What happened?
Photon showed its weak point, its back, and this happened. I don't know if you can see it. I turn that round, the base peeled off, and when that happened, the wheel didn't touch the ground, and at that point, it didn't move. And then I had a problem with my wires.
So basically everything that could go wrong kind of went wrong.
No, lots of it still works. It's all repairable. Quick trip to the tip. The pit.
Just chuck it down the tip and build a new one for the next round.
It's going to the pit. It's going to be soldered. It'll be back.
Fantastic. We love to hear it. Photon, everybody. There was a moment in that fight where it was like you were trying to self-right. And it was kind of like in a game when you're like, no, because Grapes is just subtly, slowly reversing. How was that?
It was kind of like Jaws coming after me. It was a bit terrifying, but I mean, if I was on my wheels, I would have continued the fight, just because it was funny. Like, there's a lovely peel on the top arm if we want to lift that up.
Where are we talking?
From the... It's pulled out from the screws on there at the front, and we'll just angle it there. That should be, like, flush, and it's not. So, that needs fixing.
Yeah, definitely needs fixing, but you'll have it ready for the redemptions?
Oh, of course.
Yeah, we love to see it. Agrabah! And finally, for anyone that's not familiar with this type of robot, can you explain Got Any Grapes to me, Ellie?
It shuffles. It has a very big weapon because it shuffles. I get weight increase, and therefore the weapon is like 500 grams-ish. It hits hard.
It does indeed. Basically, if you don't use wheels, you get a weight bonus because we want to reward weird weapons, but it also means that you can create absolute monstrosities.
Yes, and that is what I have done. It can sometimes be quite hard to get it to work as well as a wheel, as you can see when driving upside down with this thing. It works one way, it doesn't work the other. But when it hits things, you know about it.
You definitely know about it. And we will continue to know about it later on in the competition. We will see you in round 2. Got any grapes?
All right, fantastic stuff.
So we are watching the live chat as well. Welcome to everyone online. Thank you for joining us. And the bonus for a shufflebot is 2 kilograms, I believe. Please tell me I'm right.
Yes, so normally the robots in the European Beetleweight scene are 1.5 kilograms. Shufflebots give you a 33% weight bonus, so that goes up to 2 kilograms.
Hefty thing when it gets thrown up into the arena.
Certainly, yeah.
Into the walls and into the side. Yes, let's introduce these robots into this battle.
Yeah, so we have Flick, which is a spring-powered flipper, always a hard design to pull off. We have Revron, which is almost like a drum or a drisk kind of design. And then we have Sunstroke, which are 2 counter-rotating horizontal spinning discs.
Do they spin towards each other, as in inviting the danger in, or do they flick away?
I think we'll find out here in a second.
Stand by. 3, 2, 1. Activate.
So there we have it there. A bit too fast to turn, but immediately. And that's one of the discs, I think, already instantly knocked out.
So Sunstroke going up into the sky where it belongs, and Revron now upside down as Flick 2 turns their attention.
Yeah.
And is that Revron out for the count?
That might be them. I don't know. They seem to be stuck. Their forks, the tips of their forks, are stuck in the arena wall. They can't drive off. And they're going to get counted out here.
Revron is out, and Flick 2 now has full attention on Sunstroke, and Sunstroke's weapon looks to be completely immobilized.
Yeah, you can see the power of Flick 2's flipping weapon, remarkably good. Sunstroke did take out one of Flick's wheels, but even with that, Sunstroke now doesn't have any weapons, and the mini-bot in Flick 2 is holding Sunstroke in place.
So we're seeing there, Flick 2 pretty much pirouetting, seesawing their way around the arena. That's really difficult for the Roboteers. Still getting flips in, which is fantastic.
Yeah, no, that trust me, I've tried to build spring flippers in the past. That's a lot of air for a spring flipper, but Sunstroke has a spinner up and running again.
And I think Flick 2 is actually stuck on the arena wall. A flick was needed to untangle them, but what was it that hit there?
Yeah, and you can see Flick desperately trying to get back up onto its wheels. But again, landing more flips, remaining aggressive. Now stuck at his mini-bot.
Well, I've been proven wrong. Sunstroke spinning disc. One of their spinning discs is still working, and now we're seeing damage done, and they look to be winning the pushing game.
Yeah. Oh, and the mini-bot has been tossed. That doesn't mean Flick 2 is eliminated, but that will hurt. But Sunstroke...
But they're both seesawing their way across the arena. Neither robot has really got the control.
Yeah, they've both got some weaponry. They've both got one-sided drive. Both remaining pretty aggressive here as well, I have to say. This is a hard fight to call.
But that Flick 2, that Flick looked very weak, and we're looking now, the guard of Flick 2 has been cut in half by the saw disc of Sunstroke, and we're getting ever closer to the pit.
Yeah, Flick desperately trying to remain, finding some way of movement. Something's not going quite right. Sunstroke very close to the pit.
They've got to be so careful that they didn't fling themselves in, and that's the end of the fight. Brilliant cheer from the crowd, well deserved. What a battle.
I would say the best fight so far. Very close, very hard to call. Revron, a little unfortunate, I think, to go out so early, but what a fight that left us with Sunstroke and Flick.
And it is going to go to the judges' decision. I completely forgot that the judges are going to have to decide between Flick 2 and Sunstroke. They do want to inspect the damage. Do the judges, I believe, they are very intrigued by what has happened in that fight.
Yeah, I don't blame. I think everyone here is intrigued from that fight. Both remained mobile, both remained aggressive. Obviously, Flick is the more visible damage, but Sunstroke was taking quite a few flips and did, even though it has the weapon spinning at the end, did not have a weapon for a large chunk of that fight.
And let's not forget, Sunstroke took a massive hit from Revron early into that fight. So the fact that they were able to stay in this for so long is actually a testament to itself.
Yeah, no, these are two robots where I've seen them in the past. They've not been incredibly durable. That fight, they were both very durable, and full props to both Roboteers there for what they did.
And I'm just reading the chat then about doorstop mini-bots. I guess it is a strategy to have a mini-bot that gives you time, pin up your competitor against the wall.
Yeah, so with the weight limit for these competitions is 1.5 kilos. but that weight limit can be split up amongst as many robots as you want. So oftentimes you'll have a robot that will maybe be like 1.3 kilos, and they'll have 200 kilos for a mini-bot. And they can be useful, annoying, but useful. I think Craig's going to talk to us more while we wait for the judges to make their mind up.
Okay, I am here with Revron that delivered a massive hit at the start of that fight and then got stuck. Do you want to explain?
Yeah, so it was a bit one and done. Went in, caught Sunstroke, headed up, and then the little mini-bot, Shiv I think it's called, got underneath me. Flick got a great flip on, and then my forks got caught on the edge of the arena wall, just so I got carried over, and then I was kind of completely jammed. So I couldn't go backwards to get out of it, and I couldn't get enough speed up to ramp up the weapon to flip back over. So unfortunately, one of those things. Hopefully we get through the redemption all right, and I might take the points off the forks.
It's a great strategy, right? You want to have forks with little barbs on to be able to kind of hook in under your opponents and kind of carry them round, but then double-edged sword, right?
Yeah. It's not the first time forks have cost me, and it probably won't be the last. So a bit of a redesign needed on those for this one.
Well, I'm very much looking forward to seeing some more big hits from Revron in the redemptions. Big up Revron, everyone.
Cheers. Hopefully at least 2.
So we just have both robots being brought over to the judges for them to inspect. While that happens, we'll just call out, could we get Mo Problems, Revengers, Age of Saltron versus Lilith to the arena? And I see the fight order has been changed down slightly. Do we have, we'll have that in a second there. Ryzen, Lance Frog, Figroll, Corruption, Perpetual Luchador, Mo Problems, Revengers, Age of Saltron, Lilith. Could we get Aero and Inversion and Slam Navulin to the ready table?
So, Owen, I'm going to pick your brain once again. Their judges are really inspecting, interrogating those robots. What are they looking for?
I'd argue, well, for damage, you'd be looking at a lot of times what you'd see as cosmetic. This is a damage that you can see visually what's going on. And they'll also sometimes look at maybe some of the more mechanical damage. So they'll see, for example, are the wheeling on one side of drive? How is the weapon mechanism looking? And these are all just ways of trying to figure out how much damage has been caused. So that's really the reason why they're checking that. Obviously, aggression and control, that all happens in the fight, but just to get a bit more of an informed decision for themselves.
Over to Craig.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm bringing everyone down for this one. We'll fit everyone. There we go. First off, Mark, Sunstroke. Beautiful robot. How did that go for you?
I got a nice, the disc did give him a nice couple of whacks there, which was nice. I lost the belt on the other one very early on because of the hard hit, but the robot kept driving. It's a resilient thing. It's capable of doing damage, and it went the full distance. I can't complain too much.
It's definitely capable of doing damage. Is it capable of getting that victory?
We'll see.
We will see. Josh, how do you feel about that statement? Do you think Flick did enough to get that?
Yeah, I think so. I know it sounds a bit arrogant, but I was on top of it for most of the fight at the start. Most of the damage is sacrificial armor. I don't know, it was a really to and from. Like, the NG had me, but then, I don't know. Yeah, the mini-bot did get hit, that's true, yeah. But yeah, it was a really close fight. I was really happy with it, and well done, yeah.
Well, we will see the judges' decision for that very shortly. We're going to jump into our next fight. Congrats on that great fight, guys.
Yeah, indeed. So,
in the blue zone, we have Weil. In the green, we have Bilbo Bagbot, and that leaves us with Kaput.
Yes, Cop out, I believe it is. So we can see we may have gotten, was that a false start, or the fight has started?
No, the fight started. Everyone just thought they were going off for a tea break. That is not the case, and we are getting the spinning weapons up to speed. Weil is a devastatingly powerful robot.
Yeah, no, Weil is one of the shortest robots in the world at this weight class, but it hits like very few others.
I don't know if people remember Blade Blades from their childhood, but it is very much what we are seeing here. Yeah. Bilbo Bagbot getting thrown around the arena, and now the aggression goes against Cop Out.
Yeah, so we can see both spin is still working here. No one called out quite yet, though Cop Out taking some nasty whacks here, and Cop Out has tapped out, so it's now just a 2-robot race here.
So we're seeing Bilbo Bagbot. Their spinning weapon is powering down. I don't know if that is. No, they are in control of it, so that is good. But they are on the edge of the arena pit, and down they go.
It seemed like the two spinners almost took a moment to breathe for themselves, but in that moment the pit had gone down, and Bilbo Bagbot has ended up out of it. not taking a huge amount of damage, but definitely disappointing at any time to lose in a way like that.
Right, so let's look to our judges because we are still pending a decision. Are you ready?
We are. So,
as we see the replay here,
difficult
well,
one.
I'm going to stay there.
And I think we all had 1 point between our decisions on this. But in the end, we went for Flick.
So there we go. Maybe one of the closest decisions we'll see all day. Sunstroke will go to the redemptions. Flick goes to the round of 32, but both bots will certainly have quite an amount to do in the next hour.
So just reliving that fight as we're watching it now, I wonder if Bilbo Bagbot was too tentatively cautious. Like, as a Roboteer, you have the spinning weapon to power up and power down, as well as maneuvering yourself around the arena. And I just wonder if they put too much attention into lowering the speed of that spinning disc so that they didn't burn out the motor, as opposed to looking at where they are.
Yeah.
We're going to go over to Craig with some interviews.
I'm here with my favorite Dutch pancake, Wayu. What a beautiful robot, and what a fight.
Yeah, it was a good fight. Really good fight. Glad I won, I guess.
Was there a bit of worry going into that horizontal?
The horizontal was, I think, just the right height to get to the bolts, but I changed a bit to the design of the robot, so that should not be an issue anymore. I think they did damage a bit, but...
They've damaged it a bit.
Yeah, it's okay. The nice bright spark you saw was the titanium, so...
Is that going to be fight critical later on? Are you going to lose a fight because of the damage that Bilbo Bagbot has done here?
I have spares.
Sick. I love Wayo so much. There is a thing that our audience must learn if you have not seen Wayo before. But when I say Wayo, you also go Wayo. Okay? Let's test this. Wayo! Glorious. Give it up for Wayo! Here with Cop Out. What happened to it?
I don't know. It didn't drive really to start with, and then just kind of died. I mean, there's a few bits. There's lovely little nick on the wedge, a few nicks on the chassis, but more importantly, the hit so hard the wires got tangled into the drive and split. So maybe that's why it died.
Yeah, there's some nasty wires that have found their way into the wheel pods there. That's probably, the brakes in that and the fact that it's jamming up your wheels might be a problem.
Yeah, not ideal, but see what we get repaired, get it into the redemptions, and watch it fail again.
I'm sure it won't. I'm sure we're going to see much more of Cop Out later in the tournament. Cop Out, everybody!
You'll have to make it short, Craig.
Very quickly, because we're going to see Bilbo Bagbot again. Give us 5 words about that fight.
Brilliant fight. Never underestimate a hobbit.
That was too many words. Fantastic, Bilbo Bagbot.
Maths is not a Roboteer's strong point. Destruction is. In the arena, we have Big Roll in the green zone. We have Ryzen in the blue, and that leaves us with a very nice looking Sir Lancerfrog, a new livery on that robot.
So some nice looking bots here. We have a spring flipper, a regular lifter, and an egg beater spinner. Already the spring flipper taking some wax, and immediately a tap out has happened. And Frog is trying to self-right for something, and another tap out, and that's it.
Blink and you miss it. Ryzen doing everything in the first opening hits. Fig Roll getting decimated and precariously stuck, you have to say, and very rare for Sir Lancerfrog to have their weapon almost fail them like that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just putting it down to a first-round gremlin, as well as just maybe a whack from Ryzen. It is a hiding robot, I should clarify. Ryzen, we haven't seen it in too many of these events at Bristol, but it competed in an event, Scouts Showdown, earlier this year and won it. It's potentially a dark horse for this competition.
Well, they're going to have to battle their way through. We haven't mentioned it yet, but the knockout rounds, or redemption rounds, will be coming. So these are knockout eliminations. If you win, you go through. But if you lose, you have a chance to redeem yourself in the redemption rounds.
Yeah, so you can see there the whack from Lancerfrog, and Lancerfrog does have a self-righting mechanism on it that is meant to help it get back up, but it seems as if that's where the failure was, and with the mechanism it can't drive upside down. So An unfortunate scenario, certainly, but I have no doubt that that'll be fixed pretty quick. We're going to go to Craig for some interviews, as I also will call up Angel Slice, Ray, and Chucky to the ready table.
Fantastic. I'm here with Ryzen. Am I saying that right?
Yep, that's right.
That was scary. I was expecting this robot to be scary, but that was quick.
Yeah, it was the first hit and the front of the other one came off. I just hit them really hard, and then that was it. It was a fast one.
Were you expecting it to be that quick?
I was expecting to be ganged up on and be in the Utah zone in 2 seconds, so good result for that.
A pretty solid result, is fair to say.
Can't complain with that.
Can't complain. Well, we're going to see it in round 2. Ryzen, everybody. Frog. What happened to the frog, Nick?
I think on that first hit, it's done something to the servo inside, because it managed to do the first bit of the self-writing, but not the important bit where it actually can drive. So
It's a sad time to see Froggy upside down, stuck like that, especially when it's got this beautiful new paint job on top. Is it going to be all right for next time? Have you got some spares and stuff?
I've got a spare servo, so that'll be my job for the next bit, waiting to see how I fight. But yeah, it was a bit of a quick fight, wasn't it?
Well, best of luck, Nick. We love to see Froggy here. Give it up, everyone, for Sir Lancer Frog.
And Craig is left all alone. I want to talk to you a little bit, Craig, because you did have an interview with BBC Radio. Can you share anything from that?
I spoke to them.
And did they take care of you? Were they a nice interview? Did they ask you some scary questions?
They asked what a robot was.
That seems quite self-explanatory.
I mean, you know, it's a little bit tricky, especially the ones of this scale. They might not quite understand what a Beetleweight is. A Beetleweight being a robot of 1.5 kilograms.
Unless you're a shufflebot, in which kilograms?
Yeah, unless you're a shufflebot, and then you can be a bit bougie, you know, get a bit weird with it.
So, are we going to see an influx of audience members coming to the site?
An influx of audience members?
Yeah.
I hope so.
Are we sold out?
We are sold out today. Thank you.
We do tend to find
you
people
don't need to
in
clap
the,
that. It's you that did it. So, there you go. But thank you. It's much appreciated that anyone would come to watch our silly hobby.
Lovely stuff. So we're
Red square,
loaded now. We're
ready.
arming up in the arena. We have Corruption.
Green square,
the vertical spinner in the green
Blue
square.
square,
We
ready.
have Perpetual, another drill bot in the blue square.
Robot
and then
is
we have the 23
standby.
champion, Luchador,
3,
just in its
2,
liftler config in the red
1.
square.
Activate.
It's always interesting. I see the robots on the entry sheet, and then I see them in real life, and sometimes they're so drastically different. And Luchador's knocked out!
Yeah, that's a massive shock, certainly. One hit, very fortunate, but already Corruption's taken out a big favourite in this competition, and I believe Perpetual has lost the drill bit on its drilling arm.
Well, that is a very wobbly drilling arm. It does not look stable at all. And yeah, Corruption now kind of having their way with the robots, but a brilliant self-right by Perpetual.
Yeah, has the torque at the moment, but one of the
fork is stuck. The fork is stuck on the outside of the arena wall.
Yeah, no, Perpetual. I mean, definitely Corruption being, very sporting in many ways, letting them get back up, giving them time to breathe. I don't think they're going to do that. I think you're allowed to do that once, and then it's like instant aggression from after that.
So a very good pin. Perpetual are still being aggressive. They're not running away from Corruption. And now the pin has dropped, so anyone can win this battle. All it takes is an accidental slip of the control stick, and you're out.
Yeah, no, Perpetual's drive is still working. Corruption has not won this fight yet.
So I just saw something wheel its way over towards us. It looked like a motor. I'm not quite sure what that was. And a good pin now by Perpetual. They're running the countdown as we get closer to the pit.
Unbelievable. And Perpetual, out of nowhere, has taken the win.
Did you see that coming? Did anyone see that coming? Luchador knocks out in the opening hits. And then, out of nowhere, the driving power of Perpetual pushing Corruption, who looks like they were the favourite.
Yeah, I don't think the driver of Perpetual even accepts that happened. An amazing comeback, certainly. So you can see there the damage, more and more hits from Corruption. Perpetual, what I think happens here is Perpetual trying to use its forks, its reach advantage, to keep Corruption's weapon away, which is still functioning at this point. Nearly landing in the pit. But then they managed to get Corruption. I think they were just going to hold them for like 10 seconds as a pin to run out the clock.
get some points as well with the
but then
judges.
they move back and they realize, actually, you know what? I can win this one, and they did it.
Absolutely beautifully controlled. Everyone enjoyed seeing that one. An underdog story. They're going to be through, and that's going to leave Luchador and Corruption in the redemption rounds. Let's go over to Craig and look at the robots.
Just very quick, can we get Chopstick, Forkhead, and Mondry Jack to the ready table?
I am here with Perpetual. That went pretty well.
It went a lot better than I thought it would, and I don't know how I did that, but I did, and it was fun.
A powerful drivetrain and a good set of, a good driving skill will get you a long way, right?
I think so. I've got magnets in the wheels. I think that was helping me have the edge on traction.
Pulling it down, giving it that extra downforce, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
How are you feeling about that win?
Very, very happy.
Fight pause.
Well, I'm going to let you get back to fixing that drill, which looks a little bit sad. Can we give it up for Perpetual, everybody? Corruption, let's bring you in. James, it was going so well.
Yeah, it was. Unfortunately, when it comes to pushing matches, I still haven't got that knack of avoiding going in the pit.
Yeah, I guess there's not a lot of repairs to do, right? It's just send it straight back in, charge it up.
Quick recharge, redo one bolt on the drum, and then it's basically ready to go again.
Well, it's going to be a fearsome opponent in the Redemptions, I'm sure. Give it up, everyone, for Corruption. Hi, Jack. 2023 champ, Jack Franklin.
That's me.
Yeah, give him a cheer for that. It's a beautiful robot as well, can we just say? It's one of my favorite aesthetically here. You know that. Are you okay?
Yeah, it's not a way you want to go out, but when you lock heads with a vert, it can happen, right? So it's a bit gutting to have it happen so fast, but it's the dicey roll, right?
It is indeed, but you've got another round, right? You've got the redemption fights. Feeling all right about that?
Yeah, the robot's fine, so just got to decide if I want to switch to the grab and lift, and other than that, it's all good.
Fantastic. We will see Luchador later in the day.
There we go, good stuff. So some more robots arming up. It will look like 4 robots are going into the arena, but one of them is a cluster team.
The only categorized cluster bot for this competition, so going out on their own, not normal.
Yeah, so whereas we've seen the mini-bots where you take a part of your robot's weight and put it in a smaller machine, these ones have it split perfectly across both of them. So we have the Revengers Rage of Saltron going into the arena here. Quite lifters, it seems, lifters and wedge bots. We have Lilith, another beautiful front-hinged flipper, so designed more to toss robots forward instead of up. And then one of the more interesting machines here, we have Mo Problems, the green and yellow John Deere looking machine.
It's almost the start of a bad joke, isn't it? A lifter, a cluster, and a spinner going to an arena.
Pretty much, yeah. So, I mean, this one, if you saw Spinzalotl, Mo Problems is very much a similar idea here. We got a lot of experience here in this fight. The builders of Avengers are also involved with Team Forgotten Gods, a lot of machines like Dolos, which are very successful. Lilith is one of the OG Beetleweights in the scene. And Rob Weston, his other robot, Boom Zoom, recently won Battle in the Borough 25. So there's quite a bit of pedigree in this fight.
So Lilith, obviously roboteered by David. Everyone loves David.
Red square,
well known
ready.
in the roboteering community.
Yeah, indeed. So, I mean, a lot of good sports in this fight. We can
Fight
already see a
resumed
bit of
in
trash talk on
3,
the Revengers. Hold
2,
on.
We're pausing,
1.
we're pausing, we're not
Active.
starting. That was a false
Cease.
start. Everyone, calm yourselves, relax, chill, deep breath.
Red
Yes.
Green
It's only,
square, ready.
it's only 2 minutes that can undo
Robot here,
potentially months of
stand
work
by.
leading up to this.
3.
So for real now, we are
1.
going to begin fighting.
Activate.
And will we see the Clusterbot and Lilith team up against... No, we will not, no problems. I thought we were going to see teaming up against the spinner.
Yeah, so Revengers almost fighting each other. Lilith trying to single out one of them, turning upside down. And No Problems really just trying to land whatever hits they can.
But I think one of the Revengers looks to be a little bit immobilized. They're seesawing already. And Lilith is now stuck. Are they tapping out?
I think Lilith has tapped out. I think a cable has gotten loose in the power system, and that's it. Lilith's out.
And that is out for no problems.
Yeah, again, that's the problem with these high kinetic energy spinners. Your own energy can work against you in many ways. Yeah, less damage in that fight than I think we all expected, but Revengers, I think the underdogs in this fight have come out on top.
I don't want to be rude to the Roboteers, but have we just seen two underdog stories back to back?
I think something like that, certainly. I mean, yeah, I would not have pegged the Revengers to be the ones to survive, but they've outlasted in this fight. They're well driven, well controlled, very little damage, and now they've gotten through. So,
but I mean, no problems. They kind of took themselves out the battle. I will give it. Revengers did give them the helping hand, but it just looked like no problems. They just lost control. Let's go over to Craig with Revengers now.
I was just told these are the best bots ever, when in fact I'm going to tell you that you won by existing. How do you feel about that?
All lies.
A win is a win.
A win is a win. These robots are designed to make people salty. You've already made me salty with that win. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the main purpose of it. To make people annoyed.
So what was the tactic going in?
We were going to push Dave into no problems.
When in fact Dave drove into no problems himself, and Lilith doesn't look very happy right now. I think that's fair to say.
Yeah, we won. It's all right.
You feeling good going into round two?
Yeah.
We're the best bots ever, right? So it's fine. Yeah, happy with everything.
Yeah. Because now.
We will remember this. These are the best bots ever, everybody. We have been told. Yeah. Give it up for the Revengers, everybody. Come on in, Dave. Tell me what the heck happened there.
He hit me, something inside broke, so yeah, that's what happened. Simple as that, really.
It looks sad.
It is sad, and I'm worse.
Is it going to be all right for the next round?
Pass. I'll let you know.
You got this. We all know you got this. Give it up for Lilith, everybody. And Mo problems. Oh no.
You build one like this, that's going to happen, you know. I'm happy with it, to be honest. I thought it hit things.
It delivered the hits.
Absolutely, yeah. Mainly to the arena, to be honest, and for that, I am a little bit sorry.
It's okay. We'll bill you later.
Yeah, I think I've deserved that one.
Are you going to be ready for the redemptions? I guess there's not a lot to do to it.
Nah, no damage to speak of. I'm ready. Chuck it back in.
Fantastic. Give it up for Mo problems, everyone.
Great stuff. So, are we live? Okay, so we just have our 3 robots next in the arena. We have a hammer saw in aero, we have a lifter in inversion, and a rammer in slamnavulin.
The only rammer in this competition. So what's the difference between a rammer and, a lifter? I guess obviously they don't lift.
Pretty much, a rammer generally would just not have a weapon on it. That seems to be the main issue, but puts more of its defense into armor.
Activate.
So we can see a small tentative start here at the moment. No spinning up yet from Aero, but trying to land a good shot. Getting a nice whack there on inversion, pretty quick.
And we are going to see a much more controlled style fight here. There's none of those big hitting spinning discs. This is going to be actually a really good bracket here.
Yeah. No, it'll be fascinating here. I mean, inversion doesn't look like visually the most impressive robot, but it's going to be reliable. Will Thomas, the designer, is very experienced, very good driver, very good at just making robots that work.
So I was going to say, Slamnavulin this is a really good bracket for them because they don't have to worry about those immediate knockouts. What is going on in the corner?
Yeah, great hit by Aero, managing to land the hammer saw and then dragging inversion over with it, which is a remarkable amount of torque for a robot like this.
It's always an impressive kind of wind-up, but it looks like the spinning disc has now launched itself. They seem to be stuck.
Yeah, this is always the issue with a hammer
saw. And then lifting!
Fight pause.
So we can see here, the fight has been paused. Aero has not been able to remove its weapon. and so an unstick has been called.
But for a second there, Aero was able to lift up Inversion, and I almost thought there was going to be an opportunity to, take them, walk them over to the pit and just let them drop down by gravity.
Perhaps, but especially in these three-way fights, anytime you move over to the pit trying to get someone in, there's a third opponent ready to try to get you out as well.
Well, we're watching Gareth try and dislodge these two robots. They clearly are very well stuck. That is taking a lot of force.
Yeah.
It's quite impressive just how much that's lodged itself in.
Yeah, no, I mean, well, anytime you hit into plastic almost sort of bends and warps around the point of impact. So, fortunately, they have been freed up. Aero,
How are you feeling about this fight so far, Sean?
I'm going to do it again.
He's going to do it again. He says he's going to do it again. Why would you do it again?
That's what it's made to do.
Goodness me. How is everyone else doing?
Great. Marvellous.
Great. Everyone's great.
You can never stop Craig, can you? Give
Are
the
you
man a
all right,
microphone.
No, indeed. So we see here, everyone looks ready to go again. Aero threatening to do it again. Slam Navian being a bit anonymous, I would say, in the fight so far, but there is still half the fight to go.
I don't think it was a threat. I think that was a promise by Aero, but let's see what happens. The forks of Inversion are not quite where they want to be. They've now realigned.
Aero instantly and clearly sees it.
And they've done it again!
Yeah, very nice. Onto the weapon. Yeah, nearly into the pit.
But they're not touching the floor. Inversion hasn't touched the floor, so are they actually out?
I don't know. That neither of them are out. I don't know how to call this one. I'll be honest.
We'll have to check the rules on this, but we got a handshake. I think the Roboteers have come to their own decision. And I think that's Slim Nervian taking the win. I'm not sure. Did we time out?
Yeah, well, it's typical. Just this very event where they've tried to clarify a lot of the pit rules, all of a sudden a completely new scenario has popped up. So I would say in a 1v1 fight, that would be considered a double immobilization. They've already been unstuck once, so go to the judges. Neither hit the pit bottom.
I'm just going to quickly, Gareth, if you can hear me, was Inversion actually touching the bottom of the pit? He cannot hear me. His head's in the arena.
Just while that's going on, we're going to call up some fights coming up. We have Chopstick, Forkhead, Monterey Jack to the ready table. Angel Slice, Ray and Chucky. Can we get Speedhole Express and Revron up? Debris and Photon and EMP and Swoop. So we're starting with the redemption fights now.
So no one has gone over to Craig. Craig's actually disappeared, which leaves us plenty of time to talk about the competition. That has that gone to the judges' decision? I'm not sure what happened.
I think it's going to go to the judges. I have heard from head referee Strang, very authoritatively.
Basically, what happens in a situation like that, we don't do second unsticks, we go straight to the judges, just to prevent us having 2 minutes of unstick after unstick after unstick. So we're letting them deliberate and deal with whatever that was.
There we go. So here we are. So it's up to the judges. Certainly a sigh of relief for Inversion and Aero, has to be said.
Brilliant camera angle, though. You can see how Inversion and Aero were stuck together. I'm not sure if they did touch the floor. It's a bit of a mute point at this point. We're going to the judges' decision. But Slam and Navian, interestingly there, they bought their time. And they waited for the right opportunity. And, well, Aero was doing the strategy that I thought was foolproof. But as you mentioned, there's a third robot in this fight. And I think Craig has some interviews to conduct.
Yeah. I am here with Will and Inversion. And Inversion's got some slices in it.
Yeah, it looked quite new at the start of the fight, but now it's got a few holes in it. A nice little cut through the weapon gearbox as well, but it seems to have survived.
It seems to still be moving.
Yeah, this is not a lot you could do. You can't get underneath it and just take the hits and see what you can do there. I'm just glad either side of where we hit was the battery, so we were really lucky that didn't go.
Yes, yeah, indeed. How do you feel the judges are going to take that fight?
Oh, I didn't win that one. I know that already. I ended up halfway down the pit. I don't think I touched the bottom, so I don't think we're officially sort of out, but I did enough to win anyway.
But it's repairable. It's going to be all right for the next round.
Yeah, it should be.
Fantastic. We love to see it. Inversion, everybody. He'll do it again, and he did it again. Sean and Aero. It does holes.
It's kind of what it's supposed to. And it's great, right? I know you guys love it. You love it when it gets stuck in something.
I love stuff getting stuck in other robots. You know what? I think this robot had a problem with inversion because it seemed to be ignoring the other one.
Well, yeah, that one's useless in my mind. No offense. Actually, no, every offense.
Oh my goodness!
I only cared about the Robot Wars man from the TV show, so I felt like he had absolutely had it. And I was like, oh, I'll take a pop at him.
You wanted to show him he was cooked?
Yeah, Unk is washed. I gotta let him know.
Get out of my freaking sight. Arrow!
Sean? Now, at one point I saw the judges pick up a microphone. They put it back down and they're still tallying scores, Craig, so we might have to go. Quick interview for Slamnavian.
Yes. Yes, Sam, can you tell me how to pronounce this robot's name?
It's Slamnavulin.
Slamnavulin. Why?
Well, it's the name of a whiskey, Tamnavulin, with a robot-themed pun associated with it, which never really meant to be the name of the robot. It was just a kind of like working name in the design, and then I couldn't think of any other names, and it was time to sign up for the competition, so now that's the name of the robot.
Blue square.
I don't drink whiskey anymore. I got very ill when I was 16. Next fight!
Okay.
Thank you, Craig.
All right, so 3 robots here. We have Wishbone, the Egg Beater. We have Kickflip, a vertical
Robot
spinner with
is.
large wheels.
Stand by.
And then Nothing Beats a Jet 2 Holiday,
3,
which is a
2,
lifter.
Nothing beats a Jet 2
Activate.
holiday. We are not sponsored. We are just naming the robots as they are listed.
Yeah, we can see there a big open sign where the link is at the back on Nothing Beats a Jet 2 Holiday. Arguably a weak point, I would say, though losing a wheel is probably even more detrimental.
But it does look like a sacrificial wheel. It looks like it's going to be an easy repair, and they're not out. They're still seesawing their way around. Yeah. But look at the carnage being done between Kickflip.
Yeah, Kickflip and Wishbone clearly seeing each other as the biggest threat and are going hell for leather against each other.
And I think we got a bit of an entanglement happening here. It looks like the Thing. Kind of looks stuck.
Yeah, this might be an entanglement. It depends. I don't know how it'll be called. It's hold on. In all of this going on, Wishbone wasn't moving at all. So, is this a triple KO?
We need a referee. Where's a referee?
Well,
we need
he
to
said
understand.
it himself. It's a triple KO.
Does a triple KO happen?
I mean, in theory,
okay.
You know, it can happen.
I need to find a ref. Refs.
Oh.
Was that a triple KO? It was a freeway KO.
Guys, can we see a function check?
So the referees currently are asking for a function check to see which robots are actually capable of movement.
These are some of the most technical decisions we've ever had in the history of Bristol bot builders. So, yeah. Talk me through it. What are we about to see now? This isn't going to be a fight. This is just seeing who's still mobile.
Yeah, I mean, we can just sort of see by the replay. Obviously, Wishbone and Kickflip really going against each other very aggressively. Wishbone ends up in the corner, ends up beaching Nothing Beats a Jet 2 Holiday, and then just stops moving of its own accord. So something clearly went wrong with the wheels on Wishbone.
The spinning weapon's still going.
Yeah, the spinning weapon was still going. Kickflip was sort of...
And I'm loving that camera. You can see the desperation of the Roboteers as they desperately try and get their robots to work.
Yeah.
So
every Roboteer individually was going like, oh, I can't believe I've gotten stuck in this position.
So Kickflip has passed. They're still mobile. I don't think we've seen anything from Jet 2 Holidays.
Yeah, I mean... Look,
Wishbone potentially is immobilized.
We're going to head to Craig now. He'll try to make some sense with some
good luck,
here.
Craig. You're normally the master of the chaos, so over to you.
I'm just going to pretend none of that was a problem. I'm just going to ask these people how they found that fight. How was that fight, Shaky?
That was very fun. It's a chaotic robot, but I got some really good hits in on the way to whatever that end was. I'm hopeful. Kickflip seemed to be the only one with full functionality at the end, even though it looks a little worse for wear. But we'll see what the judges come back with.
Indeed. It's such a weird and wonderful design. You reckon it's got, the win there?
I hope so. And if not, there's always more fights to come. And it's change a bit for this event. It seems to be easier to fight with, but I still won't say easy.
Well, we will see how the judges kind of deliberate on that one. Give it up for Kickflip, everyone. A fantastic machine. Harry, come on in. You lost some wheels fairly early in that fight, Harry.
Unfortunately, yes. So I guess something did beat a Jet2 holiday after all.
Everything in that fight.
Especially not even £200 for a family 4 could save my life.
I see.
The TP, the first time, it's actually the first time using this method of TPU. So I printed the walls all separately, and in comparison to other prints, it's actually held up reasonably well. There was quite a chunk round the back, and given other materials that I could have used, it's actually held up pretty decently.
The bot itself looks like it's held up really well. It's just the wheels that have kind of stopped existing.
Unfortunately, it was all I could get in the weight, and it's taken out one of my drive shafts as well.
So it's going to be a bit of a hellish repair. Have you got some spares?
I'll have to check. I think I did, but I'll have to...
Let's see what we can get back together. Give it up for Harry, everyone. And Luca, bring Wishbone on in here. It's looking a little bit worse for wear at the end of that fight. What happened?
I don't know. It just didn't want to work anymore.
I mean, fair enough. Me neither. I never want to work again.
Yeah, same. It should be fixable. Just replace the whole link mount and then see if it fixed itself.
See if you can find that electrical gremlin. Do you reckon you've got that fight?
I did move after the bell, so maybe. And then it didn't move anymore. And then it moved again.
We will see. Do the judges have a decision? Have we got anything?
Well, we've got a backlog over here, Craig.
Oh, my goodness.
So over to the judges. Oh, they're going to do them both at the same time, so I guess no? Over to you?
Right. Okay, over to me.
I'm just passing off the camera, the attention as quickly as I can.
Oh,
they have a decision.
Rob is flapping.
They have a decision. Over to Rob. Can we have them in chronological order?
Okay, so for the fight that just happened...
That's not chronological order.
Well, reverse chronological. My brain doesn't work today. We've got Wishbone on unanimous decision. For the previous fight, which was Slamavulin and Aero, which ended in a very difficult way for us to judge. Sean says perfect, I disagree, but he still got the unanimous judge's decision for Aero.
So that will mean...
Can I just say, can you win or lose your fights in more conclusive manners from now on? This is very hard.
There you go. So
That's all.
So that means that Inversion and Slam Navulan will be going to the Redemptions, as well as Nothing Beats a Jet2 Holiday and...
Nothing beats the Jet2 Holiday except other robots.
I mean, I flew here using Ryanair, so I'm not really in that.
Yeah, other airlines are available. Do we need to do that? We do have the BBC mock livery, so I guess we do have to honour some...
yeah, potentially. So
rules.
3 robots timing up here. Just first, can we get EMP, Swoop, and Gunfinger and Deja 2 multi-grab drifting to the ready table? One of the final three-way fights here. Another Shuffler, 2 kilos, horizontal spinner, Angel Slice, Chucky, a very dramatic blue lifter, and Ray, one of the most adorable robots in the competition.
Is Chucky actually a lifter? There doesn't seem to be anything... Oh, thank you for the demonstration, Chucky. Yes, they are.
Yeah, there's more I'd like to talk about with Chucky, but I'll wait until I do the Redemption fight or the round of 32 fight, because this one's going to be quick.
You think this is going to be a very... I think this is going to go to time. I don't know how Angel Slice is going to do up against these 2 robots. We might see some team tactics come into play here, and we do, both of them charging over to Angel Slice.
Yeah, both robots clearly running a horizontal config to deal with Angel Slice. So Angel Slice really going to have a 2-on-1 here. It's really got to hit hard to power through it.
And if you're up close against the arena, cover your ears, because Angel Slice is going to be doing some damage to the beautiful new paintwork.
Yeah, no, already Angel Slice upside down. That may affect where it's able to hit, but it seems to have been righted again.
And it looks like a game of catch here. Angel Slice and Ray are just passing. No, sorry, Angel Slice is getting passed between Chucky and Ray.
Yeah, I think Ray may have lost the lift there, but Chucky controlling Angel Slice here, stopping them from spinning up, trying to keep pressure on Angel Slice. Both of these wedge robots are generally very, very good driving weapons, very able to take hits, and Angel Slice is not spinning up anymore.
No, they seem to be in this pushing game, and we're now seeing the pit be enabled. I thought we would see Ray or Chucky move over to the pit button a lot sooner, but with the horizontal spinner out of action, they don't actually have to worry.
Yeah, they can take a bit more time here. Ray is clearly a little more compromised upside down. And Angel Slice, surprisingly, does have a decent amount of pushing power as a shuffler, which is not an easy thing to do.
I completely forgot that they are a shuffler. They're moving around this arena with such mobility.
Yeah.
They don't look to be hampered at all.
No, and it's great for aggression points for the judges. So they're going to keep that in mind. They're going to keep control in mind. Chucky, meanwhile, is remaining aggressive. Ray is remaining in the fight. Is going to need maybe a stroke of luck to survive, but both of the robots are close to the pit here.
For a split second there, I thought we were going to see Chucky go in, but Angel Slice is on the edge. They cannot get away.
Yeah, Angel Slice teetering on the brink and are in, and Chucky's just driven in.
Chucky taking themselves out of the fight, overexcited and upset for Ray.
Yeah, well, again, you've got to be in it to win it, and Ray was not looking that strong near the end of the fight, but by pure, endurance, has taken a win here. So you can see some of the replays going on here. I think Angel Slice, much better of the control bot than I think we were expecting. And I mean, Chucky is one of the best control bots, I think, in the UK at the moment.
High risk, high reward is pushing your opponent into the pit. So easy to walk yourselves in.
Yeah, I mean, Chucky, its greatest asset is its speed, but it also makes it very twitchy. And I think that was one of those instances where it got the move done, and there's just a tiny twitch. I think you'll see it here in a while as we are currently watching an ad.
We're interrupted by an advert for the first time. I've never seen that happen before. So if you're on the live stream, please enjoy. You're supporting the program. Surprise to us. Or is that all going to YouTube, Joe?
Yeah. Okay,
Boo to the corporations.
So we're back again. We can see here Angel Slice near the end of the fight gets beached, loses the side of drive. Chucky lines up the push, gets a quick tap in, goes for another, and then seemingly just another, and that was it. We go into Craig now for some interviews.
Angel Slice is toasty right now, Andy.
I've overbaked it a bit, I think. The weapon motor is rather sad, I think. I managed to get some good pushing in, though, after the weapon went down, but it was always going to be a case against two control bots that I was going to get ganged up on a bit and try and stop the weapon, which they did well. So fair play. That was a good fight. I had fun.
There was some really impressive pushing, given that you are running on these shuffle pods. So you've got extra weight into the disc. Did you put extra weight anywhere else?
No.
Sick.
Yeah, that's the idea. All weapon, just, full send.
But even then, it's still a great pusher. Is it going to be all right? Have you got some spare weapon motors, maybe?
I have spares. It'll go again.
Fantastic. We love to see it. Angel Slice.
When we get the chance, I love the little Ray emoji.
What? Why? Why?
I don't know, a classically snatched defeat from the jaws of victory.
Honestly, though, like, that was yours.
I know. It wasn't even just like a follow-in, was it? I kind of stopped and went, oh no, I think I'll drive straight in the pit.
You know what? I think I'll just, it looks comfy down there.
I just want more fights.
That's fair enough.
I can't think of any other reason to do something as stupid as that.
At least it's going to be ready for the next match, right? Maybe swap out the front end.
It is, and the first mini Chucky goes to the winner.
A mini Chucky being given out to the winner of that fight. Give it up, everyone, for Chucky.
Well, what about the fight slam?
Hello. Is this Ray's preferred orientation? Because I'm getting the impression it prefers to, just have its tummy tickled, right? It's like...
He shouldn't like it that way.
Alas.
Would like if I designed him better, because when he's upside down, only the back wheels touch the floor, because I'm not fantastic at building with intolerances.
It's fine. It did the thing. It outlasted the rest of them, and Ray is now in round 2. Is this going to be the Ray deep run?
Yes, I have no more tiny rays to give out, so therefore I can't lose. Therefore, I'm going to win the whole thing. So no one's going to get a Ray. It was all a plan. I trust the plan.
You heard it here first, everyone. Ray is going to win the whole thing. Give it up for Ray!
I mean, potential for a crowd favourite. The live stream chat has introduced an emoji in support of Ray. That is awesome. And Ray doing a J wasn't on my bingo card. I don't know enough about this world to understand that, but Owen, you're smiling.
Yeah, I don't quite get it.
Okay, so we over here, we don't understand. So if you could give us a bit more clarity, that would be wonderful. But entering into the arena, a beautiful new livery, I think, for Chopstick. That's a beautiful, bright purple.
Yeah, so some really interesting designs for our final three-way here. We have, well, first we have Monterey Jack, which is a chainsaw robot, has grabbing arms and a chainsaw. Very unique weapon, very nice design, very cheese-like construction, which is very appreciated. Forkhead, which is a very interesting lifter where sort of the drive pods are separate and almost the entire main chassis lifts. And then Chopsticks, which is the saw robot here. Very nasty, very deadly saw, and built by Andy Russell, who is a very, very strong competitor.
And just quickly to confirm in the chat, Wishbone received the judge's decision, so they won that round. So where are they lining up, Owen? Which robots are in which position?
Forkhead is in the red square, Monterey Jack in the
Blue
green,
square,
and
ready.
Chopsticks is in the blue
Red
square.
square,
And they are
ready.
all readied up.
So we're not expecting to see any immediate
Robot here.
knockouts, no
Stand by.
massive weapons that do that type of damage.
3,
Potentially
2,
one more of control. Let's see if this goes the full 2 minutes.
Yeah, so we can see here Chopstick is going to be very conservative with the saw, only getting it started when they get under an opponent to conserve battery power. But it's a very, very powerful saw on it there as Monterey Jack gets aggressive with the chainsaw.
And it's hard to tell if it's just debris from previous fights that's being scattered around, or if some robots are already having little pieces taken out of them. We're now seeing the yellow Monterey Jack being flung around.
And there we go, instantly damage to the grabbing arms of Monterey Jack. That saw blade is very scary on Chopsticks.
And Monterey Jack with a brilliant self-right as we see Chopsticks turn their attention over to Forkhead.
Yeah. You can see Forkhead has
Descending.
almost sort of these stoppers on the front,
Descending.
on the top panel, which I believe are designed to try to stop the saw blade from getting into contact with the main electronics of Forkhead. Very clever way of doing it.
And the live stream won't hear this. Monterey Jack is being counted out here because they're struggling. They're just pirouetting on the spot. And that's going to leave Forkhead and Chopsticks to contend with each other.
Yeah, so we can see a Forkhead remaining slippery enough to keep away from Chopsticks, but now Chopsticks getting the blade in and getting some nice cuts in there. Ooh, very nasty one.
And they're going right for the drive system there of Forkhead. They are not mucking around. They're going straight after the rubber bands. They're going straight after the mobile. But a nice little move there from Forkhead. Almost saw Chopsticks take themselves out of this competition.
Yeah, so we can see here, I mean, Forkhead, the vulnerable parts are in the middle. They don't even need it there. And yeah, a very dominating performance from Chopstick there.
So we're just looking at the arena floor. Look at the confetti that is on that floor. That, you have to assume, was all damage done by Chopsticks.
Yeah, that's just, though the blade on that thing is able to, that's all, you know, that's all part of Forkhead. It's one of those things where if you may have to think about it a bit abstractly, but that's all Forkhead all around the arena. And you can see a loose belt here as well. I mean, Forkhead remained functional. Its core electronics were protected throughout. So decent control there, but again, Chopsticks really outside of one scare near the pit.
And not to jump ahead of Craig's interviews, but Monterey Jack's saw blade is actually disentangled. That robot is in a sorry state, as I think Craig are going to be joined now for an interview.
Yes. Just while we also get Shrekking Ball and Doombot to the ready table.
Cool. Monterey Jack, what stopped it from moving? Was it just sat on its own chain?
Yeah, the chain got curled up underneath and it just got stuck on it. It was, otherwise it was working right at the end of the fight.
It's a sad way to go, that, isn't it?
It is.
But going to be ready for another redemption match?
Yeah, I've got spare chains and blades, so I can swap it out.
We love to see it. It's such a unique design. Give it up for Monterey Jack, everybody.
Fight pause.
And Forkhead.
Fight resuming in 3.
There is no fight
2,
resuming. It's
1.
a lie.
Active.
Goodness me.
Pit enabled.
Steve, this thing is a beast. It's done so well at so many events recently. How are you feeling going into that against Chopstick?
Yeah, I think Chopstick was my sort of most feared opponent, and I was just trying to avoid getting the robot written off in the first fight, really.
Do you think you've avoided getting it written off?
I think so. I've lost a belt, and that's about it. There's some like cosmetic damage, but generally it'll be fine.
So it's going to be ready for the next fight. I love. Is this a saw blade kind of armor?
Yeah, that's where the battery and most of the electronics are. And I was hoping that Chopstick would bottom out before it hits anything, but it got me from other angles. So I think it probably did a job of dissuading them from going for the top. Maybe.
I think there's a fair amount of Forkhead that's just been hoovered up. Are you going to need that back?
I think it's just dust. I think it'll be fine.
Everything's going to be okay. We love to see it. Forkhead, everybody.
That was great. Well done.
Andy, bring Chopstick in. That was pretty gosh darn good, wasn't it?
It was all right, yeah. More of that, more soaring.
And some great control bar action at the end there.
Yeah. It's good practice for driving and stuff. I mean, because it's a melee, I wasn't really expecting to get time to saw anything really, because you've always got, the press from behind. But yeah.
Got some good pins, some good saws. Feeling good about round 2?
Depends, really. I mean, I've kind of always lost against, any good kind of spinner with this robot, so we'll see how it goes. But, good start. Can't complain.
We love to see it. Chopstick, everybody.
This is also the opportunity to rotate out you guys.
Oh, yeah. I just need to go to the bathroom. He's back there now.
The next round we're going to be jumping into is our redemption round. That's the end of our 3-way round 1. So we're going to now see all of the robots from round 1 that lost round 1 fighting their way to get back into round 2. If they lose here, it is game over.
And once again, a shout out to all of the BBB team for the amazing work on the visuals we can see here.
And whilst we do have this opportunity, let's talk about some of the past competitions, because I went back and I looked at the history archives of the BBB champs, and for the past 3 years, we've had 3 different weapon types taking home the championship title. So in 2022 was End Boss as a vertical spinner. Then we had Luchador in that fantastic final in 2023. They are a grab lifting bot here today. And in 2024, last year, was Frenzy, an egg beater. So there's a real variety here, and I do wonder, with the variety of weapon types we have here today, will we see another different weapon type winning this competition?
I mean, it's a possibility. I would definitely say a few years ago, a lot of spinning weapons were very much the dominant weapon type that you would see at these competitions. And I feel like a lot of the control bots now at this stage have gotten to a point where they've just gotten more reliable, they're more durable, they're faster. And even some of the spinners now at this point, I think before a few years ago, to win an event, oftentimes you just needed a really good spinning weapon that was reliable and an okay drive system to feed it. Now, you need a good drive system to survive through a lot of these fights if anything fails. And, we're seeing more and more interesting designs clicking and working, and I think just when you're able to make your robot more durable in general, you get more opportunities to use those designs, and that's what's really helped a lot of the non-spinners to get a lot more powerful.
And I mean, let's talk about the arena as well. The arena, which I've lovingly named the circus, because it has all the bells and whistles with the lights and everything that's in there. This arena does give opportunity for those other weapon types to win. You've got the pit and the Uta zone, which I think does open up variety. I know in some competitions they don't have the Uta zone, they don't have a pit. They like to see robots battle to the death, but we've seen some underdog stories here with robots taking themselves out of the fight.
Yeah, no, I mean, I would say this arena is done in a way where the longer the fight goes on, the more of an advantage a control bot can pull back. Where at the beginning, it's outside of like the one out of the arena zone, which no one's really going near. It's very much spinner's paradise. But as the fight goes on, pit comes available, you see it there. So our judges have just arrived back, and we're going to start our redemption fights here.
Yeah, so those on the live stream, we were filling the air. There was a nice little break for everyone, a comfort break for everyone. And we're going to take this opportunity as well to say once again, hello to everyone in St. Michael's Centre. Thank you for coming down here today. I have spotted, although I can't see them now, there is some audience members who have decided to dress up a little with some antennas on their heads. They've disappeared at the perfect time to not get shouted out.
Yeah, no, we always get some really fantastic audience members at these events. Very engaged, very active, very loud. Very loud.
I mean, you need a bit more instruction there. Do you want them to cheer? Do you want them to clap? Do you want them to boo?
Let's wait until after the next few fights and see if we can get some noise from here now. So we have Speedhole Express, lost a judge's decision in the first match, as Drill Robot. And then Revron, which I think was very unlucky in the first fight.
Ready.
Fully functional, just got beached on the wall, but surely is going to hit quite hard.
Stand by.
Well, it's definitely going to be an interesting
3,
battle.
2,
Yes, Revron might go in as the favourite, but we've seen Speedhole do some fantastic stuff, and they are running themselves around, immediately showcasing their control, but the damage is immediately being done by Revron.
Yeah, I mean, the pontoons at the front don't really have anything valuable in them, so they can take a few hits, but you certainly don't want hits at the back panel and instantly eliminated.
So, not really much to talk about on that fight, but I was watching poor Speedhole Express. They were getting dissected. The armor for the wheels was getting chipped away, then they just got lifted up, and it was just a never-ending barrage of attacks from Revron. They just kept that spinning weapon in contact, it seemed non-stop, and the motor clearly had enough torque to be continuously doing damage.
Yeah, I mean, full credit to... Speedhole Express is a hard robot to get around. It's got a really good ground game. Revron was just not being beaten by it.
And that's such a shame for Speedhole Express, because I was talking to them at the start of the day, and they've rebuilt this robot. It has a stronger material, but it did not hold up. I can't wait to get the damage under the camera with Craig as we go over to Craig now.
Yes, indeed. And can we also get Galahad and Icebreaker to the redemption table?
So very quickly here with Revron, the winner of that fight. It was a little bit more like what you wanted from it, I'm guessing?
Yeah, the big one was doing what the little one does, which is good, and it wasn't getting stuck on the arena, which the little one does, but less often.
So explain that. This is a scaled-up version of a smaller robot?
Yeah, so I run a 150-gram robot that is pretty much a perfect scale of this, or as close to it as I could possibly get. So I took the dimensions of the smaller one, and based on the motor, then scaled everything to just about get it to be perfect. It's a tiny bit shorter, so it makes weight, but other than that, they handle like really similarly.
That's very impressive. Which weight class do you prefer? Which weight class do you recommend people to get into?
So I love weights for starting out because they're really cheap. You get to try loads of cool different things. You guys run some really cool events as well. Had a lot of fun in the weight arena. And the Beetleweights are just great, but it's a lot more work. Like I've spent the entire last week just trying to get this thing ready, whereas an ant you can kind of do in a day.
Well, it's been working incredibly so far, apart from the fork incident that we won't mention. And I'm looking forward to seeing it back in round 2. Revron, everybody. And Speedhole Express, that's a sad way to go out.
Ow.
My goodness.
That was, yeah, that's a strong spinner.
Would it have kept fighting if it didn't land in the outer zone?
Kind of. It wouldn't have been able to spin the weapon motor just because this little brushless lead extender got pulled out. If it hadn't been pulled out, it would maybe half work because it has been mostly severed. Other than that, it is barely cosmetic damage.
Are we going to see it for maybe some whiteboards later?
I'll try.
Well, we love to see it. I loved that hole it put in the top of the bot earlier, so sorry to see you go, but everyone give it up for Speedhole Express.
Unfortunately, it had a kind of bum drive motor going in, which was why it was kind of swerving all over the place, didn't have an awful lot of control, but them's the brakes.
Them's the brakes indeed. We'll catch you later.
If I remember correctly, I remember they got knocked into the arena, and it was a KO, they lost by KO.
Fair enough. So we've just armed up, and we are ready for our next redemption fight. We have
We really should stress that this is the sad part of the day now, because we are going to be saying goodbye to robots. They are going to be properly knocked out.
Yeah, I mean, you never want to see a robot go
Green
0-2
square,
in these
ready.
competitions, but just as of the nature of the
Yellow
competition,
square,
this is what
ready.
happens.
So over the pit, we have Debris, and in the green zone, we have Photon. We are ready when you are, Gareth.
Robot ears, stand by.
So a hammer saw versus
3,
a drum
2,
spinner, or an egg
1.
beater.
Activate.
So Debris instantly getting up to speed, flipping themselves over and going for a ride. But you can see the front of Photon has taken massive damage there.
Yeah, Photon looks to be a little bit twisted almost. It's hard to say what's wrong with them. They seem to have their forks up, and they ram themselves out of the arena.
Yeah, I mean, Debris definitely making up for lost time from its first fight. Was not a boring match there. Really only landed 2 hits. But, I mean, you can see the monstrous hit here at the beginning.
If you weren't watching, if you didn't see, I think Photon just managed to... I don't know if Debris has the forks that were able, but it almost looked like Photon got on top of Debris, and the egg beater of Debris just lifted them up and over.
Ramped them up, yeah. I mean, that's, again, the danger when your robots are so close to that out of the arena zone. Yeah, definitely faster than I think we would have expected. Photon did seem to gain a bit of control there, but, you know, that's it. Fight's done. Debris has made it true. So we'll be going to some interviews here in a moment to stay on ARM. Thank you very much for the water. And just, can we also get AgroWabba and Home Improvement to the ready table? There we go.
I'm just reading through the live stream now. Once again, thank you everyone on the live stream for joining us. If you're putting this on just as a podcast, then hopefully we're being informative enough of what's going on. Craig providing the chaotic interviews as always, just waiting for his next victim, shall I say?
Yeah, no, he's doing squats, getting ready, you know, hard work. Yeah, no,
Come over here and do your talking over here. Don't talk to each other off camera. That's not very good content. So, Debris. That worked pretty well.
That was much better than last time. Not quite a roofing, but we got him into the out of zone, so all good.
You feeling good about taking it into the next round now?
I'm feeling gooder.
I hate that. Spoilers, I really hate cheese. What's your take on that statement?
Well, we like it, so...
That's what matters. We're going to love seeing Debris later on doing some more big hits, I hope.
Hopefully. Well, that is the plan.
Amazing. Give it up for Debris, everybody. And Photon, you told me at the end of last fight that it was going to the tip. Is it going to the tip now?
Photon is back. Look, Photon is fine. Little repair there. Job done. All I've actually had to do is pop a wood screw on the front. We were stood at the beginning going, we're not quite sure what's going to happen when we hit. When those forks meet the beater, we now know. The first time, twist it a bit. The second time, straight in the pit.
It's an unfortunate way to go out, and it looks like at least the
I'll take it up with the live stream later as we get ready for the next fight.
Yeah, so we have EMB and Swoop competing to stay in the competition here. Very different form factors. Basically, for both of these robots. Just bouncing around.
So Swoop immediately out of control. Last fight they lost the wheel. Let's see if they can keep the wheels on their wagon this time. And look at that driver up there.
Swoop is a hard robot to try to fight because it can sort of hit everywhere, including parts you wouldn't normally expect to hit from, which is going to be a cause for concern for EMP.
Oh, now we see some proper damage get done against EMP. And I think they maneuvered themselves into that position. But hang on, Swoop isn't moving either.
Yeah, they're proving they're able to move. EMP trying herself right, but just doesn't have the energy.
So Swoop have got their weapon up to full power, and they're just waiting for the count out, which eventually came.
Yeah, Yeah, I mean, decent job from EMP, trying to keep Swoop under pressure, but again, just able to land some really, really nasty shots there, and EMP just having no real response to it, unfortunately. So hopefully we can see a replay at some point. We can look at some of the damage here.
I mean, so from my memory, though, we had Swoop out of control, just moving themselves around. And from my point of view, it was EMP that maneuvered themselves into the killing blow.
Yeah, but again, it's like EMP, they're trying to control Swoop, and because of how it's very hard to drive around it, even driving under it is a problem, because if you keep driving under it, eventually you'll just hit the spinner again.
And I guess from EMP's point of view, they kind of just want to wait for Swoop to do the damage to themselves. I mean, that type of robot, it's so easy for them to knock themselves out.
Completely, yeah. So, yeah, I mean, like Swoop, I think definitely had more to show for itself after its first fight, and the wheel's looking a little more reliable. And I mean, we can see here the weapon, when it is hitting, it is quite nasty. So, just very quickly, could we get Sunstroke and Hard Nips to the ready table?
Well, and let's just look at the lineups that are about to come. Are there any lineups you're really interested in watching?
I'll have to see here. I mean, there's definitely a few names you wouldn't normally expect to see down here at this stage. Shrekking Ball, Icebreaker is a big shock to see. A lot of robots that had sort of difficult first fights, but there's a lot of very deadly stuff still in this part of the bracket.
I mean, Icebreaker versus Galahad, that's going to be really intriguing. Again, like you said, two robots you don't expect to see in the Redemptions.
Yeah, no, Galahad was fighting very well earlier on, and Icebreaker, I think, just part of it was luck of the draw, I think. I mean, it did lose in the end. Ultimately, competing there. We're just seeing a rather interesting...
So for the audience members, this is not under control. This is just going crazy. And that is Gareth showing his years of experience in this competition.
Yeah, using the BBB protection gloves to stop the robot from doing anything deadly.
And we should clarify, before competitions, before you're allowed into the arena, there are a lot of safety checks that take place before the robots can even compete.
Yeah, so these robots are designed to what is known as fail-safe. So if the robot loses signal, then if it loses signal with the transmitter, then the robot will just stop moving completely. So that seemed to be the opposite of a fail-safe. And it's funny to see when it's a control bot and you can get the big gloves out. But if you've suddenly got a spinning weapon that's spinning up and can't spin down and can't control where it's moving, then that's a safety hazard. That's basically the only safe thing you can do is just let it run out of battery, which is, for many reasons, not preferable here. So they're very, very strict about fail-safing or arming up. It seems that it may have just been a temporary glitch, and Deja 2 has fixed it as they are arming up for the fight.
So just reading the comments there. Gareth, you're getting a lot of compliments for a very brave grab there. Very nicely done. And as it's been lovingly put in the chat, a fail spin as opposed to a fail safe.
Yeah. Now, it might have, instead of been a fail spin, it may have just been an issue with binding with the transmitter, where sometimes it just doesn't work. I've found some of my robots where sometimes I'll turn them on, and one side will click on, and then the other one will take like 30 seconds to arm up, which is never fun, I'll be honest. So, 2 control bots in the arena here now. We have Gunfinger, which I think took quite a beating in its first fight. Quite a bit of damage had to be repaired. And then Deja 2, who, from memory, was knocked out of the arena. So far less damage, I would say, from what I could see. Or maybe it was either knocked out or was a power connection or a link. I think it was a link, actually, that came out. But both are looking in pretty reasonable
Red
condition
square,
for this fight.
blue square, ready.
So Gunfinger in the blue zone,
Robot
Deja 2
stand by.
in the red. And as you mentioned, expect this to go the full 2 minutes, but the pit button is there and the Uta zone, so let's see as they lock horns and the first flip is made.
Yeah, so damage, control rather than damage. We can see here Gunfinger, a little slow to self-right, but does. And Deja 2, clearly with a lot of torque on that lifter, able to get some very nice grabs. I say that, it seems to be stalling or clicking there at the moment.
And we've got a proper grab now, though. They found a nice little chink in the armour, and they are actually just holding on, manoeuvring around. We can see the pit button is just about to enable now.
Yeah, so we'll see. I mean, it's very much a game of the ground game, but also pushing forces here. I think Nature 2 is just missing that last little bit of torque. It's very hard to get a good, reliable grab and lift because of how the levering forces work. But even with that said, Deja 2 is still keeping a good amount of control there. Gunfinger, though, is starting to gain some points here.
But their flipper, to me, it looks very tame. We've seen some very powerful flippers. I'm not sure Gunfinger has that style of flipper.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. I would say you have flippers and you have lifters. Gunfinger, much more of a flipper, but you can still achieve quite a bit with a good flipper. And we can see here, again, remaining more aggressive, and certainly, I'd say outside of the first impact, Gunfinger has been the one landing the most flips here. As I say that, Deja 2 has just flipped him again. Again, Deja 2 not able to quite get a grab and lift, but able to get lifts and able to get grabs separately. That's still valuable if it goes to a judge's decision here.
Which we are counting down, 20 seconds left in this fight, and they are back and forth. Neither Roboteer opting for the button, so I think they want this to go the full way. They're happy for a judge's decision.
Yeah, no, it's a proper scrap. A lot to think about for the judges here.
9, 8,
both robots
7,
providing
6,
aggression, control.
5,
no damage
4,
to be seen here,
3,
but
2,
this will
1.
likely take a while to determine who the winner is. Decent fight.
So it might not have been pretty in terms of the pirouetting and the locking of horns, but that definitely was a stalemate, you have to say. You know, two equally matched robots.
Yeah, I mean, it was, I would say Deja 2, on average, was winning the ground game, but they were never able to really get a good, I think maybe once, like a good grab. No, sorry, they got a few good grabs. They got one or two good lifts, but it was only really able to toss Gunfinger up going by the front. So we'll be going to interviews here now while we load up our next one.
Yeah, we've interchanged Craig for an ever handsome and lovely Sam.
Who was completely
you're too
unbiased.
kind, Gav. You're too kind. Stu, how would you find that fight? I mean, it's a bit of a case of the immovable force meets the irresistible object, if you like.
Irresistible. I hope I'm the irresistible one there, but great tactical battle. I got a few flips in. Whatever happens, I'm happy. It's been great fun. So, yeah, I'm good.
I mean, as you said, you managed to get some lift in, and also, I know you've had issues with self-righting with Gunfinger as well in the past. Managed to self-right a couple of times as well, so it's, again, things being ticked off.
It's typical, isn't it? It's going to be the last fight for Gunfinger, and everything's working now, so it might come back, who knows, but I'm very happy. I'm very happy. Whatever the result, I'm very happy.
Let's bring Tom in as well. Let's bring over, or Thomas, bring in Deja 2. What happened with your lifter? Because it wasn't as happy as it was towards the end of the fight. It started to come back and started working as intended. But at the start, you know, you got one flip off and then it just kind of stopped. What happened, do you think?
Yeah, so what I think's happened, there's a clutch in the lifting mechanism that protects it from
Blue
impact.
square, ready.
So I think that's just slipping.
Red
so
square,
it can actuate,
ready.
but it can't lift.
Well, we're going to go to the next fight, but thank you very much. Round of applause, please, to Gunfinger and Deja 2. We'll get the decision in a bit.
Okay.
Robot here.
Just very quickly,
Stand
we'll get
by.
Fig Roll and Inversion, Corruption and Monetary Dax
3,
ready table. Here we have Doombot and
1.
Trekking Ball.
Activate.
So Shrekking Ball, we know they can do a lot of damage, and I just don't know what Doombot. I don't know what their game plan is going into this. Avoid the damage, maybe count the 30 seconds so that the pit button is live.
Yeah, something like that. Doombot's going to try to get around to the sides where the spinner can't hit. Trekking Ball is just going to likely hit them into the out of the arena zone and then eliminate itself. But fortunately for this fight, it has survived.
Yeah, the countdown's already done. Poor Doombot, they hovered around that pit button for far too long, and we mentioned it earlier in the broadcast. I was going to call it a broadcast. That's maybe hyping up ourselves a bit too much. But
Well,
earlier in the day,
you know, in the
it does have BBB champs. Anyway, we did say that, you know, that pit button, you want to press it if you're a control bot, but it is a danger zone because you can, what we just saw, get flipped out.
Yeah, no, exactly. So, yeah, bit unfortunate for Doombot. Certainly a bit of a relief that there was no major damage, but I would say, for a Shrekking Ball, these robots are very good. May have seen a weakness in Shrekking Ball there at the end, a point where it can get stuck, but for this fight, didn't really matter. So, yeah, we're going to start going interviewing now.
So
Apologies, but very quickly, can we just have a judge's decision very quickly to get off first?
So we have a result for the Gunfinger and Deja 2 fight. We have our first split decision. So the winner by split decision is Deja 2.
There you go, by a hair. Deja 2 goes through. We go to Craig now for some interviews.
Fantastic. I am down here with Sam and Shrekking Ball. That was what it was designed to do.
Yeah, I couldn't really bite it because it's all just sort of soft plastic. So I was like, I'll just try and shove it over the wall, and it did. So
it eventually went over. It put up some resistance.
It did. It was driving around because I'm not used to driving this. It's really fast, and it took a sort of couple of seconds to get used to it. But yeah, it's all right.
But yeah, back in the tournament, back ready for round 2.
Yay!
Yay! Join us in the joy and celebrate Shrekking Ball's victory. Best of luck for Sam. And Doombot. Hello. That was a fight.
It was a fight. Getting it repaired for this fight was a bit of a nightmare because we brought spare wheels, but they were a different size, and they also had no grippy stuff on them. So we had to put a wheelie bar back there so it wouldn't wheelie. So we had no grip at all. Trying to get around to the side without grip is very difficult.
Well, congrats for getting it back together, and we hope to see you in some whiteboards later. Doombot!
In the blue zone, once again, we have Icebreaker and Galahad in the red zone. This is going to be a great fight to watch. Two very equally matched robots and roboteers, it has to be said.
Yeah, so it'll all be about who wins the initial ground game, but I don't think there's a ground game to consistently win here. Both of them very stout, very stocky machines. So
I'm quite surprised they're willing to go head-to-head with their vertical spinners, and so close to their own zone! Icebreaker gets the win!
Yeah, I mean, Icebreaker had a mission there, win the fight as little damage as possible. Arguably, Galahad did the same thing. I think that was a very close fight. But again, great drive power with Icebreaker, was aggressive, and yeah, Galahad, I think Galahad is a really, really good machine to have had the record that it's had at this competition. And I think that's just sometimes what you have at these events, where sometimes you'll be dominating and then other times you can just go 0-2 like this.
I'm just watching the replay because that was over so quickly. A great push there by Icebreaker, and the spinning disc. Obviously, these vertical spinners, they are orientated so that the spinning weapon lifts their opponent and pushes their robot into the ground, which gives them more stability.
Yeah.
Craig, I think Icebreaker making their way over.
Yeah.
Let's get the Roboteer's viewpoint.
And very quickly, can we get Cop Out and Angel Slice? Can we get Snam Navulin and Mo Problems? And then Kickflip and Sir Lancerfrog to the ready table.
Okay, I am here with Icebreaker. I missed that fight because I was trying to find Dom to give his wallet back to him. Tell me about that fight.
It was very quick. I wasn't expecting it to end so quickly. I think I got a lucky push up against the outer zone and he just fell over. So.
Because Galahad has been quite a scary opponent. Were you worried going in there?
Yeah, any vert with forks, so I'm going to be nervous for, but yeah.
But it's a tank Icebreaker, right? It can take a lot of beating.
Yeah, that's its main strength, I think. So I wasn't too worried about stopping, but it can deal some damage, I think. So.
Well, we're going to see more of Icebreaker later on in the tournament. Well done on making it back in.
There we go. So yeah, so we're just going to be loading in our next fight here. We have Agrawaba. Rebuilt axe presumably is working now after the first fight, and then we have Home Improvement, which I'm trying to remember. I think was knocked in the pit in the first fight. I want to say
their weapon was disengaged, and then they kind of just got unceremoniously hit out of the competition.
Yes, I remember. So both robots with something to prove. Both very nice aesthetics, it has to be said. Like Home Improvement, obviously paying homage to the classic Tim Allen 90s show.
Yep.
And then, of course, Agrawaba paying tribute to Undertale, I believe, for the 10th anniversary of the game. So a huge amount of visual references can be seen on the design all over it there. definitely try to find the photographs afterwards if you can.
Yeah, and in case you haven't clocked it, Home Improvement spinning weapon is a saw, shaped in the style of a saw, and we're seeing Agrawobba's shield there doing a great job to protect him against that spinning vertical.
Yeah, so again, the game for Agrawobba, just do not let that spinner get under you and land a hit. Home Improvement losing a little bit of its 3D printed parts once again. That might hurt it if it gets knocked over to the side.
And Home Improvement has to be careful here because they can't hit the arena wall too much. They've proven their weapon is a little bit delicate with that first fight.
Yeah.
So Agrawobba, they're going to be doing a great job to outmaneuver Home Improvement.
Yeah, they've done well, but one of the forks has become damaged, and the more damage you have on your ground game, the harder it becomes to then win the ground game continuing. Agrawobba remaining aggressive, landing hits. Home Improvement still in this one, though.
Well, I don't know if you saw that. Agrawobba's axe came down, and on the lift up, it lifted off that plastic piece from Home Improvement. It was almost surgically done.
Yeah, so very nice damage there, certainly.
So quite controlled, and as we can see, Agrawobba doing everything to get to the side of Home Improvement. Home Improvement, though, proving to be more durable as they get ever closer to the pit.
No, very, very close moment for both robots, both surviving. Agrawobba got the pit successfully, has not been kicked out of the arena, and Home Improvement finally landing a big whack or two, and
that might even be the killing blow. Agrawobba, the wheels are spinning, but the weapon cannot help itself self-right.
Yeah, no, the weapon does not seem to be able to survive here. A valiant effort from Agrawobba, has to be said. Really, really good attempt, but Home Improvement.
What a brilliant fight, and the audience are now finally getting into this. A big cheer came from the audience, a round of applause.
Yeah.
So, Home Improvement, they've redeemed themselves. They're back into this.
Yeah, no, I mean, the weapon was continued to work throughout. Certainly, it wasn't winning the ground game the majority of the time, which might be a weakness later on, but it was winning it enough. There you see the pitting that nearly knocked out both of them. But both robots have survived, and it's a remarkable attempt. We're going to go to Craig for some interviews here now. Just very quickly, can we get Corruption and Monterey Jack to the ready table, as well as Chucky and Bilbo Bagbot 2?
Cool, I am down here with both Agrawobba and Home Improvement. Home Improvement taking the win there. That's got to feel good after last round.
I literally, the motor holder for the spinner, I had to make by hand out of HDPE because I'm not using the TPU anymore. So I literally had to make that. And I was so pleased it actually worked.
It definitely held up, and kept it going and delivered that final blow. How did you feel the rest of the fight went?
The drive is suffering a little bit. It's not doing exactly what I want, but hopefully I can keep that under control.
Well, best of luck in the future rounds. Home Improvement, everybody.
And you're very good at bringing in the audience as well, of course, and the audience in the comments.
And Agrawobba. That was you were driving that very well, David.
It was very close in the pit there for a moment, but yeah, it was a good fight. I think just the weapon's gone again, so it is what it is. It's probably the last run of this version, and I'll make it proper so it actually can axe things for a full fight. But yeah, well.
It was amazing to see, and really lovely to see you absolutely going for it, shoving him around the box. Are we going to see it for maybe some whiteboards later?
Yeah, I'll see what's going on with the gearbox, but it'll definitely be in for another fight today.
Amazing. Well, the crowd love it. It's Agrawobba, everybody.
There we go. Agrawobba with a very determined fight there, has to be said.
So I just want to make sure Roboteers are up and ready. Our upcoming fights is Fig Roll versus Inversion. Then we've got Cop Out versus Angel Slice, Slam Nuvian versus Mo Problems, and Kickflip versus Sir Lancer Frog. If you are not on the ready tables, you're in trouble. You need to make your way up here ASAP. As we have once again loaded. These fights come thick and fast. There is not really a break in the day.
No. So we have Hard Nips, the Crusher, which I think got very unfortunate in its first fight. Was almost disemboweled. Sunstroke had one of the best first round fights. The weapon was working pretty reliably. It was good, decent control. Very close loss in the end.
I mean, this is an interesting battle because if Hard Nips does get a hold, I mean, to me, Sunstroke doesn't actually look that durable up against a crushing weapon. Yeah, so let's see what happens.
Yeah, it all depends on where it lands. Instantly, though, Hard Nips has taken a whack to the back again. And again, just not able to drive in a straight line, unfortunately.
Well, we can see there the circuitry is exposed. That's like the organs of a robot. And it is disgusting what has just happened there. They've de-gutted Hard Nip. Sunstroke is your winner.
Yeah, that was a proper disembowelment at the end. I think there are some hits where you can tell it's doing damage to the armor, and then there are some hits where it's doing damage to a lot of very intricate, very expensive electronics. And yeah, you could just see, it just seemed like Hard Nips was struggling with drive before the fight started. So it may have just been ground clearance, may have been like a motor problem, but Sunstroke had zero hesitation there and a very decisive win.
I mean, zero hesitation, but they didn't do as much damage as they could have done. They could have non-stop, repeatedly gone into Hard Nips, but they were being very respectable, I would have to say.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, there's different levels of respect you can have in the Roboteer's conduct. Generally, if someone's not moving, you leave them. I think Sunstroke was sporting enough in there. It landed a killing blow and it knew that it did it. We're going to go to Craig and hear a bit more about that.
So I'm here with Mark and Sunstroke. That was pretty good.
I've never done that to a robot before, and I think I want to do more.
You've had a taste for blood, and now...
I think he got a bit hot under the collar.
Well, it was an absolutely dominant performance. Have you got anything to repair after that?
No, just a quick charge up of the batteries, and she's good to go again.
Amazing. Well, it's such a unique design. We're going to love seeing it later on in the competition. Give it up for Sunstroke, everybody.
Spin to twin.
Harry. I hope you don't mind me saying, but I don't think your nips were hard enough.
No, it was buttery.
Buttery, but absolutely buttery. Can we make it harder for next time?
Always. Maybe.
Always, maybe. It's always the promises with you, isn't it?
No.
I love this robot, and I'm so sad it hasn't been able to do the thing. Is it repairable? Can you get it ready for a whiteboard, maybe?
Maybe no. That's done. That's done.
It's done for the day. Well, it's one of the most beautiful robots here. Can we all give it up for Hard Nips?
It's so easy to forget that the Roboteers are putting in their own money, their own blood, sweat, and tears into these robots, and to see it get destroyed in such a fashion, it's quite heartbreaking at times. I mean, you're a Roboteer, Owen. You've had the experience of that.
Yeah, no, you'll definitely have some fights where you will feel the pain going on in the arena. That was definitely one of them. But I mean, Harry T is a great builder. He'll come up back with something again at some point, and yeah, all dues, fair play.
So we've now got Fig Roll versus Inversion. Inversion over to the blue side, Fig Roll over to the red. I've never had a Fig Roll in my life.
Red square.
Fig Roll has really shown that
ready.
the color difference between a biscuit and flesh
Robot
is
here.
very,
Stand
very
by.
small. So we've been able
That's
to
quite
see
an unnerving fort.
One.
I think we'll stay focused on the action in the arena than diving any deeper into that fort. And immediately we've got a little lift there from Inversion. Fig Roll not quite getting underneath with their ramp.
Yeah, so Fig Roll with a spring flipper, and it was not able to work in the first fight. It seems to at least be armed and ready for this fight. But again, Inversion, once again, can be meticulous in its control.
And they're doing a great job with this lift. We've seen that too many times now. Roboteers just driving their robot over their competitor into the Uta zone. And Inversion beautifully controlled.
Inversion was interesting. It got Fig Roll into the Uta zone without having the lifter, really the lifter at all. You can see it, it's almost using the lifter to pin Fig Roll. So you can see here, makes a grab. Fig Roll obviously very well driven. He's clearly speedy, clearly nippy. And then just Inversion drags Fig Roll up, then holds it, clamps it.
Remaneuvers itself, doesn't
Yeah.
it? Repositions themselves.
And this is again why Inversion, this is one of the best drivers in the competition in Will Thomas, and that fight was a very clear example of that.
Well, let's go over to Craig with Thomas now.
Well, could we also get Frenzy, Rotivator, and Exposure to the ready table?
So I'm here with Inversion. Yeah, as you say, Will, that was more like it.
Yeah, I like those sort of fights where you can actually do something as opposed to just sit on someone's forks and be hit. But
he says, nodding at Sean.
But yeah, no, it's nice to see it actually work. So whatever happens now, it's done what it's meant to. It can get wrecked in the next round and it's all fine.
Well, we will see. There's a lot of scary opponents up ahead. And how are you feeling about that? Is it holding up all right?
Barely. The spinners have moved on so much. This is very old school tech in here. So it might be the last one before I have to rejoin the spinner gang for next year.
Well-driven old tech still has a place in this sport, in my opinion. So let's give it up, everyone, for Inversion. Rob, it's so fleshy. Why? It's
biscuit coloured.
It's okay. Crowd, can you please give me a cheer if you think this is biscuit coloured? You're the only one cheering, Rob.
Is a fig roll a biscuit?
It's the fleshiest biscuit I've ever seen. I never want to say those combination of words again. Please buy better filament.
I mean, it works really well because it generally takes damage quite well, what with being TPU and all. Although it turns out building a revolutionary new weapon mechanism doesn't work.
It needs a few more revolutions before it's battle ready.
Yes.
Can we see this again next year, please? But with more, but less flesh, but like more weapon.
Okay, I'll try.
Cool, we love to see it. Fig roll!
I think that robot needs some capsules with red-coloured substance underneath it, just so we can truly get a gory experience. I don't need to clean the arena. I leave that to the BBB crew.
Yeah, no, I mean, I will say in Fig Roll's defense, making a spring flipper is a very, very hard thing to do. And, fair play to Rob for the work that he has put into that. So we're going to arm up here now. We have Cop Out and Angel Slice. So Cop Out a little singled out in its first fight. Angel Slice, one of the closer losses, I think it has to be said.
Very unfortunate, really unfortunate for Angel Slice. Even when their weapon was disabled, they were still maneuvering beautifully around the arena. So the Roboteer is performing well. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, so we can see here Angel Slice slow, getting up to speed a little, but Cop Out trying to keep the pressure on. Angel Slice, maybe a little sluggish with the spinner. Certainly spinning, but doesn't seem to be getting up to full speed quite like before.
And Cop Out doing a great job there to stay on the rear side of Angel Slice. They do not want to go anywhere near that spinning weapon. And as you mentioned, Angel Slice's spinning disc is not getting up to speed.
Yeah. Now, Angel Slice can still function as a control bot. It does have the advantage of the forks at the back. And Cop Out can't really afford to run forks because of the undercutter of Angel Slice. Very clever designing by Andy there.
So we're seeing the shuffle bot of Angel Slice with their forks managing to get underneath Cop Out, and I think that counts as a little mini pit.
It does indeed, yeah. So Angel Slice clearly not fighting at 100%, but they have a strategy. And this is one of the things, sometimes you can win these fights in the building phase, the designing phase. Although that was a very close shove from Cop Out there.
Yeah, Cop Out really now, they're coming into their own. 1 minute has gone of this fight. But the extra weight there for Angel Slice, they are a heavier robot. That's going to be harder for Cop Out.
Yeah, no, it is. It certainly is. And Cop Out has to first get under Angel Slice and then try to maneuver them. Although, that potentially could have been something, but Angel Slice got the way.
It was definitely a nice little lift, a nice showcase of what they could do. Oh, Cop Out so close, and it is so easy. With their speed, Cop Out can throw themselves into the pit as they get ever closer once again.
Yeah, it's so easy to get jumpy when you're next to that pit because every single movement of that, millimeters on a control stick, and that can be the difference between you just jumping into the pit or carefully moving around.
So Angel Slice don't quite have that acceleration to worry about. They're not that fast as a robot, but they do have the weight. So the pushing battle has actually been very close. We're into the final 10 seconds.
Yeah, so this one will go to the judges. Definitely not an easy one to call for the judges. But I think after the first 10 seconds, I think closer than we were expecting.
I'm going to ask you to see if you can decide a winner, Owen.
It's difficult to say. I would say, again, I'm no judge at this stage. I'm looking at the fights in a slightly different way. But from what I was able to see, I think Angel Slice was generally... It had a plan, I think, that it was using a bit more effectively. And Cop Out in the head-to-heads, Angel Slice was usually able to come out on top. Cop Out could get around and could use the lifter, but they never got Angel Slice upside down, for example, which is something you would hope to see. Now, Angel Slice not having the weapon, that will go against them. But I think because of the fact the weapon, it's hard to say if the weapon not going down mid-fight would affect them as opposed to the weapon just being gone to the start of the fight. Tough one to call. Just while we're looking at that, just if we can get Autonomous, Abracadabra, and Fatal Deviation to the ready table. Once again, we have Slam, Nevulan, Mo Problems, Kickflip, Sir Lancefrog, Chucky, Bilbo Bagbot 2, Forkhead, and Luchador coming up soon enough. I'm just going to throw you now to Craig for some interviews. Just going to run to Blue again.
I asked them to work out who was going to come in first, and they refused. So we've got both Cop Out and Angel Slice down here. How do you guys feel that fight went? How are the judges going to deal with that?
I just feel sick.
Great. Please not here.
Yeah, I mean, it's lucky that his weapon seemed to die halfway through the fight, but in speedy repairs, I got my drive motors the wrong way around and had to last minute flip the drive. So forward was forwards and backwards was backwards, but right was left and left was right.
Good. Well, good driving nonetheless. I mean, dealing with that. Andy, how did you feel? Very quickly, it looks like we're about to jump into the next match.
Red square, ready.
It just doesn't work. It works on the bench. It just doesn't work in the arena.
Some great pins, though. We'll see how the judges take that. Congratulations to you both on that great fight.
So this is going to be an interesting lineup. We have No Problems in the dark corner where there's no light. Sorry, Gareth. And then we have Slamnovian in the other opposite corner. And up to speed, that weapon disc. Look at it grinding away in the arena floor. Beautifully painted for this competition. It's going to be showing some scars at the end of today.
Yeah, no, these are the events where certainly the painters do not like robots like No Problems. But it can be quite dramatic, quite splendid when it's actually working. And you can see here, oh, nasty shot nearly out in the arena there.
So that is No Problems doing a big hit up against Slamnovian. That's the ramp, the guard of Slamnovian is now gone.
Yeah, that's the part that's meant to take the hits. It did take the hit, one, and now it's gone. Difficult move for now, difficult strategy. Now, what does Slamnovian do when going against Mo Problems?
Well, I don't think the strategy changes for Slamnovian. Are we seeing a tap out? I think we did. I'm not quite sure.
I believe so. I mean, I think understandable in a sense because at this stage, when the front is ripped off, a lot of the electronics internals are exposed, and really it would just take one hit to get that knocked out. Very hard for Slam to really engage with Mo Problems without taking a hit. So, a bit cautious. We can see here the fighter instantly was knocked over. And I think that was a bit of a disadvantage already. So the effectiveness of the wedge was weakened or dulled to a degree.
I mean, I would have liked to have seen that fight continue. I mean, I understand as a roboteer, you feel a bit powerless up against that spinning weapon, but we're watching Mo Problems now, and they're not always in control of their robot. And with the pit button coming into play, I think there were opportunities for them to still have a chance.
I think it was, it's never impossible to lose at these fights. I mean, you can see some of the whacks that Slam did take. It was clearly lost a wheel at that stage. I don't know. It's one of those things where it's very easy to become the hero and to survive. It's also very easy to take one hit where everything is written off, the LiPo battery's on fire. At the very least, in theory, Slam can now survive to a judges.
But give the people what they want, Owen. Let's go over to Craig now with both roboteers.
So I'm here first with Rob and Mo Problems. That was a good performance.
Yeah, I think it was pretty similar to the first performance. I just, the coin landed on heads and I didn't flip out this time,
In a lot of ways, I imagine something like that is quite almost a nightmare to face because it'll just keep going.
Pretty much, yeah. Are you talking about Sam's?
Yeah.
No, it did, to be fair. And the only reason we stopped was because Sam, the electronics were exposed and Sam thought that was that, which is a fair play to him,
Yeah, it's such a weird thing to have to deal with. And with a robot like this, when any hit can send you out over the wall, it's got to be a little bit of a worry.
I kept having to throttle down whenever it was like up on its weapon, and at that point it engages with the floor, and it's anyone's guess where it's going to go.
Well, it was a great performance. I'm looking forward to seeing it in the next round. Mo problems, everybody. And I've already forgotten how to pronounce it. It's fine. It's looking sad.
It's looking a little bit sad, yeah. I'm calling this a learning experience.
What's the takeaway? Please give me your feedback.
I need to attach this bit better.
Right, yeah. So that bit's meant to be on there.
Yeah, this is actually supposed to stay on the robot for the whole fight.
Oh, cool. Yeah, that didn't happen.
No, it was a great tactic, but unfortunately I failed to execute it.
Well, we love to see it. Is it going to be in some whiteboards later?
Maybe.
Maybe. Slam level in, everybody.
I think we're seeing a bit too many maybes, and yes, thank you, Rob, for reminding me. Over to the judges for a decision.
Yes, we have a very close decision between Angel Slice and Cop Out. And by 1 point on a split decision, the decision went to Cop Out.
There we go.
Sorry, Angel Slice, sorry.
To confirm, Angel Slice is the winner. They have been redeemed. So Angel Slice will be back in the competition as we are ready with some more robots. The pressure clearly getting to Ryan, bless him. Right, over to this fight.
Don't let it go to the judges.
We have Kickflip in the blue zone and Sir Lancerfrog in what would be the red. And Sir Lancerfrog immediately putting it forward. They're lifting ramp.
Yeah, I think just trying to stop Kickflip. If they drive under Kickflip, then their weapon will come into contact. So keeping the lifter up, trying to stop, basically trying to catch the back of Kickflip, keeping the weapon away. Doing okay so far, nearly.
That was so close, but they just skirted away. And you're absolutely right. That is Sir Lancerfrog's strategy through and through. Use that exposable arm as a distance setter so that the weapon of Kickflip can't do the damage.
Yeah, it's a keep away stick. Use Kickflip's own energy to stop itself. And Kickflip is clearly...
And it's the thing! It's done the thing!
I have to say, I was not expecting Lancerfrog to win this one. But that was a remarkable display of driving, and again, really, really good job. Let's give it up for Sir Lancerfrog.
So for those not as familiar with the roboteering world, there is an unfortunate position called the Thing, which is from which a robot cannot self-right itself. And honestly, you look at the design of Kickflip and you just can't imagine it ever getting stuck.
Yeah, it seems like it should be able to rock down, but I think maybe it just needs a bit of momentum to start off with. Again, a bit of a difficult one, but I have to say, I think Lancerfrog, not unscathed from that fight, but came in with a strategy, and just even the driving, just Kickflip was never able to get a truly clean hit in.
And there are some robots that, you know, elicit a almost primal response from the audience, and the live chat is immediately chanting the frog chant. So Nick, you do have supporters online. We're going over to Craig. Let's see what happened to Kickflip.
So I missed this fight and got the roundup from Shaky just now, where you said you did the thing.
Yes, it was a really fun fight, but it's Kickflip doing the thing is a new feature for it, for this event. I don't like it. I think I'll take that back out.
Yeah, take the thing back out, because the thing is not good.
No, it's not worked well. It's ended both my fights so far, but I got some good hits in, and was you know, it's never a controlled display, but I thought it was doing all right, and then yeah, Nick managed to get me on the back, and that was it.
For those not in the knowledge, the thing is a thing that vertical spinners have a tendency of doing, where they kind of sit on their face and are unable to move from that point. Perfectly demonstrated here by Kickflip for the third time today.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's never been a design that's done that before, but I changed some things for this event, and I didn't foresee that happening. So fix that for next time and hopefully do better.
Well, hopefully we'll see you in some whiteboards later. Kickflip, everybody! And a victorious frog. Froggy!
He did the thing affectionate, not the bad one.
It took it. It got there. And it's through into round two. Are you feeling a little bit more confident after that?
I'm feeling confident that it worked because after that first fight, spirits were low. But I've got to give to Shaky as well. His robot is intimidating. That's why I've changed how Frog is. So massive props to him. Love that robot. So.
It's an intimidating thing to face kickflip, but Froggy took it, and Froggy will return in round 2. Give it up, everyone, for Sir Lancer Frog.
So just before we start, could we get Autonomous, Abracadabra, and Fatal Deviation to the ready table, as well as Revron and Perpetual, and Debris versus Revengers, Rage,
Green
and Sultron.
square, ready.
So we have Chucky, who found themselves into the pit,
Robot
going
here.
up against
Stand
Bilbo
by.
Bagbot 2 to give it his full title. And let's see how these Roboteers contend against each other.
So both robots took Bilbo getting up to speed as quick as possible. A lot of energy in that spinner, has to be said.
The weapon is insane. There's a robot possessed.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of speed here, and Chucky is trying to keep them under pressure, stop that weapon from impacting them. They've done that so far, and
I think, as you can kind of predict, that weapon is now immobilized, and Chucky trying to lift Bilbo Bagbot out is on the edge, but Bilbo managing to get over the opposite direction. They're still in the fight.
Yeah, they are indeed. I think that weapon may be finished there. Unbelievable energy there, has to be said.
Well, we've seen Chucky drive themselves into the pit once before, and we got Bilbo dangerously on the edge. They are just playing a dangerous game. Does Chucky go in and chase them?
Yeah, it's a dangerous game, but it might be the only game Bilbo has access to at this stage.
And Bilbo's enticing them in. What was that? What did we just see? The coward's way out. A self-sacrifice there from Bilbo Bagbot.
Yeah, Bilbo just vanished there completely inexplicably. But yeah, no, it's, I mean, heck of a start, has to be said. We didn't really get to see it against Waiu, but also at the same time, Chucky only took like a small hit from the spinner. So again, very good control from Chucky to avoid all of that.
I mean, so while I was talking with the Roboteers, David Weston was giving them some hot tips, and one of the things we were talking about is that the Roboteer had one controller for maneuvering and powering the weapon, and maybe that's just too much for one person to do. Let's go over to Craig with Chucky.
That was quite a thing to have to deal with, wasn't it?
Yeah, I didn't want to get anywhere near that pit after that first round. So, yeah, that robot is bonkers. I don't know where it was. I was just chasing it around, and it was never where it was when I got there. So, yeah, I'm glad the weapon stopped, because it was horrible.
Yeah, it was pretty scary, and then it decided to just take a dip at the end.
Yeah, I think it was nice of him, to be honest, because I think we'd have just stood watching each other for another 30 seconds, because I was going nowhere near that pit.
Very understandable after round 1. Well, hopefully, we won't have any more pit mishaps as we take Chucky into round 2.
Yeah, let's hope so.
Amazing. Chucky! I don't know anything about hobbits. Are they known for, like, being, like, oh, really energetic, and then just having a nap?
Hobbits love to go in holes, so that's what we did.
Sure. The pit is now canonically a hobbit hole.
I think that's fair.
Yeah, Bilbo's a wild one, but he's not retiring yet with the elves. We've got another fight in us, maybe.
They've got another fight in them, maybe. Well, we love to see it. Hopefully we'll see some whiteboards later on. More of that chaotic energy. Actually, what happened?
It's a little bent.
Oh, goodness. That, I don't know if the camera will pick that up, but that weapon bar is not, it's not straight anymore.
Yeah, that's some hard arcs right there, but oof.
Got a spare?
We do, but I don't know if we can get it fixed, to be honest. We'll see. We'll see.
Well, best of luck, guys. I hope to see it again. Give it up, everyone, for Bilbo Bagbot.
So, Autonomous, Abracadabra, Fatal Deviation. We have a whiteboards coming up, but first we have Forkhead
Red
up against
square,
Luchador.
ready.
Luchador in the dark
Blue square,
zone.
ready.
Blue zone is Forkhead.
Robot
Yeah,
here.
these are two of my
Stand
favorite
by.
control bots here, so it's sad to see one of them go, but this should be a good match.
And Luchador is the 2023 champion. So let's see if they are going to be making themselves, redeemed in this fight, because it is very strange to see them in this position.
Yeah, I mean, partially bad luck, just the way some of the impacts go. Forkhead with a much more aggressive fork config here, but clearly trying to gain some kind of reach from Luchador, and will be a very hard robot, I think, to really get a grab on for Luchador.
Well, so far, from my count, Luchador is getting underneath Forkhead more often than not. But now we're seeing a nice little lift and carry.
You can see. Only beautifully. What have we just witnessed? That was unbelievable precision.
They saw the opportunity and they took it. Forkhead, everybody, with an incredible lift carry, and out you go.
Yeah.
Such a shame to see Luchador out of the competition.
Certainly, I think everyone's still almost amazed, but those forks of Forkhead seem to be designed as a way of holding an opponent off and stopping them from driving, and to have sort of the presence of mind, really, almost, to, you know, hold them up slowly, move over, and almost delicately, effortlessly. You can see there, one left Luchador trying to get away, but within 2 seconds, Forkhead had taken the win. An absolutely massive upset in many ways.
That is one of the best controlled moments I've seen in a robot fight. Just that, taking an opportunity, because it's so often, as you mentioned, a robot will get lifted, but then they can free themselves. They had to carry them the whole length of the arena from one corner to the other.
Yeah, no, Forkhead, like I said, it's a durable robot. It's a great, well-driven robot, and it's proven you can get a knockout. So we're going to head to Craig here, find out some stuff. Can we also get Deja 2 and YO to the ready table, as well as Icebreaker, Wishbone, Home Improvement, and Ray?
Cool. Okay, I am here with Jack, and I have been on the receiving end of that exact move from Forkhead in the past. It is not a robot to be underestimated, right?
Absolutely not. The level of control Steve's got with Forkhead is really, really impressive. And it's like very, very similar to what I try and do with the grab and lift. So like I've got utmost respect for it, and I do not underestimate it. And it is horrible to be on the receiving end of it, to be that helpless and in the air, just waggling ineffectually.
I know the feeling, don't worry.
But it's what I want to do to other people, so I can't complain when it happens to me, eh?
But at least it's in good stead for some little fights later, right?
Yeah, some whiteboards or something for sure.
We love to see it. Give it up, everyone, for Luchador.
Just very quickly, could we get Autonomous to the reserve table as well?
And Steve with Forkhead. Your surgical driving with this thing has just like the last year, this thing has become a beast.
Yeah, I got my nerves under control this fight, and I managed to see an opportunity and take it. I managed to sort of get the hang of just like balancing someone on the forks.
Like that, like Luchador is not a robot you can mess around with. Yeah, you know if that thing gets under you, it could be game over, right? So to have that level of control over it is massive.
Yeah, it's definitely a scary bot to face. Like, if it flips me, I'm in trouble. Like getting the pods back on the ground right is quite tricky. So I've got to be careful. Got to stay under control and got to sort of occasionally take some room and
Green square, ready.
Just get back in shape. And yeah.
Blue square,
Absolutely.
ready.
Well, I'm here for the Forkhead deep run. Give it up, everyone, for Forkhead.
Great stuff. All right, so our final
Robot
redemption fight
stand
of the day,
by.
we have Corruption and
3,
Monterey Jack.
2, 1.
So Monterey Jack is self-explanatory, the orange cheese wedge, and you might not see it from afar. It does have a saw blade in it, but there's no time to tell you about that because Corruption has taken him out of the competition.
Yeah, no, that was very meticulous. I mean, Corruption landed some very, very strong shots in its first fight, and I think that second one about as effortless as you could want for a redemption fight. I don't think the battery will even need to be charged on Corruption.
I had another 30 seconds left of explanation to give, but no time whatsoever.
Yeah, no, I've definitely noticed we've seen a lot more Utas this champs, I think, than in previous years. We're seeing a lot of very snappy fights. I think just sort of a testament to how good a lot of weapons have gotten, but also how good a lot of driving and control has gotten with a lot of these machines.
A lot of Roboteers definitely using it to their advantage. I'm not 100% sure, but I think that is all cheese related, or is Debris still in?
I believe so.
Let me check
yeah,
my
Debris
sheet.
is still in there, yes.
Okay, so Debris is the only cheese-bearing robot carrying the flag. And let's go over to Corruption. Are they pleased with themselves?
I think I can detect some aspects of being pleased with that. Tell me about it, James.
I was out for blood, and after all that effort they did to rebuild it, and I feel bad that I destroyed it again.
It was a pretty surgical throw into the zone. Was that a calculated move?
No, it was just basically hit it and then see where it went.
Well, it was a good hit it and see where it went. It went exactly where you needed it to. Are you feeling good about the next round?
I'm a bit unsure about the next round. It might go my way, it might not, but I would like to get to go a lot further, have a deep run this time.
Well, we will see how it goes for corruption later on. And Monterey Jack, so much effort to get it fixed up for that. Tell me more.
Yeah, that was quite a rebuild before I basically replaced all of the plastic parts on it. Bit of a shame it just got launched out, but it took quite a big hit, so and it was well driven, so I'm not too worried.
Yeah, there was definitely some bits thrown off of it, right? The hubcap kind of came off, some bits off the back.
Basically, the whole back has been removed, so quite a big hit, big energy, and yeah, not surprising it got launched so far.
Is it going to be ready for some fights later, maybe?
It should be good to go now. It still drives around. It just doesn't have its little arms anymore.
Well, I hope we see it later on. Give it up, everyone, for Monterey Jack.
The live stream has taken it upon themselves to start doing cheese-related puns, and it has discheesed the audience. That is the pun that I've chosen to say. We are taking a 5-minute break. So to those with us in the St. Michael Centre, please use this opportunity to go and get some refreshments from reception. They are selling loads of snacks and lovely related food products. They have been fantastic hosts for this venue for the past 4 years now, Joe. Yeah, bang on.
Really, really good.
So they've been really good to us, and we are so grateful that we get to keep coming back here. So please do go and support St. Michael Centre. And yes, we're going to take a 5-minute break.
And once we get back, we will have the 2 whiteboard fights, and then the round of 32 will start.
Fight pause.
I was at an Amway event, and I was talking to this kid all day about robots and stuff, and at the end they had open arena time, and I just handed him the controller, do you want to try this? He's like, great. Exactly the amount of weight they have.
Okay, we're about to start our next fight. However, we've got the slight issue that we don't have the commentators or the streaming guys, so I can't really do it all at once. We've got the commentator. We just need Stephen, our streaming streamlord. Can we? Why do you know? I feel like you're qualified for this. Go on. I want to see you do this live. I'm up for this. Let's go. We're gonna get the remix stream. I want to shout out Stephen for finding the longest 5 minutes ever. Oh, nice! We'll leave the 5-minute break on to spite him as well. I like that. All right. You got a microphone over there?
I do.
All right, I'm going to hand over to you, Sam.
Thank you very much. In the arena, we have 3 reserve robots. So obviously we have our field of 48 today, but we also have robots in case we have a case of dropouts or people don't turn up and finish their robots in time.
Ready.
These 3 in the arena, we have Frenzy over the pits, we have Rotavator with the no light, and Exposure in the blue corner. 3 very dangerous spinners.
Stand by.
Could be a very explosive fight between them.
2, 1. Activate.
Away we go, up to speed. Frenzy, booted into the wall by Rotavator. 900 grams, I was told earlier, of spinning power. Big hits from the get-go. Up and flying around is Exposure, trying to right itself. Frenzy chasing down Rotavator, does so. Oh, into the ceiling. Oh my God, and again. Absolutely shredding the back of Exposure. It's peeling away.
Green square.
And Rotavator has tapped out. Still going are Frenzy and Exposure. Up to speed is Frenzy. Trying to translate his Exposure. Frenzy, of course, a former event winner in its own right. And showing why. Exposure on his face. That'll do. Frenzy surgical. No messing around from a former event winner. It's so good. How do you stop that? How do you stop that? Yeah, but even then, like, you've got to stop him first, right? What is this? It's Goose.
Ooh.
What is it? I can see on the replay here, right from the get-go, Frenzy straight after Exposure. Good hit from Rotavator to start. And then as soon as Frenzy got itself going, that was a great hit, wasn't it, from Rotavator as well. Frenzy comes in with a big hit any second now. Wait for it. Wait for it. There it is. That impact there, destroying the back of Exposure. Shoot it to pieces. And then Rotavator tapping out here. Hopefully we can find out what happened in a second. Oh, he's just dead. Ah, okay. No drive, only weapon. Doesn't really help. Oh.
Hello, Sam.
Hello, Tom. How are you?
I'm good. I saw you on your own and I thought I'd come say hi.
Yeah.
How you doing? How's your day been?
Not too bad. How's your day been? Enjoying judging today?
Actually, yeah. You know what? It's been quite good fun watching some fights instead of stressing out about repairing the robot.
I was going to say, obviously you have a former event winner on a number of occasions as well. Do you miss the itch? Is there a part of you that makes you think, oh, I wish I was competing as well?
You know what? It is great fun fighting, but I've been doing it for so long now. It's nice to just have a little bit of a break.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I get you. I mean, you've done fighting all over the world at this point. You've done fighting a few weeks ago in the Netherlands.
Yeah, it was great fun. Big shout out to the Dutch guys that are here as well. There they are.
Yeah, shout out to DRG.
DRG, by the way, excellent event, really cool.
Yeah?
Yeah, it'd be really cool to see some more Brits going over there next year as well. That'd be super
Absolutely. It'd be good to do, you know. Still nobody over by the interview booth. They're still cleaning up the debris from that fight there.
Oh, Frenzy is so good. The engagement Frenzy gets at speeds is phenomenal, honestly. Yeah.
It's like, how do you even deal with it? That's the thing. You know, you obviously you watch Frenzy around the arena. It's so quick. It's so good at kind of getting at your opponent so quickly and getting them into the air and then juggling them.
It's hard. I think it comes down to geometry, perhaps some long, slender TPU forks just to slide under that drum, but it's really difficult. It is difficult. Perhaps the armor at the back isn't quite as strong, or the weights in the weapon at the front. Yeah. So if you can somehow get around the sides or the back, that's probably the way to do it. But really, really well-made machine.
Absolutely. It's a fearsome beast, and I think a lot of people in the field are happy that it's just a reserve today.
Yes,
it is particularly brutal.
Yeah.
Particularly brutal. Right. I believe next into the arena, we are going to have 3 robots. Once again.
Robot ears, stand by.
Joe, you're not going in the arena to fight yourself, are you? The vacuum is not competing.
1.
Come on now.
Activate.
Ooh, I think...
Cease.
He is. So in the arena in a second, we're going to have Fatal Deviation, Abracadabra, and Autonomouse.
Autonomouse is armed with a soldering iron.
It is.
A soldering iron. I love it. I can't wait.
The other thing to note about Autonomouse, as the name suggests, it is an autonomous robot. So John the Builder is not going to be driving it. It's going to be driving itself.
So he's just going to put it down, press go, and then walk away.
That's how it works, apparently.
How does he do that?
Everyone talks about the uprising of AI and the machines.
Can I just say, John is an incredible person as well. He's been around this sport for years.
Over 20 years at this point.
Decades. Yeah. He's a legend, honestly, a legend of the sport.
Absolutely. It's always fun when he comes and comes and plays with the little robots with us as well.
He always brings something like unexpected and unique. Yeah.
100%. 100%.
Was it Terra Turtle that he did last?
Yes.
He did Terra Turtle.
Yeah.
And the kegs in Robot Wars, I remember the kegs.
Well, your friend Tim blew them up.
He did.
He's a bad man.
Yeah.
He's a bad man.
Oh, it's good.
So, Autonomouse has been loaded in. In a second, we're going to see the new and improved Abracadabra, a favourite of the field. Very, very different looking. It's a lot more slimmed down now. It used to be, it's quite a bulky robot in the past, and Becca's done a lot of work over the last sort of few weeks and months to make it a lot more, a bit more slimmed down and a bit more stylized.
And who doesn't like giant googly eyes as well?
Exactly.
I think that's worth something. That's worth points on its own.
We've just seen on the YouTube live stream a £20 donation from Agent JP008. Thank you so much. That's very, very kind.
That's brilliant. Fantastic stuff. Shout out to the gnomes in the audience. Where are those gnomes?
Where are the gnomes?
Where are the gnomes?
Make yourselves known.
Make themselves known. Samuel! This is why he's here.
Absolutely. That's what I'm here for.
The absolute jokes. No.
Have you guys shouted out the Tin Hat Gang yet?
I did. I saw them in the lobby earlier.
Can I say a big up to the conspiracy theorists on the first floor? Represent. I hope we're helping whatever it is you guys do.
That was coherent, Joe. Well done, mate. Proud of you for that one.
Excellent.
In the arena, though, we have Abracadabra over by the pits in the green light. We have in the blue light Fatal Deviation. And Autonomouse is
Green
left
square,
to it
ready.
in the other corner.
Blue square, ready. Yellow square, ready.
Off we go then.
Roboteers, stand by.
Let's see how our AI overlords deal with robot combats.
Activate.
Away we go. No movement from Autonomouse from the get-go, but Abracadabra and Fatal Deviation go blow to blow at the face.
Oh, come on, Autonomouse. Almost.
Almost.
Wait.
Oh, no.
Yeah, well, there we go.
Fatal Deviation. Very long. I quite like the wheelbase.
It's a small robot, that, isn't it?
Where does he fit all the weight? Where is it? Where's all the stuff? That's what I want to know.
Can John turn it into manual mode?
I don't think so. Autonomouse is turned on. ChatGPT has failed.
The AI takeover is slightly delayed.
Robot combat is safe for another year.
It's okay.
Abracadabra, meanwhile, and Fatal Deviation. There's also a little mini-bot in there, which is a very cool looking thing. Also,
It's like a scaled-down version of its bigger brother robot there.
I quite like it.
Yeah.
Very smart. Good driving match so far between Fatal Deviation and Abracadabra. Good lift there from Abra.
That's a good lift.
Gets Fatal Deviation into the corner. Escapes. Saying, catch me if you can. Becca chasing down Fatal Deviation as best they can, struggling to kind of keep up, though the drive of Fatal Deviation is pretty brisk.
The mini-bot is having a great time on its own.
Hit button was activated there.
Just having a great time, really.
Descending.
Just vibing, to be honest with
Just
you.
vibing in the corner. Just doing some circles. Oh, the pit is lowered!
I do appreciate that someone in the chat has asked Grok if they can figure out what's going on. But I'll tell you what, they figured out what's going on with Fatal Deviation. They've got Abracadabra down the pits.
I think we have a winner.
It's the mini-bot.
It's the mini-bot,
It's the
everybody.
mini-bot is the winner.
Ladies and gentlemen, your
Well
winner,
done.
the mini-bot.
Mini-bot supremacy. Wow, so the mini-bot driver is someone, the builder of Fatal Deviation met 20 minutes ago and has never driven a robot in his life and has won the fight. Incredible scenes.
Amazing.
Absolutely incredible scenes.
Oh, poor old Autonomouse.
Yeah,
It's okay.
I'm gutted for John and Autonomous because it has the potential to be such a fun entry in the arena, but it
Yeah.
just wasn't.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't want to play.
I really wanted to see that soldering iron just melt into someone.
Absolutely.
Because most Beetleweights generally are made of plastic, and
They are.
soldering iron versus
It
plastic.
goes straight through him.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Those of you in the audience and in the live chat have watched Norwalk Havoc, they'll know.
Yeah.
Things like hot wings like that.
Heat-based weapons can be really effective in Beetleweights. Honestly, yeah.
They really can. They really can. I think we're going back to the main comp in a minute as well. Which is
Right.
very exciting. We might be.
I might have to go back to judging. This has been fun, though.
Yeah, I enjoyed
It's been
this.
fun.
Thanks for.
It's all right. No
thanks
worries,
for joining
man.
me,
No
Tom.
worries, yeah.
I appreciate you keeping me company for a couple of fights.
Impartial judge, but best of luck in the competition.
Thank you.
Right, I'm going to get back to my judging table, but thank you.
I think the regular program judges are returning to the desk.
Right,
so
bye-bye.
that's my cue as well.
Right, so we're about to resume our round of 32. From here on out, there are 32 robots now. Anytime they lose, they are out of the competition. No more redemptions. No forgiveness. Not even for Steven. No more loo breaks for Steven the streaming. Oh, apparently the chocolate cake is very good. Who's had something from the cafe? 2 people. 3 people. Well, I think that's the cheapest cafe I've ever been to in 2025. I'm very thankful for the prices. Right, we're
Veggie
gonna start.
saucies. Veggie saucies for
Veggie
$2.50.
saucies, $2.50. Love it. Right, let's load in our first fight of the round of 32, please. We've got our commentators back in position. We've got 2 of our 3 judges. There's number 3. And we've got a ref. We're ready. Let's do this, everybody.
Joe, I do just want to bring your attention over to the chat. We've got a £20 donation.
Wow. Thank you, Agent JP008. That's very, very kind of you. Big up. Yes, big up everyone on the stream, and a huge shout out to the massive amount of people who've come here today. Thank you so much for spending your time with us. This is our stupid little hobby. and you've all come to support it, and that means the world to us, so big up. Big up the fact that we've got the national champs in Bristol, so let's go Bristolians. And big up those who've come from afar, the Dutch, the Scottish, the Northerners, and everyone else. All right, back to the fights. I'm going to put down the microphone now.
But I want to let you dig a bigger hole, though. Where are you drawing that line at Northerners? Are we going above
Birmingham?
Okay. Classic. Okay, so if you're from above Birmingham, you're just a Northerner. And if you're Scottish, still? No, let's not open up that can of worms. We are into the round of 32. Owen, let's restore some chaos to this
Green square,
madness.
ready.
The whiteboards will be back later
Robot
on
here,
today.
stand by.
But this is the serious stuff.
It is
3,
indeed. So we have
2,
Revron, which
1.
was much more than
Activate.
impressive in its second fight, and Perpetual, who has shown they don't need a weapon to win a control battle. They probably do need power, though.
And I think that is done before we even got going.
They may still, I think they've got movement. I think just their base plates become so warped.
And that's a tap out, that's a tap out. So the weapon was gone immediately. Revron, they are proving themselves to be a force.
No, Revron are very much, you look at that first fight and you can see it was very much an unlucky fluke. Ever since they put on those short forks, they're not getting caught. They're landing really nasty hits. Like you can just see one hit basically to Perpetual. And then there we go, there's the entire weapon, motor, drill, all of it gone instantly.
So, I mean, when I looked at the roster of robots we had here today, I did wonder if this would be, a rather quick BBB Champs event. There's a high probability, high possibility for robots to just win on that first impact.
Yeah, I mean, I think the judges are getting off far lighter than they should be.
They've had some tough ones. They have had some tough ones.
Yeah, it's been, the ones that they do have are pretty nasty. We're going to Craig now for some interviews.
It's genuinely scary.
Yeah, that worked way better than I thought it would. I was really worried about that. He had these lovely set of long forks that were just wider than my wheelbase, but enough to get under the armour, and an arm that was probably just enough to reach over the weapon nicely. So I was like, if we go head on, this could go really badly, really quick. But luckily, the first hit went kind of nicely, and then there were a few more, which is good. We got more than the one.
We got more than the one.
Maybe after.
In their last fight, they mounted an incredible comeback. So I did not want to call it until it was over, but you made pretty short work of it.
Yeah, I guess we'll see what happens next. Very exciting. That's been really fun.
Amazing. We will see you in the round of 16, Revron. Perpetual, let's have a look at what remains after that. Some absolutely brutal hits there from Revron. Let's get the back of that on camera, because that looks peeled.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I blinked and then it was just in pieces.
Verts B, like that.
Yeah.
Is it repairable? Do you think it's going to be okay? It looks a little bit snapped.
Yeah, I don't think the weapon's going to be working again.
It looks like a valid grabber, though.
Yeah, maybe. I think the drive's still good. There's just some deformed plastic at the bottom, which meant I couldn't move. So that's fixable.
Some snips and it'll be fine. Absolutely fine.
Yeah, brand new.
Well, it was an excellent effort. Give it up, everyone, for Perpetual.
Okay, just to the ready table very quickly. Could we get Home Improvement and Ray, and could we get Sunstroke and Aero up to the ready table, please?
So I'm expecting to see the live stream chat come awash with support for the cheese. Debris is the last cheese-repping robot in this competition. They're going up against the cluster of Revengers, Rage of Soltron. And I think if it was me, Debris have a good chance at coming through this fight.
Yeah, Debris showed itself off to be very impressive in its redemption fight. Revengers, as a driving team, are pretty good. You can see already fighting with each other. One thing I will say about the round of 32s is that every fight will have a winner from the first round versus a winner from the redemption round. But
Blue
this
square,
is an example
red, green
that
square,
these fights are often
ready.
very, very even here. So Debris can land some
Robot
nasty
here,
hits,
stand
but
by.
Revengers does have
3,
a lot of control at its disposal.
And Revengers is a much lower robot, so let's see if they just dive underneath debris, which they have been doing already, and debris now struggling to get back under control.
Yeah, one of the Revengers got hit, one of the other ones managed to get under effortlessly, so these may be 50-50 exchanges in many ways. One of the Revengers stuck at the moment.
But they haven't got their teammate, so maybe we'll see a bit of teamwork here to up into the arena roof.
Yeah, in theory, that should be one of the advantages of a cluster, where they should be able to free an opponent that's been knocked out. Revengers seem to forget about that, but so now it's just a 1v1 fight here, although Debris seems to have lost its weapon here.
Yeah, so you notice it's gone incredibly quiet now as Debris spinning the Egg Beater has been immobilized. There is a one-on-one, as you've mentioned, so the pushing power you would have thought goes to Debris because they're heavier.
Well, usually, but you also need your wheels to be on the ground for that. And Revengers has,
Well, let's hear the countdown. 3, 2, 1. It is over.
So there we go. The Blue Revenger glory hogging, taking all of the credits in that fight.
And well, one and all, we are out of cheese. That's it. No more in this competition.
Yeah, well, they're true to the round of 16. I don't know if the team cohesion will remain. There seems to have been some kind of a civil war, but very impressive. We can see the camera was knocked out of place by one of the early hits. But you can see it there. As soon as that weapon went, Debris still had a lot of speed, but the Blue Revenger had control, got a good shove, and just worked Debris up.
It's interesting what actually flipped him, because there's nothing on, as far as I'm aware, nothing on Revenger that could do that to Debris. So maybe the spinning Egg Beater just got caught wrong?
I think it was Debris tried to back up, but because the wheels were against the wall, it just drove up against the wall. So we'll hear more from Craig in a second. Could we also get Shrekking Ball and Chopstick to the ready table?
Over to Craig.
That was a funny one.
Okay, I am here with the Revengers. That went pretty well for you guys.
Well, I said, best box ever.
So, some people at home, or some people that aren't particularly familiar with this, might be confused as to why there's two robots. Can you help me explain how this works?
Yeah, so we basically split half the weight into two bots. So both bots weigh 750 grams. So 2 bots to deal with, 2 types of drive power. Nah, perfectly good.
But equally, that's why it hit the ceiling so hard.
Yeah, but that's yeah, we tanked them. They were good.
They did tank them indeed, and we will see you in the round of 16, the Revengers, everybody. And Debris, the last warrior for cheese. What happened?
Well, that could have gone better.
Oh dear.
I think once they got underneath me, I think I backed up slightly and just climbed up the wall and just was absolutely stuck.
What happened to the weapon?
Don't know yet. We're going to have to take it apart and find out.
It's very sad. It's looked really good so far in this competition, and I'm sad to see it go out. Are you going to be back?
Yeah, we'll definitely be back again. Yeah.
Amazing. We love to see it. Debris, everybody.
There we go.
Owen, can I convince you to read some of the jokes that we're getting through the chat?
Yeah, I can toss out a few. We've had Debris or not Debris. Someone saying, still a good a match, though. We've had someone else saying, Debris didn't age well. Yeah, we've had quite a few of them here. There's a bill heading Debris' way. I actually don't quite get that one, but I respect the ball.
And that's why you shouldn't make a bot after soft cheese. Name a bot after soft cheese. I am loving the involvement that we're getting from the live stream. Thank you so much. And from the audience for their cheers. It really does help the Roboteers push their robots to destruction as we enter into this next battle between Swoop and Ryzen.
Yeah, this one will be dramatic. Swoop, I think, has proven it can do a lot of damage, but Ryzen was merciless in its first fight.
So will we see the wheels stay on Swoop, or will Ryzen start to chip away at them and immediately up into the air? It looks like they can fly.
Yeah, Ryzen getting some good lands there, and already a wheel is off of Swoop.
But it's not wheels. It's not one of the big ones, exactly.
Yeah, crucially, they have space, and Ryzen maybe a little hesitant, a little shaken from those first few hits, but still landing a lot of these whacks.
So some mega impact. Sparks are flying, and Ryzen is slowing down and tapped out. Is that a win for Swoop?
It seems to have been. Yeah, there was a tap out. And again, I think that big shock in many ways. But again, I think just for Swoop, because it flies around, that spinner, I think it just hit something on the top of Ryzen to kill the power.
I was going to say, we're going to have to watch the replay on this, because from my point of view, Ryzen just powered down. It just lost the will to live. But let's see if there was an impact from Swoop. So this is where they're out of control. A lot of damage being done to Swoop. And, you know, struggling to get back on its wheels. And then Ryzen charging in, but I can't see anything. A little bit stuck on the floor,
it
maybe.
Seemed like at that stage they're struggling maybe one-sided drive. They're fine there. They're getting it. And then it's this exchange where just, I think, the blade of Swoop got into some part of Ryzen. Craig will probably show us in his close-up. I'm not even sure if Ryzen quite figured out what happened. May have been something else, like another electrical issue, but certainly a bit of an upset. Ryzen, I think, could have gone for a very deep run in this one. But again, Swoop, very respectable performance, damaged, but once again, making it through to the next fight.
And I got to start questioning, maybe something for Craig to ask him, because Swoop is losing wills every single battle. Do they have enough spares?
Well, you have to bring spares if you're at these competitions. We'll hear from Craig here now.
I'm here with Ryzen. That didn't go as you wanted?
Well, I turned my weapon down because I saw his wheel had come off, so I didn't want to bounce myself into the arena. I think I should have just kept it up and kept whacking him as hard as I could. But it's hit me right here, and something's come off.
Yeah, any idea what's happened in there?
Not a clue. Not a clue at all.
For the Link haters at home, this has got a switch. It's not the Link, so something else has gone wrong in here.
Something's broke.
It's going to be a little task to work it out, right?
Yeah, it'll be back for the whiteboard.
Well, we love to see it. It's a great robot. Ryzen, everybody.
There we go. So we've just gotten a £10 donation here from the crowd. Some insane battles today. We, the tinfoil hat conspiracists, are loving this. Well, let it be known, tinfoil hat conspiracists, we're always watching you.
You're in safe company, don't worry. There's enough EMF going on here today with the motors burning out. You are safe. Owen, quite a few battles so far today. Is there any robot you're seeing as a potential favorite?
I mean, it's a bit difficult because so many of the favorites are the people who won super quick in their first fight. YO, for example, I would say has proven themselves very impressive. They're going to be over in this fight here now. I would say looking at some of the other people, or the other robots still in the competition, Chopstick, I think, has been very nasty so far, has gotten some great action. Cascade has been, I think, had the most impressive performance of a control bot so far over a long time. I would also say, just looking at the robots here, Revron has been very punchy. I think Swoop has potential as well. And I'd say the last one, I'd say Sunstroke has actually surprised me. It's done better than I was expecting.
Well, we're getting ready for this battle, and this is going to be an interesting one. Everyone, this is one to watch. We have YO in the blue corner.
3, 2.
There it is, audience participation going up against Deja 2. Begin.
Yeah, so this is a real damage test for Deja 2. Can it survive what YO can do? Because in theory, if you can flip YO, you've won the fight. YO has no self-righting mechanism at all.
But I'm watching this, and I've never seen a more lethal ramp. Deja Vu has a ramp that really is right on the arena floor, and it's still not enough. YO is so low to the floor.
Yeah. And that's doing a lot of damage right into the grabbing metal lifter mechanism of Deja 2. I think that's it.
It does look like it's it. So a much more controlled fight than what we're used to. The count has concluded, and YO's pushing the pit button. Felix, come on, push the pit.
Yeah, it don't need it.
Hey! Down goes YO. Anyway, all a bit of fun.
Yeah, no, that was, I mean, I've built a grab and lift. I run grabs and lifts. Those are the parts of your robot you do not want getting hit if you're Deja 2. And again, just YO.
Well, watch this, because we're seeing shrapnel, little bits come off. It's like that Teflon, that kind of plasticky material. It's doing a good job not taking a massive hit. I have to say, YO not charging in. We've previously seen him just go in full force.
Yeah, no, YO felt a lot more reserved. Usually when YO hits an opponent, both go flying. but this one was much more calculated. I'm sure Craig will show some really, really nice hits there in the damage show. So before he does that first, can I get Angel Slice and Antimatter to the ready table, as well as Inversion, Cascade, Corruption, and Stasis?
So, over to Craig.
Down here with Wayo right here. What I want to talk about, Tim, more than anything else, because that was the most controlled Wayo fight I've ever seen in my life. It's really hard to grasp, looking at the screens, how fast this thing is going. Can you just talk about that a little bit?
It spins at about 5,000 to 7,000 RPM, but it's a very smooth motor. So it packs a lot of punch.
It packs a lot of punch indeed, enough punch to throw Deja 2 upside down and kind of strand it there. Is that what you were expecting to happen?
I hoped for it, but I just tried to stay away from the walls, because the walls are an immovable brick, and it breaks my robot, and I like to break other robots, so...
Sorry that we put walls in your way.
Yeah, so it's okay.
I hope you'll forgive us. I'm looking forward to seeing it later on. Wayo makes it into the top 16. Wayo! And Thomas, what happened? This thing can self-right.
It can, until it gets hit by Wayo.
Most things can do stuff until they get hit by Wayo, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, the plan there was to kind of slowly approach it because I didn't want to give Wayo more bite on the TPU. Unfortunately, I couldn't get under it, so it just slowly tore me apart.
The evil frisbee of death doing its evil deeds. It's so sad to see Deja 2 going out. I thought this was going to be the deep run today, but it wasn't to be.
One day.
One day indeed. Give it up, everyone, for Deja 2!
So we have a lot of thank yous to give on the live stream as people are being incredibly, incredibly generous. Team B, I know those people. They are normally down to my right, chanting and screaming as loudly as they can, loving it from home. Thank you so much for the donation. And I should probably call these through. I'm not used to this, Joe. Yeah. We've got proper fandom going on. So thank you, Catcher342. So lovely to have you here as your first time. Yes, we are very grateful to have extra fans. Hope Roman is enjoying it. And also thank you to MXMe. Very active in the chat. Been really good reading your messages. You've been supporting the whole day. And Jasper Fox as well. £10. Just fantastic support. We weren't expecting this, but it's fantastic. Joe, maybe we'll be able to do more events, bigger
Red
arena.
Square,
Who knows?
ready.
Who knows? We'll see what the future holds.
Ready.
But we are still in the round of 32. Owen, let's bring it back to the arena.
Yeah, so we have two very nice spinners here. We have Wishbone and Icebreaker competing here.
Activate.
So let's see if that mini-bot ends up in the arena roof, because that is what I'm expecting.
Yeah. You can see Wishbone getting the best of these initial exchanges so far. Icebreaker not usually used to losing as many exchanges early, but landing some hits there now.
Well, Minibot has lost one of its wheels, so they are just an obstacle in the arena, something that these big, powerful weapons can knock around. Icebreaker struggling to stay under control.
Yeah, the ground game is just not working out for Icebreaker. They cannot get their weapon into play. But it is still spinning, and when it lands, you can see it. Something metal went off there.
So spinner against spinner, and it just throws both robots across the arena. Icebreaker into the wall.
Yeah. These are two robots that are used to driving fast, and they are recovering so quickly.
And we haven't even had a minute of this fight left, so a lot of damage yet to be done.
Yeah, and some nice whacks there from Wishbone. Both robots very rubbery in their sense that they're not really taking many hits or damage from it. The bit has been pressed almost accidentally, I would say.
But the internals are going to be taking a knock. That is something to consider. Although the outer casing, they do look fine. The internals is in trouble, and I think that's Icebreaker stuck on the mini-bot.
Yeah, the corpse and that was it. Beautiful job by Wishbone, has to be said.
So that was a battle going this way and that. We couldn't call it, and it was a one-knock kill into the Uta zone. Icebreaker is out of the competition.
Yeah, no, Wishbone, I think it was coming from... It looked okay in its first fight, I have to say, but this one is one of the more dark horses, I would say, of the competition. Luca and Bart, they have made a lot of really, really good robots. and Icebreaker was one of the favorites coming in. It'll be very interesting to see what Wishbone can do going forward here.
I mean, very unceremonious as we're watching the replay now. And as you can see, like, they're so willing to go head-to-head with their weapons. I would expect them to try and dart around the sides, but they were just going full force head into each other.
Yeah, I mean, it was interesting how sort of Icebreaker gets stuck on in the Wishbone's mini-bot, and Wishbone uses that chance to almost try to, line them up. And you can see just a split-second decision. But when you're making these really fast spinners, that's how fast you have to be, really.
And I think part of the problem there for Icebreaker is that, I mean, the momentum they had was used against them because they were the ones charging in, and that's probably what carried them up and over. But let's head over to Craig to get the reactions of the Roboteers.
So I'm here with Wishbone, and Luca just warned me that it's a bit warm.
Yeah, it's a bit warm. It gets that after like that kind of fight.
That was a pretty brutal match. What were you expecting going into that?
Wheel there, weapon there, top panel there, battery. So.
Within BBB, Icebreaker is known as one of those robots that you just can't count out. It'll make that second half return. So keeping on it was definitely the best move. It looks like you did that really well.
Yeah, I knew if it got stuck on the mini bolt, that would then be an unstick and stuff. So I was just like, hit it. And yeah, it worked.
It was a good move, and it's put Wishbone through to the top 16. Congratulations.
I finally made it further than top 32.
We will catch you later. And very quickly, Icebreaker, bring it in. It's an early stage to be going out for you, isn't it?
Yeah, but I have a record that I would like to get to the knockouts every competition, so I'm not too disappointed.
At least got that. At least upholding that. Yeah. Do you think it's showing the kind of development of the class that things are really starting to keep up with Icebreaker? That was a championship winner. Let's not forget.
Yeah, I mean, I might need to make a few changes, to be honest. It's not as good at driving as it should be. So.
But you're a great driver, and it's a dominant weapon. So hopefully we'll see it back again next time.
Yep.
Amazing. Icebreaker, everybody.
So the live stream chat still a flood with generosity. Thank you, Grumpy Grumplebots. They are watching from New York. New York City.
Yeah, no, 5 hours behind us, I believe. But always nice to have some international viewers.
Yeah, so
obviously.
good morning to those in the States and good evening to those on the east coast of the world.
Pretty much, yeah.
Pretty much. That's how it works being in the middle, isn't it?
It all depends on where's the middle is, relatively speaking.
So looking through, there's a lot of cheering there for Wishbone. That's great to see. We're waiting to see robots go in. Who is going to be competing in the next couple of fights?
So we will have Home Improvement versus Ray, Sunstroke versus Aero, Shrekking Ball versus Chopstick, Angel Slice versus Antimatter, and then Inversion versus Cascade.
So those robots need to be up on the ready table if you heard your robot called.
And I'm going to say, so you asked me it earlier, who, in your opinion, who have been the robots that you've looked at and think, like, I need to look out for them?
That's a great question. That is a fantastic question. And I've seen a couple of robots that are new to me, because typically I only come to the BBB events, and they're so fantastically organized, it's always a joy. I mean, I've always wanted to see Wahoo go all the way and win it, and also something I'm really wanting to see is that, as I said, we've had 3 different weapon types win the championships for the last 3 years. So we've had a vertical spinner in 2022 with End Boss, a grab lifter with Luchador in 2023, and then an egg beater of Frenzy from 2024. And I would love to see that trend continue.
Well, I will say, arguably I'd say the weapon type the most likely to win now would be the horizontals, because Wahoo's been very good. Both Spinzalotl and Mo Problems have been very strong. Sunstroke has performed well in its first 2 fights. And even Angel Slice, the spinner wasn't working in its round of 32 fight, but it was still hitting hard, and it's still able to win control fights. So there's a lot of momentum with the horizontals this time around.
And we started this competition with 10 lifters, 10 vertical spinners, 5 horizontal spinners. So for them to be doing a good showing, that's really intriguing.
Yeah, I don't think a horizontal has actually gone out yet. I'll have to look at it again and just see. But
Blue square,
I think they're all
ready.
still. Oh yeah, Bilbo Bagbot is the only one
Red
that is
square,
out.
ready.
But still, very strong showing.
So just because I feel like I got their name wrong, Grumplebots, thank you so much for watching in the States. As we now have Home Improvement in the red zone, in the blue zone, Ray in the dark zone. And a head-on collision straight away sends Home Improvement up into the air.
Yeah, no fear on Ray. Ray won the first fight through attrition and is gonna aim for something similar here, it seems.
So maybe running into the foxhole, just hiding out. But is that Home Improvement getting dangerously close to the Uta zone? They're stuck almost on the arena wall.
Yeah, Ray is waiting, letting a count out happen.
And we got some taunting.
Yeah, trying to use.
And that's a count out.
There we go. Yeah, no shame with Ray there. Absolutely playing the clock, playing the rules. And if the counter was a few seconds longer, Home Improvement would have been fine, but very aggressive performance there.
Incredibly aggressive from Ray. So watching this replay, and as you mentioned, not shy, running straight into the jaws of death of Home Improvement. And then Ray just, once again, that impact's there. The momentum of the spinning disc put Home Improvement onto the wall. And you can see them, they're so close. They have a 10-second count. But it wasn't enough.
Yeah, and if Ray had touched Home Improvement at all, that count would have been reset. So Ray was waiting. It was a bit of a dangerous game, because if Home Improvement got loose in time, Ray may have lost their only chance to get them out of the arena, but it worked out well for Ray here.
And we're starting to see the live stream chat. There is a fighting of the animals between Ray and Frog. So I'm wondering who is, that's a battle I would love to see, Ray up against Frog.
Yeah, I mean, in nature, it's generally a pretty one-sided fight, but we're going to cut to Craig now, as he's going to interview some of the people who are just part of that fight.
Down here with Home Improvement, that didn't quite go as you wanted.
That was very bad luck. Very bad luck. I don't think that's ever happened to me before. Literally just on the edge. It was just dropping down. It was just dropping down. I was hoping it was going to go. It didn't go.
It's an unfortunate way to go out, and it sucks to have that happen, especially when it's been looking so great, this event. Have you got any thoughts about improvements or anything for next time?
It does need improvement. Home Improvement does need improvement, for sure.
Home Improvement needs some improvement. Well, I think it's a wonderful robot, and I love seeing it every time. Give it up, everybody, for Home Improvement.
Just a quick one. If you lost your redemption fight and would like a whiteboard after this round, please come speak to me. Thank you. But don't run and don't rugby tackle me. Be nice. Thank you. Goodbye.
One person that is not going to need that whiteboard is Ray. Ray that has made it into the top 16.
The 4th time of asking, I finally cracked the top 16.
Hell yeah, we love to see it. That was pretty shaky for a few moments.
More luck than judgment, I'd say. Home Improvement has, once again, broken all the hinges. So to replace them all, he's got a bit of a nose piercing situation now. I don't know what else is broken, but he was sick from the first fight. He's going to be sick from this fight. But Jean-Luc, very unlucky. I got lucky. I wouldn't say that was it wasn't an earned win.
All that said, if this was a video game, there would have been a banner that popped up saying everyone liked that at the end of that fight. The crowd, I think that's the biggest reaction we've had all day. So doing it for the crowd is Ray.
That's what I love to hear. Ray loves his fans just as much as you love him.
Amazing. We will see Ray very soon.
There we have it. So we're just currently arming up the fight here. Just very quick, I'll just announce some robots to come up first. Could we have Lilith, Kairos, Mo Problems, and Flick 2, Sir Lancefrog, and Got Any Grapes? And we have a fight here. We're going to have the Lade, the Sunstroke versus Aero fight. Although I believe we do have a shout out to make.
Oh, absolutely. So Real Bear Kiri, thank you so much for your donation. £50 donation. Let's go Sunstroke. You've got the support in the arena. And after that very wonderful donation, thank you again, Real Bear. there is a battle of emojis, which is scary to see in a live chat. We're starting to lose control of the foxes and the frogs. So Ray and Sir Lancerfrog, there is support going on, and then it does descend into ducks and fishes, so I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah, just a proper animal farm here at the moment. But we can see, I mean, we do have, a third commentator here. He hasn't been mic'd up this entire time, but has had some really, really funny one-liners here.
Honestly, yeah. Holding the fort has been... Actually, we do need a name for our friend here, the Goose. So if there's anyone in the audience who wants to give it a name, jump in the live chat, and those at home... Let's see if we got some names for the Goose, because
Cheers. Although we will not put a mic to him because there's a lot of expletives also coming out that are not being picked up here.
And the live stream has been taken away from us. It's too much power.
Yeah.
Joe will not allow us to continue. So who have we got in the arena? I am seeing Chopsticks.
Yeah. Just to explain, by the way, it seems like the Sunstroke versus Aero fight had to be delayed due to potentially some mechanical gremlins. And you can delay a fight like this so long as you can be ready before the final fight of these series of fights. So Sunstroke does have some time to fix it if need be, and there are still quite a few fights to come. And one of those is the one we see in front of us here.
And have we given these trophies a worthy shout out?
Oh, they're gorgeous. They are absolutely wonderful.
The production value year on year has gone up and up and up. We've got a proper backdrop now for the interview booth, and these trophies are incredible.
Yeah. Get out of there. Get out.
So for those on the live stream, I mean, these do come off, and they will. So if you are a Roboteer and you manage to get these, I think the challenge for you will be putting a motor in there and making these an RC trophy.
Green square, ready.
I think they've got the skill to do that. That'd be great to see.
Robot here.
Okay, a fight is about to get underway, and it is
3,
Chopsticks
2,
up against
1.
It is
Activate.
Wrecking Ball versus Chopsticks for this fight. And both robots very nervous of the other's weaponry here.
And we're seeing, I think that's a little bit of Shrecking Ball being chipped away, and the hammer now coming down from Chopsticks, and we're seeing a bit of blade-to-blade contact as sparks fly.
Yeah, very dangerous game for Chopsticks because that weapon motor is on the arm, so one good hit into that weapon of Shrecking Ball and that motor is dead. But there's also a lot of plastic on Shrek.
And so once again, blade-to-blade contact, throwing Chopsticks up into the air. There is damage on Shrecking Ball. The forks, I mean, that blade disc does have the ability to cut right through the forks of Shrecking Ball.
Yeah. One very clever move Shrecking Ball has made is they've taken some of their normal metal forks that they have at the front and put them on the top panels to stop Chopsticks from cutting through as easily.
So a bit of armor.
Very smart.
And very close now, we're seeing there the potential for Chopsticks to get chucked into the Uta zone, and the arena pit has lowered. 1 minute has gone on this fight, and here we see the armor coming into play. You mentioned it, you called it out perfectly. Chopsticks not doing the damage it wants to.
No, but it does still have a good drive system. Very bouncy, it's taken a few direct hits, and everything is still functioning on both of these robots.
And there we see a blade-to-blade once again. That might have been the driving wheel.
Yeah.
The belt's been snapped, I think.
Yeah, that was a high-risk play from Chopsticks, but Wrecking Ball has lost its weapon, it seems. That's a massive problem for them.
30 seconds left in this fight. Chopsticks has the aggressive potential now with the weapon. And, well, we've just got to see Shrecking Ball survive or get their enemy into the pit.
Yeah, I mean, Chopsticks try. Ground game certainly a bit of a problem now. They might be cutting into their own fork, but a lot of momentum is now gone for them.
And is that the thing? Is it stuck? We have entered the 10-second count, so I don't think the ref will get a chance to count it out.
Yeah, this one will go to the judges, but that is definitely a sombering image to end on for Wrecking Ball. Hugs from the Roboteers. Everyone knew that was a good fight.
I mean, that was such a back and forth interaction there. We're watching the replay now, and that was at the 30-second mark. So Wrecking Ball had already lost their weapon at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think it was a very even fight back and forth. The turning point was Chopstick delivering that saw blade into the spinner of Shrek.
So I'm going to look at the live stream. Live stream, tell us who you think is the victor from that fight, because I definitely could not call it.
Yeah, it's a hard one to call, definitely. Can we get Chucky versus Bubblegum Lift as well to the ready table whenever possible? There we go.
And
We've
so-
also been getting some great names while we're waiting for things to be emptied. We have Magritte as a name, Gabby the Goose, Ryan Gooseling. I really like that one. There's obviously a few others. That one's my
Goose
vote.
Lee. Goose Lee's quite a nice one.
Gooseling, yeah.
I mean, the namings of the goose got very quickly obliterated by people mentioning about the snipe of hitting that belt. As a roboteer, how hard is it to line something like that up?
Incredibly hard. Like a little luck as well with incredible skill. We can see the moment here, maybe, perhaps. Yeah, we can just right here. And it's like Andy had like a second to look at that and decide, okay, I'm feeding this weapon in. And it worked. We're going to cut now to Craig in just a second for some interviews.
Yes, I am down here with Shrekking Ball. I don't know about you guys, but I thought that was a fight worthy of the finals, let alone round of 32. That was an incredible match. Sam, how do you feel coming out of that?
Shaking quite a lot. That was brilliant. Like, that's the kind of fight that you want. So you want it where, like, you don't know who's won, you don't care who's won. If I lose, that's fine.
Everyone had a good time.
Yeah, it was great. So, yeah.
So what damage did Shrekking Ball take? Did the armor help?
The armor helped a lot, yeah. He jammed the saw into the weapon at one point, and it's free, so I don't know what he's killed, but I think the rest of it's fine. So
There's a tasty slice right here. Is there anything spicy under there?
Gearbox.
Gearboxes? No battery?
No battery, no.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine then.
It's fine, it's all good.
Do you reckon you've got it?
It's close. I don't know, I was upside down at the end, but I think I was on top for a bit, and then the weapon died. I don't know.
It's a close one. It's a close one. We'll bring Andy in and we'll have a chat. Andy with Chopstick. How do you feel about that? Do you think it went your way?
I'd like to think so, just because he was stuck at the end and he didn't have a weapon. But you never know. Damage, I have got some of my own damage. Just TPU, so nothing important. But yeah, I was quite scared because my transmitter was beeping out, basically saying it was about to run out of battery from the start. And I had to go and find someone with batteries that fitted it. So yes. Yeah.
Yeah, you could see that middle fork was not entirely happy that match, but you were still getting in under, getting some good slices. Think you got it?
I think I kept control. Might have run on damage just because he lost a weapon. So I'm hopeful, but we'll see.
We will see indeed. Judges, do we have a decision? We do have a decision.
Excellent fight all round, to be honest. We have a unanimous decision. There was only 3 points in it, though, so it's very close. In favour of Chopsticks.
Chopstick taking the win.
There we go. So there we go. A win by Chopstick. Very well earned. Commiserations to Shrekking Ball. Again,
Red
really good
square,
fight.
ready.
And now we have 2 more spinners to fight here. So we have Antu Matter and Angel Slice.
Blue square,
So
ready.
Angel Slice returning into the battle zone.
Robot
And
here.
Antimatter
Stand
has been a
by.
devastating robot. These are 2 very powerful weapons, and
1.
I'm intrigued to see them go head to head.
Yeah, so has Angel Slice got its weapon? That's looking much healthier than last time, and Antimatter is already upside down. Not ideal to be at this part. And I think the bulkheads, this is the more Angel Slice chops the top of those of Antimatter, the harder it will be to run upside down.
Well, you mentioned this is not a good position for Antimatter to be in, but actually, by being upside down, they're avoiding a lot of Angel Slice's weapon.
They are indeed. They're sort of climbing up an Angel Slice and may be able to get something vulnerable there, even the drive pods, potentially.
And we're seeing now Antimatter, I think they've just been grounded to a tap out. Indeed, they have Angel Slice. It is the winner.
Yeah, you can see the egg beater has been damaged. One of the teeth had been ripped out, and it just clearly wasn't driving straight. So, yeah, a very short turnaround time for Angel Slice. But after some gremlins in the second fight and being pitted in the first, they're looking healthier again.
I mean, I think there was a little bit of a worry from Rob that there was some smoke coming out of Antimatter. Not the case. It looks to be fine. And we're just watching now Angel Slice doing the job, slicing away at his competitor. I thought being upside down would be good for Antimatter, but not good enough.
Yeah, I mean, the other problem with Antimatter is that it clearly wasn't as mobile upside down, and that meant that Angel Slice could decide, the direction of engagement so often. And it just ground Antimatter down, basically.
And we are seeing in the chat, there is a lot of love for the uniform of Angel Slice. I mean, it is a gorgeous outfit, sir. That was just beautiful.
There's a lot of aesthetics that have gone into it.
I mean, not in the round of competition, but I know Abracadabra, they're also well renowned for their uniform.
Yeah, of course, there's that. Agrawaba has done phenomenally as well this time around. Yeah, Angel Slice is one of the 2 baking-themed robots as well. We have to remember Fig Roll was also a biscuit.
Yeah, but with it being flesh-coloured, maybe we should stop talking about that. Let's go to Craig with Angel Slice.
Andy, it seems like Angel Slice has got its groove back a little bit.
Oh, that's a relief. It really is. After the first, I did a little spin up just as I was waiting for the fight to start, and it sort of did the same sort of like, is it going to do it? Is it going to do it? I was like, oh no, please just, I've changed the weapon motor out. It was quite sad after the last one, and thankfully it spun up. As soon as I managed to get them upside down, I thought, right, keep them there. Just keep grinding away, just play the control game and try and get the win from there. And I'm really pleased. I'm really pleased.
Expertly done, man. Really wonderfully done. It's a crowd favorite robot. We love to see it. We love the uniform. I want one of these aprons. It's really lovely. Please tell me your supplier. Angel Slice! And Antimatter, come on in. After such a dominant first performance, what happened? Was it just the going upside down?
Yeah, I went upside down, and the control is completely terrible when it's upside down. I didn't capitalize on his failure to spin up at the start, and it was all over from there.
It looks like one of these back wheels. I'm just going to turn it to have a look at that, because that looks a little bit sad.
There is a lot of damage. So this wheel is completely trashed. This wheel's missing half of its stuff. There should be a part there. I've lost an entire tooth off the weapon. Pretty much, that's not coming out anytime soon. So yeah, it's very sad at this point.
It's missing some bits.
It's looked better.
Well, do you reckon you can get it back together for a fight later on in the day?
We will see, I suppose. I have spare parts. Whether it'll work is a different question.
We will see. It's been a great competitor today. Antimatter.
Red square, ready.
There we go.
In the blue corner, we have Cascade going up against Inversion. And this is another one of those intriguing battles of control. No major hitting weapons here.
Yeah, no, this is a real clash of the generations here. Old versus new.
Activate.
Both really, really well driven and effective weapons, but in different ways, I would say.
And I know all of the action is in on the arena looking at the robots, but watching the Roboteers as well, it's clear to see the concentration you have to have when controlling these robots.
Oh, completely. You have to be completely locked in, and you've got such short windows of opportunity in many of these fights.
And what I'm just watching here, we got a close-up view. The forks are just entangling each other, which is stopping Inversion from being able to lift.
Yeah, Inversion does have somewhat of a reach advantage, but it's also struggling to get all of its forks under Cascade to get an effective lift. That was sort of there, but they're also both so fast that they're just able to escape.
Well, Cascade to me looks to be the more stable, lower center of gravity potentially, as they do get underneath Inversion, and we're starting to see some first proper flips of this battle.
Yeah, Cascade does seem to have a speed and control advantage, and definitely, certainly in the power of the lifter. But this is the kind of fight that can be determined by one wrong move, so we'll have to see how it goes here.
And 1 minute has gone already in this battle, and now we're starting to see Inversion getting on the side of Cascade. They're starting to be a bit more aggressive now.
Yeah, starting to get a bit of momentum for themselves, but Cascade again darting around, staying near the sides. Cascade really needs to get under a robot to get a lift, which is a bit challenging. But here you see the problem for Inversion. They're under, but they can't get the leverage.
Well, they're trying. I think it might be something to do with the forks getting caught on the edge. Yeah, that was it. So enough lifting force in the end from Inversion, but it has been challenging for them to get the lifts. I mean, I think Cascade has been better at going around the sides, but we'll see as we enter into the final 20 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, Inversion had a good spell there where they were almost able to clamp and control Cascade, but again, Cascade getting around again, keeping them pressured, keeping them pushed. The pit's nearly down. We may see a pitting here.
Well, I was going to say both Roboteers staying away from the pit as it descended, entered into the final 10 seconds. What a close fight that turned out to be.
Yeah, Inversion going for a pitting attempt there. Cascade going for an Uda shot right at the end. very much, I don't think either robot got everything they wanted out of that fight. It was a very, very closely fought match.
So you did mention the forks. I mean, let's talk about the fork design, because Cascade seems to have some very rigid forks, whereas Inversion, to me, they more flap in the wind.
Yeah, I mean, Cascade clearly, their weapon is mounted on top of the robot, so they need to get an opponent under first. So the shorter your forks, in theory, the less time to get them under. But Inversion are sort of the opposite. They want to keep them away, almost on like a forklift, and then use that point to leverage them. But again, it also means that sort of they tip rather than lift, quite like Cascade does. Anyway, we're going to head to Craig now for some interviews here.
So, what I really want to talk about after that fight, Will, is you have driven just about every type of robot out there. What are the challenges like in driving something like this as opposed to something like a spinner?
It's a lot more tactical. So I was trying to go a little bit slower to keep the forks pointing. I knew I had the reach advantage there. So I could keep the front end facing towards them. I knew I was pretty safe, but it was really tricky. So, yeah, I don't know about that one. I think that he might have just got it because he had a couple of good flips, but who knows?
Yeah, you both had a good few flips. You had a good lift or two in there as well. Could go either way.
I wouldn't mind either way. If we won that one, great. If we didn't, it's a great robot to lose to. One of the nicest looking robots here. It's so well engineered. So if you lose to that one, there's no shame in that at all.
It's amazing, isn't it? Two robots that have similar ideals in controlling their opponent, but such different looks and different ways of going about it.
Yeah, I mean, Cascade is like the epitome of like brilliant engineering. This is sort of like old school tech and, throw it in and see if it works.
Well, I love this just as much as the new tech. Give it up for Inversion, everyone. And let's have a look at that beautiful new tech in Cascade. Here is the tech. How'd you feel about that one?
I don't know, it was very close. We were both very evenly matched. It's the first time really going against a control bot myself. It's usually only spinners I go against. So, yeah, very close, I reckon. Could go either way.
It could go either way. Do we have a decision? I can see Rory Mangles is giving me the eye.
We have a decision. It was a very impressive fight, very close either way. A lot of back and forth. But the winner by unanimous decision was Cascade.
Congratulations, Cascade!
Impressive outdriving Will Thomas. It's not something that happens regularly.
Red square,
Very
ready.
impressive job. Just very quick, can we get Chucky and Bubblegum Lift to the ready table, as well as Forkhead and Spinzalotl, as well as Sunstroke and Aero?
Meanwhile, Corruption and Status are about to go head-to-head. And this is going to be another one of those battles. Two verticals going head-to-head.
Yeah, very different designs. Obviously, Corruption a lot stockier.
But immediately a fork has been snapped as I see it, the Shrapnel in front of us.
Yeah, we can see almost some of the... Already, Stasis' ground game is looking a lot more vulnerable. Seem almost to be 3D printed forks instead of the standard metal ones on it.
So Corruption on its wheels as intended, and that is leaving Status, I think, a bit vulnerable here.
Yeah, Status are down at the side. Corruption is spinning way slower, but they may not need to. Stasis cannot really move out of their circle of...
I mean, are we counting down? Is this getting close to a count-out? Because they do look stuck.
Yeah, and I think we're here at the countdown happening at the moment. Corruption, clearly 100%, something's dangling.
2, 1, and that is the countdown.
Yeah.
Such a shame, really, because Status wasn't out, they were just stuck.
Yeah, no, I'm partially fortunate for Corruption, but also it was Corruption's hits and driving that got Stasis to that point. Another decent fight. Corruption goes to the round of 16.
So Corruption, after making their way through the redemption rounds, they are working for their spot in the 16. I do have to say, though, Status, that's such an unfortunate battle. I mean, I know anything can happen in robot fighting, but that's not really what you want to see.
Yeah, I mean, look, sometimes you get a tournament like that where you actually do pretty decently in your first fight. You make it to the round of 32, and then it's just over like that in a flash. And I do feel for Stasis, but ultimately, that was the way the bracket went, and, Corruption was ultimately worthy there in that fight. Just very quick before we go over to Craig, could we get some whiteboard competitors to the ready table? That being Kickflip, Luchador, Agrowaba, and Ryzen, and Fig Roll, Gunfinger, Cop Out, and Deja 2.
I'm down here with Stasis. There are some fans. You have some fans. It's such a cool robot, and this is your second event. How do you feel getting this far?
Oh, great. I just wanted to get into the top 32, so that was my achievement done today. It's still in a piece and drives and works. We just got stuck. So, really happy. It'll come back, and it was just a great battle against another vert, so I'm stoked.
That's such a sick attitude to have, so thank you for bringing such good vibes, such a great robot. Give it up, everyone, for Stasis. And come on in, Corruption. Through to the top 16. How you feeling?
Ecstatic.
Good. Anything else?
To be honest, it could have gone either way because he actually has damaged the belt, so it's compromised the weapon. So I'm going to have to give that a good overlook to make sure that's not actually compromised.
Give it some love. Make sure it's all tidy, ready for the next round.
Yeah. Good luck to the next people fighting me.
Congratulations to Corruption.
There we have it. So only 6 more fights of the round of 32 remaining to go. Still some pretty good ones. Any other highlights of robots? Even maybe not robots that you think are completely going to storm the field, but what have been the robots that have really surprised you so far this time around, Gav?
Ray is an immediate robot to me that is, I think, slowly becoming a crowd favorite. The fact that it was cocky enough to taunt their stricken robot competitor, I mean, that shows a lot of personality, which we don't sometimes see from Roboteers.
Yeah, that's a good shout out, definitely. Anyway, so we have 2 more robots entering the field here. Kairos. These are 2 robots that we haven't actually seen for a while. We've had Kairos, who was in the first fight of the day and is only now starting again. Won a closely fought match against Speedhole Express. So well driven, but will need pretty good cutting to get through Lilith, which is basically an all-metal robot. Lost its first fight. However, its opponent in the second fight, the redemption fight, had to forfeit. So Lilith has only done 1 fight. Where it died, unfortunately, but it is back in the competition, and this is another really good chance for Lilith to show what they can do.
Well, and equally Kairos as well. They went through. They won their initial round, so both of these robots relatively fresh, and it's going to be an interesting battle. Red and black is the color of our choice today.
Stand by.
And we're going to see Lilith in the dark zone going up against Kairos in the color zone. And if I know David, he's not going to give any time. He is going to be charging in straight away.
Yeah, so we can see here both of them very, very fast, very aggressive. Kairos seemingly using a specialized blade for the metal on Lilith. We'll have to see how effective that is. And of course has a mini-bot. That cannot be forgotten.
Because we are actually seeing the mini-bot doing some effective work here. And is that Lilith stuck? No, not quite. They've managed to free themselves.
Yeah, a small pin and some light cutting here. We see sparks going.
And we just see Lilith there. Get off, Kairos. Go away as they shove him into the arena wall. That's the first bit of aggression I think we've really seen Lilith do.
Yeah, very nice shove. And it seems that Kairos might be breached on its own forks in a way. And Lilith is taking advantage of this moment.
So does Lilith have enough pushing power to lift him up over the wall? I'm not sure, but the mini-bot coming in and being a nuisance.
Yeah, the mini-bot sort of saved Kairos there, kept Lilith away, but Lilith continuing to hold a lot of momentum in this fight as it goes on.
So 1 minute is already gone, and we're now seeing Kairos quite consistently going on top of Lilith as they get ever closer, and I think some drive is broken there on Kairos.
Yeah, again, they just, look at that.
A 2-for-1 scoop and slam. That was so perfectly timed by David Weston. What a brilliant Roboteer.
Yeah, no, that was an excellent move there to seal the deal, take the win. We can see, obviously, some of the replays. The mini-bot certainly, I think, a lot more of a nuisance than I think Lilith was expecting. But also the Kairos. There was one point where Kairos ended up stuck in the mini-bot as well.
Well, there was talk in the chat. There was a lot of talk in the chat earlier today about the mini-bot kind of strategy, about whether it's fun to see as a spectator, whether it's something you want to see. Obviously, it means as Roboteers, there's an extra person with a controller, so it's fun from a competitive point of view. I think it's nice seeing that bit of diversity. Just that mini-bot can be a nuisance, but as we're watching the replay now, because we're getting close to the really exciting bit where you just see Lilith under brilliant control, maneuvering themselves to the right position. They don't want to be up against the pit. They want their opponent to be up against the pit. And the mini-bot there trying to save Kairos, but actually lines it up perfectly for a double slam.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, David's such an experienced driver. He knew, how easy it is to drive into the pit, so he was not going to do it until he could be pretty certain that he could get Kairos in, and it was very effective in the end. So we're going to head now to Craig for some interviews.
Okay, I'm down here with Kat and Kairos, and Becca as well, the driver of the Minibot. Sad to see you go out this early, but that was a good match.
Yeah, I always really enjoy fighting Dave. Great robot, great driver. I made the decision to change the front of Kairos, which is a bit in me as I was getting stuck on the hinges there. So, yeah.
Little bit of a redesign needed on the forks.
Well, maybe I should have just stuck with the ones that don't hinge.
Well, it seemed to be doing the job, though. It was getting under for a little while, and then your forks got under yourself.
Yeah, I know Lilith is super low, so I was like, I'm going to try the different front, and yeah, that was my downfall.
Well, you've left your mark, at least. I have seen at least one slice on the top of Lilith. We love to see it. Kairos is such a great character every time it comes out, so give it up, everybody, for Kairos. More sparks! We did get a few sparks. There were some sparks. And there is an absolutely brutal, almost career-ending slice on the top of Lilith here. However, will you repair, Dave?
I've got spare sets, so I'm good. Just need a few extensions, she'll be fine.
That was a great match, wasn't it?
I enjoyed that. It was tough, though, because Kat's a very good driver. And the mini-bot, what a pain in the backside.
What? Well, congratulations, Dave. We'll see you in the round of 16.
Robot ears, stand
So
by.
straight back into it here now. We have Flick, the spring
3,
flipper, and
2,
Mo Problems,
1.
the undercutter.
Activate.
Well, I think Flick is going to give Mo Problems something to worry about, as immediately we're seeing stuff flying all over the place.
Yeah, that's some of Flick's armor already shattered and sheared away. Mo Problems making no delay in actually dealing with some of Flick's armor. 2 panels go off now.
So the problem Flick is having is that even if it attacks it from the side, it's just going to go straight under, and that's where the weapon is for Mo Problems.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't look that violent of a hit. Flick has lost a wheel from that exchange, and Mo Problems is still working, still spinning.
That was so close. Mo Problems almost flipping itself into the Uta zone as Flick was actually trying to push the pit button.
Yeah, Flick is not out of this. The pit is already out. That's a problem for a robot as uncontrollable as Mo Problems.
And Flick actually darting over, flying over the open pit.
Yeah.
So that was very cautious there.
Yeah, excellent diversion, escaping out of that. Keeping pressure, no problems. And they've won it.
No problems, no worries, as into the pit they go. And Flick with the party trick.
Yeah.
What just happened, though? You have to call that an upset.
It's certainly. I mean, listen, Flick has been impressive all day, has to be said. But definitely, I mean, that's an example of showing, the fight's never over unless you think it's over. Like, Flick lost a wheel, was clearly struggling for drive. Mo Problems had all the momentum. But this is almost a clinical textbook of how to win a fight from a situation like this. So you can see Flick going for the pit immediately. Obviously, you can see there.
A little bit immobilized, but yeah, as you mentioned,
nearly,
going for the
but
pit.
also nearly getting Mo Problems out. Trying to keep the front in facing Mo Problems to minimize damage to the vulnerable back.
But you say that, look at the blue corner of Flick, and that's where I mentioned they just darted just across the pit hatch.
But look here, instead of backing up into Mo, they go round, which is hard with the drive. Try to get around them, put Mo in a weird position, and then Mo is just in. Like, it was a remarkable comeback there from Flick, it has to be said.
So the Roboteers are just conferring amongst themselves. Let's get them over to Craig, as we do, of course, have Chucky vs. Bubblegum Lift, Forkhead and Spinzalolt, Luchador, Agro Wobber coming up in the whiteboards. Craig, over to you.
So I'm here with Mo Problems. That felt like a little bit of a live by the sword, die by the sword moment.
Absolutely. I think I got a little bit greedy on that one. Went in for maybe one hit too many. I paid the price for it. But yeah, live by the spinner, you die by the spinner.
It seemed like you were so on top of that match, and Joe can attest. I was stood at the top of those steps going, Rob, stop.
I just don't know when to quit, honestly. Just kept going, you know. I wanted more violence.
Well, we're here for it. We're here for the chaos. And it's a shame you couldn't get any further, but it's been a joyous run. Give it up, everybody, for Mo Problems. And Josh, through with Flick again with pretty much the same injuries from last time.
Yeah, well, I don't really know what to say. I thought I was definitely gone after the two little metal bits came off. But it seems to be okay. Wheels have exploded again, but it saved the motor by the looks of it, so...
Got enough stuff to get it back together?
Yeah. Well, yeah, mostly, yeah.
In which case, I am going to let you crack on and get this thing fixed. There's a lot to do. Give it up for Flick, everybody.
So I think we'll see in Flick in the next round. This is a competition that also puts a lot of strain on not just winning a fight, but surviving and repairing across multiple fights. Flick has had a rough time so far.
So as a Roboteer, you've just done your battle, you're feeling good because you've won, and then you get back to your table and you look down and you see this mess of bits. What's that kind of feeling?
I mean, it depends on the time pressure. It depends on what you're fighting. I think the first instinct is strip it down and take off as many broken parts as you can. I mean, my thing I would be doing in that situation, I would try to find out when I could find out who I'm fighting next, just to figure out, you know, what are the things I need to repair. You know, if it's going to be a pushing match, should I focus on getting the drive going? If it's going to be a spinner, should I focus on armor first? That kind of thing. And then just building as fast as you can, basically.
So there is an opportunity to strategize. I know some robots do actually have attachments that they put on and take off, depending who they're competing. How much can you really plan ahead of a tournament?
To a degree. I mean, for a lot of control bots and vertical spinners, you want to get under them first. Horizontals usually have a shield, like what Aero has against Sunstroke here. But there are some robots, you know, like your kick flips or your straddles or even your fork heads, where it's very, very hard to actually have a config to deal with them.
And so we do have a live stream favorite in Sunstroke.
Red square, ready.
We are going to get this fight
Blue square,
underway.
ready.
I think there is a little bit of a handicap, though. Were we seeing some difficulties from, was it Aero?
Somewhat.
2,
we'll see it when the fight here starts.
Activate.
Yeah, Aero struggling. Unfortunately, the fight was originally delayed because Sunstroke was having drive problems. But, I mean, credit to Sean, he's decided, let's just give it a go, see what happens.
And Sunstroke there just going head on. That armor of Aero is doing a fantastic job. Just a couple of scraps. And now we're seeing the hammer come down. A bit tentative, though. A bit too soon.
Yeah, and now Sunstroke is basically, the game plan here is just try to land a good shot on. Let Sunstroke come to you, which is easier said than done, certainly.
Well, there's just enough maneuverability in Aero for them not to get counted out.
Yeah.
So they are going to stay in this fight. Sunstroke is going to have to win it the proper way.
Yeah, we can see knocked over, is their way, and they're tapped out. Sunstroke's tapped out.
And so I think Aero there, just when the hammer came down, it flipped itself up, and that gave Sunstroke, well, the win.
Yeah, I feel for Sean for that one, honestly. That was a difficult one. Difficult situation to be in. Fair play, full credit, decided to go into the fight. Was driving well, given the mobility problems. But ultimately, something happened with the arm, and that was it.
Well, I'm really intrigued to watch the replay on this one. We are seeing sparks flying as the armor of Aero and the spinning discs of Sunstroke collide. And, you know, Aero really was in a difficult position in this fight the whole way through. Fantastic for them to continue on, even though they knew they had a handicap.
Yeah, no, it was. It almost seemed to be recovering mobility as the fight went on. But again, trying a few hits, trying to land them. And it's almost its own weapon that knocked it over in the end. And it just did not have the torque, or just didn't have the time, basically. Tactical decision, tap out. But, you know, that's the way it goes sometimes, unfortunately.
And you can see there a bit of frustration. Let's go over to Craig with the Roboteer.
So earlier, you were so intent on doing it again, getting the blade stuck in the opponent. What happened, Sean?
No, it went in a bit crippled. 3 wheels, it kind of fell apart there. And it's just, yeah, not great, but what can you do?
It's had a good run up till now, right? How are you feeling about it overall?
I mean, I knew the horizontal wedge was a bit bad. I had made it quite bad. Past me is a bad person. But yeah, it will come back. It'll be a second version, better one of these. And yeah, we're good to go.
It's a glorious robot. I love the width. I love the stance of it. I look forward to seeing the next version of it. Give it up, everybody, for Aero. Mark, is this exceeding your expectations?
Yes. I've not come out of that fight completely scot-free. He managed to break a bit of carbon fiber and bend a bit of Hardox there, but it's nothing a good bit of filing can't fix. Apart from that, it doesn't drive great because most of the weight is at the front, but it's getting the results so far and everything. The problem is I've got Ray to fight next, and he's too sweet for me to kill. What am I going to do?
You're going to spin those brutal discs and you're going to slam them into the fox's face.
I'm going to chop him to haggis.
Well, I'm not sure how I feel about this, but we will see how that goes later on. Give it up, everyone, for Sunstroke.
Okay, so on the ready tables, Chucky versus Bubblegum Lift, Forkhead versus Spins the Lord. That is the end of the round of 32, so we got 3 more fights. But first, a frog walked up to a lemonade stand, and it said, "Got any grapes?"
Yeah, yeah, indeed. So, frog looking a little bit different as a paint job. A little more Mad Max going on with this frog here. Certainly the paint job still nice in its own way, but very, very good control performance in its first fight. And Got Any Grapes has to be said, this thing hits very, very hard.
There is something unsettling about the way it shuffles. It is a menacing little as it shuffles across the arena floor.
Yeah.
3.
They're always loud at the shufflers as well.
Activate.
You can see spinning up. Frog in theory should have a mobility advantage.
So previously we've seen Frog use their lifter as a shield. They are just running away, but decide to go head on, and now they're often able to get to the side.
Yeah, and can the Self-Rider get them back up? Got Any Grapes is not taking any time here.
Massive impacts. They're not giving Sir Lance Frog any chance. They are treating it as the robot it is, but now they're back on all their wheels.
Yeah, maybe a little overconfidence in some ways.
But look how mangled Sir Lance Frog looks. That poor little frog is tapping out. It cannot carry on.
Yeah, no, that was... I mean, respect to Got Any Grapes. Could have, taken an easier win by just leaving Lancer-Frog beached, but basically just kept going in until Frog was dead. And that's what they've achieved. And basically, without breaking a sweat in many ways.
I mean, so watching the replay, so Lancer-Frog was doing everything they could to outmaneuver Got Any Grapes, but Got Any Grapes with his back in the corner, it just had to pirouette.
Yeah, I mean, eventually you can see Got Any Grapes, it's not as fast as a shuffler, but it is fast enough. And it was just able to place blow after blow after blow.
And I mean, watching the replay, you do wonder whether Sir Lancer-Frog was actually down and out much sooner into that fight. But Got Any Grapes, I mean, Nick is a fantastic roboteer. You've got to assume he can get back from any position.
Yeah, I mean, from the way Frog was trying to self-right, I didn't think it had the reach to self-right. I think it would have kept on attempting it. Got Any Grapes either didn't notice that or didn't care. But either way, it led to a very entertaining fight.
Well, we definitely want to get an up-close view of Sir Lancer-Frog. Craig, take us over to Nick.
Oh, my poor boy, my favorite amphibian. My goodness, I know Ellie did not want to do that.
No, and first of all, I'm sorry to let the live crowd down. We won't get a frog versus a fox, but we may get a frog later on, but definitely not for a little while. Yeah, that was pretty brutal overall.
It was pretty brutal, and it seemed like Frog, again, is having some trouble getting back onto his feet.
Yeah, maybe the bigger wedge just sort of puts it off balance a little bit, but I did swap the servo over earlier. Ultimately, I don't think that really did it in, but you can see a lot of larger spots of damage. And there's a particularly nasty one down there, which is a bit...
Have a look at that. That's some brutal damage on this poor frog.
Yep, it's taken quite a few large hits in his last few events, so it may be time for another one. Who knows?
It's maybe time for another frog, everybody. It's your favorite, it's my favorite, it's Sir Lancer Frog.
Frog, 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 frog.
Just very quickly, Ellie. Like I say, I know you didn't want to damage the frog too much. How did that feel otherwise?
It felt a bit cruel, but it's performing well. I'm really, really happy with where it's at the moment. Yeah, it hits quite hard when it hits things.
Is this Grapes' deepest run?
I don't know if Brawl might have been about similar, but I think it's about equal at the moment with Brawl.
Well, top 16. We will see. We will see. Give it up, everyone, for Got Any Grapes?
You know, if you walked up to them on the street without their robots nearby, you know, just a person in a bucket hat, you would not assume they're capable of the level of destruction Got Any Grapes just did.
Yeah, no, I mean, Roboteers, the looks can definitely be deceiving.
Nicest people on the planet. Sincerely, as I've been welcomed into this community, such a wonderful community of people willing to self-help, and like whenever a robot is down and out, the Roboteers just crowd
Green
around
square,
each other,
ready.
support each other. But when
Blue
it comes to
square,
the arena,
ready.
vicious.
Certainly indeed. So we have another
Roboteers,
control bot here.
stand by.
Battle. We have Chucky versus
3,
Bubblegum Lift.
2,
Looking for
1.
the losers, Bubblegum for the winners.
Activate.
And Chucky's been joined by a clusterbot, it seems. So once again, going head-to-head, and up onto the wall is Bubblegum Lift. Chucky, I think, winning that first exchange.
Yeah, Bubblegum seems to have used the shorter forks. Doesn't even need them.
Seats.
And yeah, that's Chucky working as Chucky does.
So Chucky winning the first exchange. They pretty much practiced that on one side of the arena and then went, oh, that's the game plan. Over to the Uta zone we go, and they just rinse and repeat. Devastating for Sam with Bubblegum Lift. He didn't have a chance.
Yeah, no, just smothered in many ways. And that's really what Chucky's so good at. It's just this rubbery, you know, long, forky design that's so hard to get around because of sort of the bucket basin system that it has. And it just drives well, it lifts well. You can see the entire fight in the replay here, basically.
Yeah, pretty much. So as I mentioned, that was pretty much the practice run up against one side of the arena. And then the beautiful dance, you have to say. Can go on Strictly Come Dancing anytime. And then the lift, and out they go. And there you go, a handshake immediately between the two Roboteers. That's always wonderful to see.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the thing I do love about Chucky is just the way it just... Most robots have a self-righting mechanism. Chucky just drives backwards, and suddenly it's back on its wheels again. We're going to head to Craig now.
I'm down here with Bubblegum Lift and Chucky. Sam, is Bubblegum Lift and Lifters winning? Is it an ancient dream in a modern land? Are you satisfied?
Well, Craig, as you know, rule number one is you've got to have fun, and I did have fun today. But that was just supreme driving. What can you do? I mean, I tried to get Eamon, try and get round to the side. I think I just got caught on the wall and spinning the wheels pulled me over as well, which didn't help, but yeah, Chucky's good. Chucky's very good, so yeah, fair play to him.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, no. Give it up, everyone, for Bubblegum Lift. That was references that no one understands. It's Marina. It's Marina. It's fine. And Chucky. Chucky doing what Chucky does best after a few interesting fights today.
I've got a lot to make up for that first fight, haven't I? So, yeah, it was unfortunate. It wasn't really a very long fight, and I was hoping for more of a battle, but I'm glad I came out on top.
A bit more of a tussle.
Yeah, it's always good to have a fight against another control bot, and it's a bit sad when they only take 2 seconds. It usually happens against the spinners, so there we go.
It can happen, and it does happen, but it means that Chucky's through to the top 16, so we will see you very soon. Chucky!
So is this the final round of 32?
Yes, it is indeed. So our final match here. Some very, very entertaining robots, it has to be
Blue
said.
square, ready.
Forkhead, with maybe
Red square,
the biggest
ready.
upset of the tournament so far. And
Robot
then we
ears,
have
stand by.
Spinzalotto, which has
3,
proved
2,
pretty terrifying.
1.
Incredibly terrifying. So I don't like Forkhead's chances, but they're coming in with the prongs raised up to try and entangle the weapon, and immediately we do have an entanglement.
Yeah, they've managed to sandwich fork. They've lost one of their forks, the other's heavily bent.
And that's both forks gone now, so they have lost their defense. They are defenseless, but can Spinzalotto get their weapon up to speed?
Yeah, that's the goal here. So Forkhead, there's a lot of empty space at the front. They're going to be counting on that to take hits and try to just win this fight using control, basically. That's all they've got left.
So Forkhead very much trying to keep that spinning weapon at arm's reach, and they're trying to hit the button, but their chassis doesn't really allow them to. The button does get triggered in the end.
Yeah, they have hit the pit button. Very close there. This is not over. Forkhead's still in this one.
So Spinzalotto maybe getting a bit complacent, forgetting that the pit was about to fall, and they're on the wrong end, and in the pit they go!
And there we go, just like that. Both of the, overhead spinner bots. I don't know what the best way. I call them Billy bots after the robot in the US, Billy. But they're both gone now, and Forkhead once again has defied the odds and is going through.
I mean, we've mentioned it earlier today that the pit does give any robot the opportunity to win.
Yeah.
Forkhead earned that. They pushed Spinzalotto over into that position. I mean, look at this. Just beautifully controlled.
Yeah, I would agree. Forkhead just, Spinzalotto didn't really ever seem to get the nasty hits that it was getting earlier on in the competition. But Forkhead, they lost their strategy in 10 seconds of the fight. But they adapted, they improvised, and now they've gone through. So we'll have a few whiteboards coming up in a second. Obviously, Craig will be doing some interviews. Just very quickly, I'll call out some fights coming up. We'll have Revron versus Revengers, Rage of Soltron. We have Swoop versus Wayo. That'll be a very interesting fight. Chopstick versus Wishbone. We have Ray versus Sunstroke. And then we have Angel Slice versus Cascade.
And the live stream chat was asking, are we still naming the goose? Someone believed the goose was born in Cornwall and was going to name it Silly Goose. However, I've checked the label and it was made in China.
Well,
so I'm not sure their story checks out, which is a bit of a shame.
Yeah. Pardon? Peking Duck is another name we've heard. It's not a bad
I'm going to
one.
put a stop to this madness
But again,
and go to even more chaos with Craig. Let's speak with Forkhead.
It's a goose, not a duck.
What's going on?
We're going to you.
Cool. Okay, I'm here with Forkhead. How are you feeling that was going to go, Steve? I don't know if that's like the optimum robot for you.
Yeah, it's definitely a nasty matchup. I had these hook forks for big wheel bots, but they're really designed to avert big wheel bots, and I knew you have to get over the spinner. But as soon as I picked it up, it clips me. The forks coming off. I knew that. I just had to improvise with what I could do with just using it as a ram bot. And fortunately, taken some damage, but I think I'll be able to repair it. And yeah, I managed to just get enough control to give them a few chances to bounce into the pit. So fortunately, it went my way.
Yeah, those big wheel bots are quite a scary thing to deal with, aren't they? But you managed to slot it straight down the pit, so it went pretty well for you. We will see Forkhead in the round of 16. Is this the round of 16? I don't know. I thought you'd gone away. You're here.
I was really sad because it didn't spin properly. And then I put it in the test box and it span fine. But the robot is horrible to fight control bots because it is the most uncontrollable robot ever. It is what everyone else is more or less running on tiny little wheels, and I'm running them on wheels that are 3 times the diameter.
Which makes it a lot faster.
It makes it really fast and really hard to control. But
Green
I'm glad that
yellow
the first
square,
fight went so
ready.
well. I wish it's actually spanned properly. I think the bearings are just a bit rubbish, and then they get a bit unhappy.
A bit sad. Well, it's a beautiful robot. Give it up, everyone, for Spinzalotto.
Robot ears, stand by.
Right, back in the arena right now, we have 4
2,
robots doing a fun fight because they're all out of the competition. But that doesn't mean their robots, haven't stopped working, so they're going to break them now for your pleasure. And that's all the commentary we can do because it's just certified chaos right now. What do you think, Gareth?
It is very chaotic, Joe Brown.
Thank you for that confirmation, Gareth. That's great commentary right there. So what we want to see from this fight, we want to see the red and white bot, Shaky's one, I've forgotten its name, kickflip, is that it?
That'll be kickflip.
Yeah, we don't want it to see it getting stuck, and it's not getting stuck, so that's great. We've seen a lovely axe planted inside Ryzen by Aggro Wobber. That's... We're just going to check the arena is in one piece, I think. Everyone's still okay?
Collection of locking bars on the roof went for a ride.
Arena Marshal, have you still got a pulse? Oh, that's all right. Those aren't part of there's just random stuff people about. We got a very nervous thumbs up there. I think that means we can continue. Is that right? Okay. Bit more of that, everybody? Yeah?
3, 2,
yeah!
1. Activate.
And there we go, back up to speed now. If this was gymnastics, I would give that a gold. That was excellent. Now I think Ryzen's weapon might have stopped, but we've still got a lot of action going on as Luchador still flipping.
Descending.
Kickflip still spinning.
Descending.
Aggro Wobber got his axe stuck down. Today is not Luchador's day. And there you go. Kickflip has done the thing again. Finally. That's the third time. And it's just Ryzen left. Go on, Ryzen, take out the trash. Oh! You didn't have to listen to me, you know?
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And there you go. The most violent comedy routine I've ever seen. Fantastic stuff. Yes. People ensuring their robots are going home in many pieces. That's what we like to see. The arena we'd like to take home in one piece. Thank you. Yeah, just looking back on the replay, seeing Luchador descending down the hole. And that lovely recovery from kickflip there, only to face plant afterwards. That is slapstick comedy right there. That is so good. We've got a second sort of fun whiteboard for you now. It's 4 non-spinners. And we look forward to seeing a slightly more gently paced show of control prowess next in a few minutes when we load that one in.
I will join you just so you're not by yourself. Can you smell a certain aroma coming out of the arena?
Yeah, kind of a crispy, well-seasoned, well-cooked.
That is something you only experience when you attend these things live. You don't quite, if you've never been to one of these events, that metallic-y, you can almost taste it in the air kind of smell of, what is it, motors, metal, shrapnel?
Yeah, it's a cocktail of destruction.
As we're now seeing the damage. Go over to
take it over to the pit camera. Stephen, if you can cut to the interview camera, the close-up one. Shaky, if you want to, get that in shot for us.
Lovely and blurry. Yeah, that's my normal vision. A bit further away.
So yes, that is like the same steel they use in tanks. It's hardened steel we call Hardox, and in that fight, it's just become mush. This is why we do all this stuff in a bulletproof arena, because it's just not okay. If that was flesh, there would be none left.
I guess, given the arena has just gone under a massive amount of stress, should we talk about the construction and just reassure the audience they are in a safe space?
Yes. So the arena is made from the floor and the walls are made from the same material that the spinners are. So when they hit the floor, the walls, we blunt their spinners nicely, which is fun. And then we've got 10mm thick polycarbonate. Excuse me, that goose was busy. Let's put that back. Yeah, someone did this. There's a weird cult going on today.
Yeah, they're in the live stream chat. They have been joining us throughout the day. So in the audience, there are the tinfoil hat group. Some of them have
They
antennas
keep
on.
moving around as well. That's what makes it weirder. They're like in a different spot every time I look.
They keep moving, yeah, exactly. But the goose, although still nameless, has decided to join them.
I don't blame it. I don't blame it. But yes, so the arena uses polycarbonate, which is the same thing they use for like riot shields. It got really expensive in COVID because everyone started using it for COVID protection. But yes, it takes a lot of damage. We are always continuously checking to see if there are any holes. And knock on wood, this is the 7th event for this arena now, and there are plenty of gouges, but no holes yet. Craig is giving me a look like there might be some holes. I hope I've not just been corrected.
You mentioned that as Felix just drills a nice little hole in it now. Obviously, there are some calculated. A lot of this stuff, this is tried and tested, years of experience before you actually built this arena. And there are a couple of arenas used within the UK. Previously, we used to use the one, David Weston's arena.
That's right, and that's still touring around all the time. Most recently did an event in London for the first time, so that's very cool for London to finally join the robot combat scene.
They went to London.
Yeah, it was in a very hipster area near Ali Pali, like Longwell Green?
Longwood Green is Bristol.
That's right.
Yeah.
It had wood green. It had green in the name. There you go. Anyway, that arena's been going for years, and we learned a lot from that, and Dave's upgraded that loads, and when we built this arena, we tried to make it as modern as possible, but these robots just get more powerful by the day.
And, I mean, a lot of bells and whistles, as you know, I've lovingly called it the circus. I went to school with Gareth, and I know what his DT project looked like. He would have every single accessory on his electronics device you could imagine. LED, he loves RGB, LEDs, all of that stuff. What kind of gizmos do we have? Obviously, the pit is quite a nice mechanism in that it comes down level.
Yes, I personally really like the pit button itself. I've never seen a pit button anywhere else that has the counter built into it. You can't see it from the audience perspective, but if you see it on the camera, there's a lovely countdown to let you know when it's available. That's just the kind of classic Gareth extras that you expect. We've got all these spotlights that change colors to tell you where your start spot is and other sort of hazardy things.
And another thing that is completely hidden from the audience, there is an inbuilt extractor fan for if there is any smoke or anything that fills the arena.
Yeah, that's right. And we've already upgraded that. We've already doubled its suck power. We did one event with it where we needed to use it, and it was extracting, but not to our satisfaction. So we have now upgraded the suction power. We've not had to use it yet. So we have no idea how quickly we can remove harmful gases.
You haven't gone and bought a flare, chucked it in, and just tried it out.
That's a really good idea. I think we should end the day with a firework display in there and then see how the extraction goes.
Yeah, hopefully not cause any alarms as the fire brigade gets called to St. Michael's Centre. That's not what we want. So
Please
the extractor hose does run all the way outside. So
we're not sucking it out and blasting it into your lungs, because that would be counterintuitive. Also, I want to give a big shout out to Felix, our assistant arena marshal, who's just lovingly ground down the pit for us, so it's silky smooth for the Roboteers' driving pleasure. And now we're loading in our next fight, which is another fun one. This is 4 robots who are non-spinners who are out of the competition. And this is our last fight before we start the round of 16, Gav.
And I guess if you're wondering in the audience why we go to such extremes to grind it to make sure it's flat and level, we've got robots like Wayu. They have a magnetic base, if I'm right, and that really sucks them down. So any slight tip of the arena floor that's been lifted up, they're going to get stuck on that. And there's almost an unfair advantage or disadvantage.
That's right, but you do have to design with a bit of ground clearance in mind. It's a balancing act, because you want to get under your opponent, but you don't want to get stuck, because we're not going to help you if you get stuck. That's your problem. So it's sort of a compromise, but we're going to do our best. But if you're so low to the ground that you're getting stuck on our arena, then you're doing it wrong.
Absolutely.
Sort yourself out.
And, we still got a bit of a lull, so this is a brilliant time to promote the BBB website, because if you are enjoying today's events, the events do take place throughout the year, although this is the last of the 2025.
That's right. We're going into the off-season after this, but we return here in February for another round of inter-university fights. We'll be doing another tournament about this size. And then throughout the year, we do events throughout Bristol, predominantly at Left-Handed Giant Brewery, our favourite brewery in Bristol. But also sort of all over the place, all different sizes of robots, 3 different sizes of robots. So if you want to come to more robot fighting throughout the year, check out our website, bristolbotbuilders.com. But also, if you're looking to learn how to build a robot, check out that too. We have lots of guides, parts, forum, anything you need to get started. So if you're thinking about building a robot, don't wait. Join us now.
And there is a very active community online. So if you are looking for support and you just don't know where to start, there are kits available. I think BBB does have some kits in stock. I'm going to see you test your knowledge now.
Yeah, yeah, sure.
Let's say yes until you go to the website. If they're gone, it just means they've all been bought since this competition. Enough pre-ramble as the fight is actually about to get underway. Will this be as chaotic as the last?
I think it will be a gentle display of lifting prowess. 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 I like that. That's good. We want to see, most importantly, a flip from the Fig one, the flesh-coloured one, because it hasn't done any flips yet today that I've seen anyway. So
it is quite an unnerving colour.
It is. It definitely looks like he's sort of taken that from his victims. But yes, anyway, so we've got 3 that do the kind of classic lifting, and then the green one does a grab and lift. So it has a claw that comes down, and then the whole thing lifts up other robots. But again, he's not had much success with the suplexing yet today, so we'd love to see that right now. Almost. Not quite.
And I didn't quite realise Cop Out actually has a really nice livery, because underneath they've got some question marks.
Yeah, what does that mean? What could it mean?
Yeah, Cop Out?
Ah.
Maybe we've been pronouncing it wrong this whole time.
Cop Out? I like that.
So Big Roll doing a lot of the shunting work right now against Deja 2.
That's true. We've got a nice pile up near the out of the arena zone.
And the tables turn, but Big Roll managed to get out of it, and they dart underneath. That looked like a teleportation.
And the pit is now open and is looking very precarious for Deja 2. In they go, followed closely by Gunfinger.
So now we've got Fig up against Cop Out. And if only they performed this well during the rounds, they would have been doing a lot better. But Fig and Cop Out, 2 very powerful robots, very quick robots, what I mean by that.
Definitely. The drive is definitely their strength for both of them. But
and Cop Out stuck on the floor, but it is a whiteboard, so Fig coming in to disengage him.
That's what we like to see. We want to see a full fight. We don't want to see people losing their way. There we go. Get in there too. Go on, Fig. There we go. That's what we want. That's how fights should end, is a loving pile up in the pit, you know?
What goes on in the pit stays in the pit.
Excellent. So that is the end of our fun whiteboards for now. They will return later. But as we empty out this pit full of robots, we're going to start setting up our round of 16.
Before you disappear, Joe, are there any feather bots going on in the UK?
Yes, who is asking? Is that in the chat? So yes, feather events in the UK. We do 2 in Bristol, twice a year, April and August. There's also Robo Dojo in York. And then our Dutch friends do events quite often. Big up the Dutch. They did a very good event recently. Some of them are here today. Yeah, so there's definitely feather events. You can also take your feathers to Robots Live that does 3 or 4 events a year as well. So plenty of opportunities to do the 30-pounders, the 13.6 kilogram feathers. Definitely. Yeah, and
we've got Tom here as well, promoting the heavies.
Tom likes big robots, so if you want to do big robots, there's heavyweights too. Basically, the UK is full of events. Come get involved.
I'm adjusting the running order. Points West guy is here. He wants to film the next fight, so I'm making it switch way.
Oh yeah, as long as they know. Okay, so we've got, for the round of 16, we're going to have Swoop versus Wayu, Revron versus Revengers, Chopstick versus Wishbone, Ray versus Sunstroke, Angel Slice versus Cascade. So yes, starting our round of 16, we're going to be going with Swoop versus Wayu, 2 of our scariest robots today. And we're going to be loading those guys in imminently. I'm just going to go get our better commentator Owen back, I think, and resume my jobs, I think. I'm going to leave you, Gav.
Yeah, where is Owen?
Do you think he's gone back to Ireland?
No, the flights aren't. No, the flights aren't taking place. He's over my left shoulder, as you can see on the live stream.
It's right there.
So, what do you want to? Shall I shuffle over? I'll shuffle over. Thanks, Joe. Always a joy having Joe in the commentary area. You never quite know what he's going to say, though. That's the only scary part. So, we're back to the serious nature of the, where are we, round of 16?
Yeah, so I would say up until now, every round has been pretty similar. We've had 16 fights. Now things are going to start speeding up quite a bit. We're going to have 8 one-on-one fights here. That'll give us our top 8. So, pretty simple, but a lot of big names already knocked out. A lot of very impressive robots still in this tournament.
Absolutely, and I cannot wait to see the first round we have going in. A little bit of an adjustment to the schedule, as you are going to see the chaotically scary Swoop enter into the arena. Will they keep all 4 wheels on their robot? That is the question I have every time they're loaded into the arena. The answer is always no.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It'll be a tough one, and it's definitely the weirdest matchup, I think, at the top 16, because Wyo, on one hand, is the perfect machine to attack Swoop's wheels. On the other hand, it's the absolute worst designed machine to hit the main body of Swoop.
Well, and I'm just trying to gauge it by eye now. Do you think the spinning disc of Swoop is long enough to hit Wyo?
I think it is, honestly. I think, well, Wyo, if it's going to hit the wheels, it's not going to knock the robot away too badly. That spinner is going to be so close to Wyo. Wyo is going to take some hits in this fight.
Let's do this properly. Audience participation. We have Swoop in the dark zone, and under the blue light, I need you to get involved, is Wyo. That's what we love to hear. Thank you, everybody. Let's count this down together.
Funniest thing is both of these robots weigh the exact same amount.
So the fight has begun, and the sparks immediately flying there, and that answered our question. Yes, the spinning disc of Swoop is long enough to hit Wyo, but look how scared Swoop is. They don't want to get out of the corner.
Yeah, it's almost the most deadly lazy Susan that Swoop could ever fight in many ways.
And now we're seeing the uncontrollable nature of Swoop. Nothing they can do. Normally it's Wyo.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the energy being departed, and like Wyo could, one of these hits could easily take out Wyo. This is a very dangerous fight for both robots.
Well, both of these robots are very scared of each other, as you say. Yeah. Like, the wheels are being shredded slowly of Swoop, and it will be a matter of time before they lose that ground clearance.
Yeah, and we can see something went. I saw sparks for Wyo.
And, well, Wyo has stopped. The countdown has begun. 3, 2, 1. Wyo is out. Your winner is Swoop.
Yeah, nothing much else you can say. I mean, Swoop is looking beat up after that fight, but it won.
That was my favorite. My favorite is knocked out.
Yeah, that. In many ways, it was the worst matchup for Wyo. It's a robot that will do a lot of damage in weird places that Wyo has to come into contact with the weapon. And to be fair, Wyo departed quite a few hits onto Swoop.
It was definitely a back and forth combat. Both roboteers trying to line up and just, they were indecisive how they wanted to hit each other, as we can see here, making them way towards each other. And then Wyo deciding to go underneath Swoop seemed like a good idea at the time.
I mean, you can see at this point, Wyo is struggling on one side of drive. Here you have the monstrous, the monstrous collision was earlier, but something, you don't quite see it on the stream. There were a few sparks that came out of Wyo, so Craig will definitely give us more information.
I'm down here with Swoop, and that was incredible. That was terrifying. I don't know how you felt going into that, but going against Wyo is scary in any time, right?
Yeah, I didn't have many hopes going into it. I just thought send it, see what happens. So just lucky that I'm just low enough to hit him. So I think, don't know what more to say.
Just low enough to hit what is, we believe, the lowest Beetleweight in the world. So congratulations on taking it up into the top 8. Give it up, everyone, for Swoop. Tim, what happened to it?
Swoop booped.
Swoop booped. That's an eloquent way of saying it.
I just hit the right spot, so it's gone all crunchy.
Got all crunchy, and did that kind of burn it out or something?
No, it just locks it up.
Sick. Good. I'm so sorry, because you know Wayu is one of my favorites. Wayu is everyone's favorite evil frisbee. Give it up, everyone, for Wayu!
There we go.
Oh, it's nice to hear the audience all awake. Clearly the coffee is being bought from St. Michael's Centre. Go and get some refreshments when you are feeling a bit low on energy.
Very relief. And there, like you said, you know, you could see it in the interview. That was the one spot that Wayu normally would never get hit from. But that's all it took to take him out.
Breathe.
Yeah.
Breathe, everybody, because we can relax a little bit now.
Yeah. So our next fight here, we have... Yep. So we have three robots in. We have a team, of course. We have Revron, who were very, very deadly in pretty much the two fights that they've had up until now. They've been very, very damaging. And then we have the Revengers, the Rage of Saltron, a cluster bot, both 750 grams each, though I have to say after the first fight, I'm surprised, after the round of 32 fight, I'm surprised they're a team anymore. They had that moment of betrayal, didn't they?
They did, but, well, and now they're kissing each other, apparently. So those robots, does that count as an entanglement?
I don't know what it counts like, but I don't think children should watch it.
Yeah, well, it might have googly eyes, but it doesn't mean it's child-friendly. A robot that's definitely not child-friendly is Revron. They are looking for an instant knockout, but there's two robots, so it's not going to be as easy for them.
No, yeah, so...
Robot
a lot of stuff. I mean, obviously,
by.
lighter robots, which in theory should be hit even harder, but anything can happen.
Activate.
And so here we see the cluster bots darting over each other, and they're almost confusing Revron because it's hard to know which one to focus on.
Yeah, I mean, these robots are designed to get underneath robots like Revron, and it's so hard to not get, you know, it's so hard for you to keep away from both of their forks. So if they work together, it's going to be very hard for Revron to get under any of them.
Yeah, and now we are seeing there a pin in the corner. Revron just stuck on top of Revengers, and we're hearing the referee counting them down. These are pins. They're basically locking them up against the wall and then pulling them away.
It is translating to some degree. It's not got perfect movement.
That is smoke. We've got a live fire. Everyone, please stay sat down. Please stay sat down. We do have precautions for this. It looks like it's actually put itself out, which is a rarity.
Yeah, so at this stage, even though the robot has not been counted out, it's now up to the discretion of the referees to decide whether the smoke was a lipo fire or not, or whether it's good to keep going with the fight.
Well, we won't take any risks. So the precaution here, just in case you're interested, we have a metal container, and the plan is basically there is nothing you can do to put out a lipo fire. You just have to let it run its course. So
Revron have been moved into an armor box and taken outside of the venue. That's a major disadvantage for the rest of this fight.
Well, I don't think the fight's going to continue. So, somehow, Revengers have remained victorious. The two little scampy robots are still moving around in a... We've got everyone just making sure that that robot is actually out. Yeah. So, our first fire of the day, and the extractor fan was used. Let's see, Joe, did it work? He thinks so. There never is any certainty, is there?
I mean, I'm only slightly dizzy, so I think it's worked pretty well.
Woo! What a smell. Yeah. So for those on the live stream, should we try and describe the smell?
Ooh,
like chlorine for me. I don't know. Yeah, like chlorine.
A little bit of a hot chlorine, something like that.
Maybe...
it's hard to describe if you've never been near an electrical fire of any kind before, you know?
Yeah, the best description I can give is a swimming pool. It kind of has that same smell as a swimming pool to me. Gareth does not look convinced. How would you describe it? Any other...
A bit noxious.
Okay, fair enough.
So the man with the PhD in electronics is saying it's noxious.
Yeah, whoever gave that man a PhD needs to be checked. We're watching the replay now. What do you think caused it? Because just motor burnout?
It's hard to say. I mean, a lot of these spinners will draw a huge amount of current as they're first in the spin-up and when they're spinning. And sometimes, for the speed controllers in particular, that can overwhelm them. I mean, I would say the way I saw that fire, it didn't look to me like a lipo fire. It looked like a standard ESC fire. And those are safe. Those are good. If it was a lipo fire, it'd be much more...
Yeah, as
of
far as
annoyance.
fire goes, yeah, that's safe. That's safe fire.
Yeah, that's safe fire.
Right,
Okay.
so we are getting ready for the next Roboteers. Please make your way down. We will have Chopsticks versus Wishbone, Ray versus Sunstroke, Angel Slice and Cascade. And Craig, sorry, I completely forgot
kept
about
you
you
waiting
over
so
there.
long. I've been completely forgotten down here. I'm here to talk with these guys. I've just had confirmation it was a weapon speed controller fire. Do you think you guys caused that fire with your self-proclaimed best robots ever?
There's only one answer, and that's yes. Yeah, we just outpushed him, you know, burnt himself out. Just too good, aren't we? Best bot ever, bud.
Let's be serious. That was some interesting luck. How do you think it was going to go if that didn't happen?
Well, we were getting underneath him even before he caught on fire, so I think we were just sort of hoping to bully him around and get the pit down. So, you know, but he just couldn't deal with such powerful
Best bot ever, yeah.
Couldn't deal with the best spot ever. Well, we will see the self-proclaimed best spot ever in the top 8. Give it up for the Revengers, everybody.
Well, everything was going so smoothly up until that point.
Indeed. So the people in the audience, some of you observant, may have realized there is a very professional-looking camera in the room. There is a slight chance we might end up on BBC Points West. I'm not sure. Local news, regional news, very small. Maybe on the website. If you do see it, give it a thumbs up or a like. Just any support you can give this little group of volunteers, really, just people who give up their time to run these events, and all of the Roboteers as well, who put hours and hours into building these robots. Really is a hobby that takes up your life, and what a community to be a part of.
Completely, yeah. No, I couldn't say it better myself.
And of course, if you want to go home and show anyone this event that you've been attending, it is being live streamed right now. That will stay up on the YouTube channel. Joe does a fantastic job editing after the event, so it is pretty much non-stop fights. You don't have any of this chatting between Owen and I in between the battles. It is just battle after battle. A great little recap if you want to show anyone what you've been up to on this Saturday in St. Michael's Centre.
Yeah, I know Joe is an absolute machine when it comes to editing these events down, certainly. So if we can get Flick 2 and Got Any Grapes and Chucky and Forkhead to the ready table. We've now got another fight for you for the round of 16. Two pretty scary robots so far in Chopstick and Wishbone.
And quite finally, the YouTube chat just saying, if we did end up on the BBC, the logos that we've chosen for the 2025 champs might be a bit awkward to explain. Who knows? Maybe we might actually end up on proper BBC television. There's enough content here for them to do a little episode.
Who knows? We'll see. I mean, I don't think they're going to sue us.
Oh, definitely not. No, we'll get away. We'll get away with it. But I'm just thinking, you know, they did bring back Robot Wars a couple of years ago, and that was the much larger, hefty robots. But I just wonder, when it comes to sustainability, in terms of financial input, maybe these Beetle bots are a much better weight class for that type of event.
Yeah, I mean, these events show like the weight class
Blue
is alive
square,
and well.
ready.
Robot fighting is alive and well. It has an audience.
Roboteers,
And, you know,
stand
even though they're
by.
smaller, they're still just as fun as the ones in GBB.
So, Chopsticks in the dark zone going up against Wishbone, and this is going to be a battle that's going to be hard to tell. But it looks like Wishbone's getting the first exchange.
Yeah, already being aggressive at Chopstick, wasting no time. Have written don't on the top panel of Wishbone. Clearly a message towards Chopsticks, and has been controlling the fight so far.
Well, that don't is now about to be challenged. This is an opportunity here for Chopsticks, but the saw blade looks to be broken. They've just broken themselves.
Yeah. So there you go, they've released, and yeah, the saw blade seems to have just come out of the casing. So that thing's going to be out of commission for the rest of the fight.
Yeah, it's hard to see whether it's the motor that's come loose of the casing or what. The pit is now going down, so that does give Chopsticks a way to win this fight, because otherwise you'd say it's in the hands of Wishbone.
Wishbone has an advantage, but Chopstick still has its drive, still has that front setup.
Yeah, exactly. Those forks are really working well right now, getting underneath Wishbone.
Yeah, so we can see here, this is not over yet. I mean, Chopstick is a very bouncy robot. It takes hits, but the impacts don't seem to transfer to the rest of it.
And I'm just wondering if Chopsticks can still use the hammer as we get close to the pit. Wishbone there had a wheel over the edge, but managed to drive. And that is the saw blade of Chopsticks being flung across the arena.
Yeah, very dangerous game being played. Chopsticks nearly getting Wishbone in the pit, but Wishbone is still in this one. The pit is making this very tense for the next 30 seconds.
Can they get up? Chopsticks with the underdog story. Their weapon was disengaged early in that fight. Wishbone had the advantage, but down in the pit goes Wishbone.
Yeah, no, unfortunate one, certainly. But again, you know, having a weapon is one thing. Having good drive, a good design, again, that can win you a fight when all else seems lost. Yeah, but you can see the Chopstick looking a little more bent and worse for wear, but I have no doubt that he can get that saw back and working for the round of 8.
I mean, in terms of a repair job, that does look quite devastating.
Certainly, yeah. I mean, quite a lot was done there, has to be said. Well, again, it was really only just the arm, and it seemed the motor almost disconnected rather than was ripped out. So it might not be as bad of a challenge as we'd expect. So we'll just get some people ready. I believe the next fight should be Ray and Sunstroke, the Battle of the Foxes. In the meantime, we're going to get some interviews done here by Not Craig.
Well, it was all looking so good. My heart goes out to you, but that was a tough loss.
The hole there wasn't there to start, and then it became there. And I was like, let's dive in that.
I think the issue as well, like, you know, obviously Andy is a superb driver, incredibly skilled roboteer as well. You go into a fight like that, obviously you've got the don't message on the top of the robot as well. You knew you were expecting something particularly painful, which never came. Did we kind of think, okay, the hope started to build throughout the fight, thinking, okay, I've got a chance here?
I knew then I wouldn't lose by lightning fire, but he has just the perfect forks to push me around, and yeah, you can't keep evading the pit for the whole fight.
Very true. A good performance. No disgrace going out to Chopstick in that fashion, but you know, you've also come a very long way, so thank you very much for coming. Ladies and gentlemen, please, a round of applause for Wishbone.
And so the chat is, the live stream chat is already a bit worried about what we're about to see with Sunstroke going up against Ray. I don't think this is a robot Ray is going to be willing to taunt.
Yeah, I mean, this is an interesting matchup. I mean, beyond, you know, the Fox teaming of both of them, I mean, Sunstroke has proven itself to have a pretty impressive weapon, pretty impressive aggression, but also potentially a few electrical gremlins to deal with. Ray, meanwhile, has maybe not been the best lifter of the competition, but certainly has been able to take hits and has proven incredibly aggressive. So this might just be the kind of design that can do very well against Sunstroke.
Well, I was just thinking that, because when you look at Sunstroke, having 2 separate spinning discs, in terms of the internal mechanisms, there is a lot more that can go wrong.
Yeah, indeed, and we saw it in the first fight when they lost one of their discs in the first hit. Now, the second one was able to do well and ultimately, you know, kept them going to the end of the fight, but it is something to definitely consider. There's a lot of also, you also have to consider yourself things like electrical draw of how much more energy you need to spin 2 discs instead of 1. And, yeah, like you said, it's a very effective weapon in that it has a very wide area of attack. But so long as Ray, in theory, can keep the front and the sides facing Sunstroke, it's going to be hard to get through.
David over my shoulder has just said that both of these roboteers have come from Scotland, so it's a battle of the Scots. Taking battle in Bristol. Let's see who is going to be victorious. Ray have had a very nice way through this competition. Sunstroke has had to work for it, and immediately Ray darting out of the foxhole, charging in and getting underneath Sunstroke.
Yeah, so we can see here Ray trying to go head on and sort of riding up his Sunstroke on Ray, but not really getting a major. That was a nasty one though at the back.
And it looks like Ray is immobilized. Sunstroke nipped at the ear of Ray. And a round of applause from the audience. They think it's over, and it is now.
Yeah, no, I think what's happened is that the power link on Ray is at the back of the robot, and I think that was hit in such a way that has killed it, which is always a very unfortunate way to go, certainly, you know. Very sad, very preventable in many ways, but it was a very, very good fight up until that point.
I mean, I know it wasn't a long fight and there wasn't much back and forth action, but I mean, Ray charged in, it gave it his all straight away. And I think those dual spinning discs, I wasn't too sure how they would work in terms of this competition.
Yeah.
Watching the replay now, and as you mentioned, Ray charging in, and this is where we start to see the spinning disc. That one of Ray's ears does get nipped off in one of their first exchanges. That's exactly where we saw it.
Yeah, I mean, the ears are definitely more cosmetic than anything else, but it's that hit there where the rear is exposed for just a second. And an advantage of the spin discs is that you've just got such a wide area that you can drive in and something's going to hit. So, very decent job from Sunstroke, has to be said. We're going to go to Craig now for more.
Yeah, Sam is over in the interview booth, and I think Sunstroke made their way over, but as did Ray. So, Sam, take your pick.
It helps if I turn the mic on. Pip. Oh dear. It was all looking so good.
I felt quite confident going into that one, but it does suit the robot. It's got a big heavy plow front, which deflects horizontal spinners quite well, but the back doesn't deflect spinners. So the link.
Let's see if we can bring it onto the camera down here, like if we put it just at the front. So normally in this little piece of plastic here, there's a wire that goes across to complete the circuit inside the robot to make it work. And that's got shredded.
Yeah, so the little switch got killed.
It do be like that sometimes. Ladies and gentlemen, please, a round of applause for Ray. Mark bringing Sunstroke, still going in the top 8. Who would have thought?
Yeah, the last time I went to BBB 4 years ago, I got into the top 8 with Sprocket Raccoon, but I'm amazed that it actually did the business there because Ray's nice and chunky, and well, I feel so conflicted because I love foxes, but if I lost, I'd have lost to a fox. But no, the weapons have been working very well. I'm not sure how well it can stand up to another spinner at this point in time because I'm shaking myself loose in pieces there. Yeah, that.
You can see a nice slice on the top of the armor here. There's actually, if you lift it up, actually, you can kind of see that left-hand side disc is. I don't want to say it's holding on, but it's not far off.
Yeah, it's been like that since Reveron hit it in the first round. So I guess we'll try and tape that up again.
We're still in top 8. Well done, ladies and gentlemen. Please, Sunstroke.
So just very quickly, if I could call some people for some whiteboards, so we get Slam,
Green
Nabulin,
square,
Monterey Jack,
ready.
Perpetual, Photon, Autonomous, Doombot, Fail Deviation, and Buttercard.
Robot ears, stand by.
We're almost at the end of the round of 16,
3,
so
2,
3 fights
1.
left to go
Activate.
after this one. And it looks like Cascade has changed their weapon or their front face there, especially for Angel Slice.
Yeah, much more to deal with the damaging spinner thread, which is valid enough. But again, maybe vulnerable to the forks now on Angel Slice.
But that said, I mean, I don't think they need to worry about that. Actually proving that they can get underneath Angel Slice no matter which side they go. And into the arena wall we go. That is very much Cascade's strategy throughout this competition.
Yeah, no fear from Cascade at all. Pure aggression, pure power, although I think in one of those exchanges, the lifter is not resetting as perfectly as it was in previous exchanges.
But I don't think it needs to because of the gyration effect. As soon as you unstable that spinning disc, that robot loses control.
Yeah, but now that disc is out hitting higher, hitting into the lifter weapon directly into Cascade, a few whacks of that can do some pretty big damage going forward.
And Cascade now trying to get Angel Slice over to the pit, proving harder than said. But they are on the right side, and they are just slowly, although running around in circles, they are slowly getting closer.
Yeah, no, I mean, Angel Slice is still very functional, still has drive, still has a weapon that it's hitting, and that's gonna be big for the judges if it does go that way. But Cascade is remaining very aggressive here.
So if you turn to weighing this up, Angel Slice definitely doing the damage with that spinning disc, but Cascade, I think, has been in control in terms of maneuverability.
Yeah, and continuing to land hits, being aggressive. This has been a remarkable fight so far. Angel Slice guided into the pit button.
So once again, as we were saying, if you disturb Angel Slice and you get it unsteady, it will just do damage to itself flying up into the arena.
Yeah, Angel Slice is an undercutter that nearly roofed itself.
Well, we've got less than almost 10 seconds left to go as we get so close to the pit. Will this end in knockout or will it go to the judges?
It's still very, very close. Anything can happen. So this is going to be a hard one for the judges to call. Very hard.
2, 1. Seize.
A great showing from both robots. The Roboteers embracing in a hug. I don't know if they know who's won.
They know they were a part of a classic, certainly. It was interesting how the fight changed once Angel Slice was knocked upside down, because at that stage, it wasn't maybe landing as big a hits onto the wedge, but it also sort of meant the Cascade couldn't really get a good flip on Angel Slice anymore. And Angel Slice started to actually do damage to the lifter.
And when I'm looking at the shrapnel that's left in the arena, it's definitely of an orange color.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you mentioned, that spinning disc being the wrong way up. But I think that gave it a chance to almost do more damage because it didn't have to worry too much about the ramp.
Yeah, so it'll be difficult to call that one in many ways. I mean, Cascade, they both remained aggressive. That's the thing that you have to remember. I think they're both very well driven. Obviously, Cascade has a mobility advantage. But you'd also have to say Angel Slice was always doing what it needed to do at any given time in many ways.
Yeah, I don't think either Roboteer could have done much more in terms of how that fight played out. That was just a case of, the fight playing out. We're going to go over to Sam with Angel Slice. Let's see what they can cook up.
Well, you look a very mighty relief man, but that was a tough fight. It's a robot that doesn't suit you as a weapon style. But I think, generally speaking, he did pretty good.
That went about as well as I could have hoped, I think. That was a very close fight. It's an amazing robot. I knew it's just built like a brick. So my only plan was to spin up and just keep hitting it, and hope that something breaks. And it just didn't. So we both kept going to the end.
Absolutely. Should we bring in a Cascade as well? Should we put them next to each other? Now, I'm hoping we're going to switch to... There we go. Perfect. You can see the lifter here is all twisted to one side. That was some pretty gourmet damage.
That was awesome. That's probably one of the best fights I've ever had. So,
who's feeling most confident, do you reckon? Neither of you. Judges, how are we looking? Any good? No? All right, so still deliberating. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you've got any spares for the Cascade lifter. You do?
if I need them, I've got them. But we got to figure out who's won first, I think. So.
It's very tense. Andy, I mean, obviously, you know, you kept that. Is that the easiest the least repairs you have to do between fights? Because that was like, it's been a busy day for you in the pits, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been busy. The motor broke after the first two fights, so I've put a new motor in for the last two fights that we've had. That's held up really well. So I think some of the lubrication in the shuffler pods are starting to run out because it's starting to get a bit sticky. So I might need to swap one of them out. But aside from that, I think end of the whatever the result is, I can't complain at that. If I go out, I am more than happy with my performance today.
Yeah, I pretty much echo that. I honestly don't care. It was awesome. It was such a good fight. So if I go out here, then I'll accept it. It's fine.
We love to see it. I think we are still loading in. The judges are still deliberating. Tension could be cut with a cricket stump. Let's see.
There you go. So the judges are still deliberating, so we may be another while before we have a decision. In the meantime, we have another top 16 fight arming up. We have Corruption and we have Lilith. Very biblical battle, this one.
You might have to...
Apparently we have a decision.
Oh, never mind.
If we're quick.
Oh.
So yeah, they don't make it easy for us. Another close one. In this case, it is a unanimous decision for Cascade.
There you go.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, a round of applause for Angel Slice and Cascade.
Red square, ready. Blue square, ready.
It could not have been easy to make that decision, but Cascade remaining in the competition.
Robot ears, stand
will
by.
be joined by either a front
3,
hinge or
2,
another drum
1.
spinner.
Activate.
So both Roboteers heading into the middle. Looks like Lilith is out of position here as Corruption gets in the damage that they need to do. That front edge of Lilith actually being a good target for Corruption.
Yeah, that front edge on Lilith is 1 millimeter of titanium. Very strong, but not invincible.
And tapped out. Lilith is out.
Yeah, something clearly went with the machine. It's gone. And Corruption is continuing a pretty impressive run at this stage.
That is so uncharacteristic of Lilith. It's such a well-tested, durable robot. But I know these are heavy, big impacts that Corruption is dealing out.
Completely, yeah. So we've seen it there now. Another fight done, dusted. Yeah, a very quick one in many ways, unfortunately. Difficult to see what was the issue with Lilith. Something seemed to go in that caused the tap out, unfortunately.
Well, now it's up and running again. So I don't know if it was just a flipper that couldn't self-right or the wheels, but such a shame for David. He's had a great running in this fight. I mean, he will be happy with his performance in the other stages, but to go out so quickly is unfortunate.
Yeah, I would say so. But yeah, no, that's another good fight done. So I don't know if we may be doing some interviews here. I'll just see if there's anyone else to call up. Obviously, we have the White House not the White House, the Whiteboard of Slam Navulin, Monterey Jack Perpetual, and Photon. And then Autonomous, Doombot, Fatal Deviation, and Buttercar. And yeah, we will now go to Craig for some interviews.
I missed that one. Please tell me more about it, James.
I basically broke Lilith.
That's not nice.
I didn't mean to. It's just part of the competition.
You're getting a taste for this, and I'm not sure I like it.
Maybe.
Well, congratulations. You've made it to the top 8. Corruption.
That was a very lovely, short, concise interview, Craig. That is very well done.
Yeah.
That gives us plenty of time to talk about the upcoming whiteboards as Slam Navulin, Monterey Jack, Perpetual versus Photon, a 4-way fight. Autonomous, Doombot, Fatal Deviation, and Buttercar. Revengers versus Soltron. That's actually the first of our round of 8.
Yeah, so we have 3 of the round of 8 fights drawn already, and we will have Revengers versus Swoop. Chopstick will be against Sunstroke. Cascade will fight Corruption. A lot of C's, and now we have Flick 2 versus Got Any Grapes. And I have to say, I think at this stage of the competition, Flick must be going, are there any robots in this competition that are not high-powered, high-energy spinners?
Blue square.
So it might have been missed, but the Roboteer, in a cry of desperation, shouting at the sky, why am I here up against Got Any Grapes? You're here because you've earned this position. Let's see if you can make your way into the round of 8.
Activate.
Yeah, so Got Any Grapes is shown to be hitting like a truck. Flick has shown that it can take hits like a champion, and is trying itself right.
Now, you might think that piece of plastic is off of Flick. It's not. Got Any Grapes has lost a bit of their robot.
Yeah, and that's not going to be good for the stability of Got Any Grapes going forward.
So if they lose another foot, they're really going to struggle because their disc relies on having that ground clearance.
Yeah, so Got Any Grapes, the weakness of it is it can be made unstable. You can see if it turns left, it'll start eating into the ground. I wonder if Flick is going to adjust its strategy as a result of that.
Well, I'm not sure they need to. Flick is doing everything they have to. They are skirting around. Got Any Grapes cannot pivot quick enough, and Flick is taking full advantage.
Yeah, Flick is trying desperately to get them out. They've lost another wheel again, as is tradition with a Flick fight.
But Flick's got to be careful here. They're bouncing over so close to the Uta zone.
And slightly scarily, Flick's weapon is not retracting anymore. This might be a danger if they fall over. It's moving slightly.
It's moving slightly, but in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
So that's kind of a pin that we've just seen up against the wall.
Yeah.
They disengage. And moving over to the pit. Got Any Grapes, though?
Yeah.
Well, what are they doing?
Nearly. driving into the pit. What is happening here?
So Flick was getting stuck. Their forks was getting them stuck on the edge of the wall. And, well, we're now seeing Gardening Grapes. They don't have the maneuverability. They're just edging, getting more into the corner.
Yeah, it's hard to see what either machine can do.
So Flick is going to keep Gardening Grapes in this corner, and the spinning disc is vibrating Gardening Grapes over to the edge.
And Flick nearly driving into the pit.
Why are they playing this dangerous game? 15 seconds is left. I don't think Flick can remove themselves. They're decided to jump.
That is insane! What a recovery!
What a risk!
Oh, but it could go around. It could go so around here.
3, 2, 1. We are over. That is one of the most suspenseful fights without actually any contact for a while I think I've ever seen. Both robots so close to the pit of the abyss.
Yeah, no, both of I have never seen two robots so close. Yeah, like you said, I don't know if there's anything else you can say.
I mean, Craig, the lunacy of deciding to flip your weapon that close to the pit. I need you to find out what they were thinking.
I've seen robots drive over a pit before and survive. I've never seen a robot flip itself over
Like
after
literally
nearly driving
jumping.
in. Yeah. Oh.
So we're watching the replay whilst the robots get retrieved. The shrapnel will eventually come out as well.
Yeah, it was a pretty normal fight until the halfway point. It was a great fight up until then. Both robots landing hits, both having some damage that were impacting their mobility. Flick playing the numbers game. We're just going to cut over to Craig now, who will be interviewing Got Any Grapes?
I have never seen a fight like that in my life. What? Can you explain what we just saw, Ellie?
A part that isn't supposed to break broke, and then it caused chaos for the rest of the fight. I'm not really sure what happened, to be honest. I just know that I was bouncing, and then I was near the pit. They were near the pit. We nearly both fell in the pit. Who knows?
There was a moment where Grapes was strafing down the side of the pit. Did you know it had that capability?
I did not. Grapes surprised us all.
Grapes has surprised us all. Well, we'll see how the judge's decision goes very shortly. I'm going to bring Josh in as well with Flick. Josh, come in. Gather. What the heck did we just see?
Oh, well, I was getting carried out, so I thought, wow, I might as well go for it and just jump over the pit a few times. Yeah, it only lost the wheel, and that's why I got stuck on the pit. I've never really tried this design before with these little bits on the front, so it was a little bit lower than I was expecting, which is why I think I got caught. But yeah, it was fun.
It was fun. Did we think that was fun, everyone? We love to hear it. Of course, it did go to a judge's decision. Do we have a decision yet?
Not yet.
Absolutely not.
They are counting their numbers twice. They don't want to get this one wrong.
We will let them do that.
It's quite funny actually watching them because they don't want to bias each other, so they kind of put their hands around as if they're doing a maths test at school.
Yeah. Anyway, while they're deciding, we can see ironing up into the arena now. We have Chucky, very, very effective lifter, and we have Forkhead, another very effective, very similar in many ways. I will make a note before saying anything else. Forkhead is running the exact same config that it used against Luchador in its fights.
Not exactly the same, though, but if I remember correctly, because... Oh, no, I think you're right. I was going to say the forks, I think, were more lifted up.
Yeah,
but actually, these are running along the floor, and
Yeah.
that is correct.
Yeah, so they're going to try to drive onto Chucky, lift up a bit, and then
Blue
those
square,
bars stop
ready.
Chucky from reversing.
Red
so can
square,
Forkhead
ready.
make
So-
lightning strike twice?
So we'll get a judge's decision after this
Robot
fight,
is stand by.
as they definitely need a bit more time.
3, 2, 1. Activate.
Both robots very eager to start this one. And again, Forkhead getting Chucky in the same position as Luchador.
Yeah, we've seen that one before.
Well, but the Minibot came to the rescue there. Chucky was able to get out.
And then Chucky doing what Chucky does, throwing into the corner. But Forkhead, they have a clear game plan here. That's twice they've got Chucky stuck on the roof.
I wonder, Chucky has magnets underneath it. Are the magnets getting stuck to Forkhead's forks? I wonder.
I mean, I'm not sure. It's a really interesting idea. So Chucky trying to stay magnetized to the floor of the arena, but potentially actually getting caught elsewhere. Magnetism doesn't care where it sticks to as long as it's ferrous.
Yeah, so there's a lot here. I mean, Chucky's clearly getting 1 or 2 good flips, but it's nervous. And you can tell like, it's driving nervous. Forkhead has a plan that has worked in the past. It's going to go for it if they can.
And in terms of driving power, this is actually proving to be a really equal battle. I think it's just whoever gets the momentum at that time. If all 4 wheels of Forkhead are down, they're winning the pushing power. But otherwise, Chucky, for 2 wheels, has got a tremendous amount of traction.
Yeah. One thing that can happen with Forkhead is that the 2 halves can go almost out of sync with each other, and it'll take a while to reset. That's a window to grab them, like Chucky is doing there now. But again, makes Forkhead so squirrely and hard to grab.
So Chucky had a good lift there, but Forkhead, with the ability to flail its limbs, decided to free itself from that. But we're still seeing Chucky in the driving seat, another good pin. But Forkhead reversing it around.
Yeah, again, more aggressive from Forkhead, now pinning Chucky. The minibot will try to get under Forkhead, destabilize them at all.
Well, I'm realizing what Chucky is doing. Chucky is flapping its lifter whenever it gets on top of Forkhead because it does not want to be carried to the Uta zone.
Yeah, but it would like it has happened right there now. Forkhead not in the perfect position to do it. The pin has been flipped. Chucky may be getting a window there, but we're very, very close here at this stage.
Well, the fight is actually just ended. Yeah, the fight is ended. So that was 2 minutes. That went so quickly. That was the end of the fight, everybody.
Yeah, there was no normal siren, but goodness me, that was a fast one.
That's one of those fights you actually want to add an extra minute, extra 60 seconds, because we were so engripped in the action, the back and forward nature. Yeah. We've completely forgot about the time count.
Yeah. I mean, well, the judges have, it seems that the judges may have their decision for the last fight. Now they'll have the headache of judging this one, but let's go to Tom and find out the results. Yeah.
So we have a decision for Flick versus Got Any Grapes. This was yet another incredibly tight one. We actually really had to drill down into the rules and the definitions of aggression and control. We have a split decision in favor of Got Any Grapes.
There we go.
I don't know if that's a bit controversial, that one. I'm not sure.
I can see the argument of it. I can see not nearly driving into the pit multiple times as a potential advantage for Got Any Grapes. And there was some damage being scored, but again, it was close. It was a split decision.
Yeah, you mentioned split decision, so obviously the judges not unanimous in their vote.
If they don't like it, don't take it to the judges.
Oh, well. Over to Craig. Yes, take it away.
There we are.
Down here with Chucky after what was a fight between 2 of our very best control bots. How did you feel that went?
It was a great fight, and I'm amazed that was 2 minutes because it didn't seem like 2 minutes when you were fighting. But yeah, I think it went well. It's obviously gone to the judges, but I think Chucky did what he was supposed to be doing. Chucked him around, pushed him around, and Forkhead got me on top a few times. But fortunately, the little mini bot, so I got Adam in there to try and stop him getting me to the pit. That was the tactic.
But you guys have fought a few times, right? Are you both dojo regulars?
We are, but we haven't fought that often. We fought quite a lot at Ants but not so much at Beetles. But yeah, we are both dojo people.
Big up Robo Dojo, anyone that's watching. We love you, Dojo Contingent. Yeah, that was a tense as heck fight. I have no idea how to call it. Steve, let's have a quick chat with you as well. How do you feel that went? What are your chances?
Yeah, I don't know. I managed to get that really good lift on Chucky at first, but obviously Chucky's very good at getting out of that sort of thing. Made its way out. After that, I'm not sure. It's really hard to call. Just have to see how it goes.
Gonna have to see how it goes. Do we know how it's gonna go yet? Our judges look very busy. They look like they're really working this one out. It's gonna be a close one. It's gonna be a close one. A great fight from both of you, though. Like, well done.
Hello. Wagwan G.
Hello.
How you doing?
All right, mates. How are you? Street waffles.
Yeah, man.
Our visitors from the Netherlands have bought them, I believe. So shout out to the Dutch contingent, making it all the way down to Bristol.
Yeah, well, we got...
How are you, Sean? You good?
No comment.
No,
It's been a rough,
oh.
it's been a rough past that half hour. No, we're good, we're good.
Sure? Okay, well, that's good. it'll be even better when we get some robots in the arena, which we are now getting, I believe. We have in the arena Monterey Jack. Who's in the arena? Where's the list? Slam Navulin, Photon, and Perpetual.
Sam, I'm going to let you say the name of the pusher because I do not want anything to do
Slam
with it.
Navulin? Is that right? Yay, see?
Again, you could have it.
Robot ears, stand by.
Yeah, we got
3,
Alex Drain
2,
back in the arena
1.
after a
Activate.
impressive 2 fights today. So hopefully the other robots are going to...
Slam Navulin adopting a new sort of lance spear sort of technique.
The kebab skewer is a legendary weapon.
Yep, and he's been absolutely shifted at the start there because the hammer saw went straight through the top. And look at that, the drill going into Monterey Jack, making more holes than Swiss cheese.
But yeah, we've got Photon and the Rammer. There you go, I can avoid it. Going at each other. Is there a release for the pin? Come on, guys, we've been at this a long time.
Absolutely.
There we go.
Oh, and now comes the hammer saw. What broke there? It was part of Monterey Jack's wheel has been shredded, look. But it's in underneath. It has got a chainsaw under in that robot as well, just slicing into Photon's underside.
Nice jump over the top.
It really was.
But look, I think the drill is coming down on Monterey Jack. They all want a piece of the cheese, really. It's lunchtime-ish. No, it's definitely not.
It's nearly dinner. We want a cheese board for later, maybe. Who knows?
Fight pause.
Unstick required for Photon and Monterey Jack.
How despicable. Who would do that?
Honestly,
Get stuck in another robot. It's ridiculous.
I mean, not you would do that, would you?
No,
never.
no,
You'd never do that.
never.
Perpetual moved well clear of the entangled robots. Monterey Jack with the hammer saw removed now. Thank you, Arena Marshal Gareth. The door is back locked again, and we will resume momentarily. Who do you think's been standing out for you so far?
Fight for
In this fight?
In 3.
Oh, I'd give it
2,
to Photon,
1.
I'd say. But Monterey Jack, the real star, because everyone seems to want a piece of
Who doesn't? We all love cheese.
it. Apart from Jevon.
Hit button activated by Slam Navulin.
Descending.
Monterey Jack, I think, is locked up on one side and is reversed
And
over
the other
the
wheel
pit.
is now over the pits. They're in a world of trouble, and down they go. It's Gorgon's over for them. Still going. These puns will get better, I promise.
But look at that, we've got Photon on the end, and over
Straight
it goes.
down the
and a
pit goes
great
Photon,
job.
and Perpetual's going as well because the other wheel's gone over the pit. They can't drive. Slam Navulin, the whiskey robot name, delivers a victory. Who would have thought? Oh, Rory Mangles, a decision regarding the final round of 16 fight, I believe, has been reached.
Yes, we one of our more challenging decisions of the day, another one, between Chucky and Forkhead. We had to re-watch it and carefully mark who got under who in every engagement and tally up the exact scores to get a decision on this one. But in the end, it unanimously went to Chucky.
So Chucky will make its way through to the quarterfinals. Should we do a rundown of the quarterfinals whilst we're here?
We can have a look. Let's go.
We have got Swoop versus the Revengers. That is a very contrasting style of robot against Swoop fighting all the low-profile robots today. We've then got Cascade and Corruption, two very solid robots. I think they've been the two most impressive.
Traditional. Yeah.
We've then got Any Grapes and Chucky.
Oh, that'd be fun.
Absolutely.
That's an unstoppable force of movable objects.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fight.
And then our final quarter-final match sees Chopstick take on Sunstroke.
Oh, that's going to be fun. That's
And a
lot of
Minibot
sparks.
as well is going in for this fight. Do I want to drive it? I'll drive it, yeah, sure.
Sam Elliott back on
I'm going to do the
sticks.
Owen Strat of driving while commentating. This is going to be tricky.
It's gonna be only what you do. That's all you can commentate. Right, who we've got loading into the arena now? We've got
Doombot currently.
Doombot. I haven't seen Doombot today.
Doombot is the large, bulky hammer in the arena currently.
It's like What's that? What's that?
Grabber. Is grabber?
Grabber?
Gentle caresser.
What's that? Scotland one. The grabby thing.
Narrow it down more for me.
That teeth or something.
Keith the Teeth.
No, not Keith the Teeth. It's
Dwayne Nibley?
That's
Dwayne
one.
Nibley.
Yeah, Dwayne Nibley-esque.
Yeah, similar, isn't it? Similar.
Mega aura there from Doombot. I'm excited.
Absolutely.
Now, speaking of aura, we got Autonomouse.
Autonomouse. We didn't really get
Ready
to see
to
much
go.
of Autonomouse, did we? I'm hoping we get to see the soldering iron weapon in play.
That's a lock in.
I hope so. And, obviously, AI returning to the arena. Hopefully, will it work properly this time?
Can do better than the AI art.
Well, enough said. Enough said. We will soon have a former BBB runner-up. Not at this event, at the New Blood competition earlier on in May at Left-Handed Giant Brewery. It is Buttercar. Rob loves his robot being called Car. You'll see it. It is the most delightful little thing. It is beautiful.
I think we're having some problems with Autonomouse.
It does seem to be...
When they say the AI is taking over, I feel quite comfortable right now. I'm feeling good.
Is your job safe, do you reckon?
My job's hella safe.
Autonomouse.
We can only pray.
Still having a few technical gremlins. Excuse me, Lost to Infinity in the YouTube chat. That's outrageous. That is outrageous. Who let these two on comms?
It's actually appalling. See, we've got Ellis Ware in the chat.
We do. Former event winner here on multiple occasions.
He's won a couple.
Yeah, he's all right at robots, that guy, isn't he? He's all right at robots.
Unk not washed. If I were to do an Unk tier list, he's up there. He's up on the Unk tier list. So good job, Ellis.
Absolutely. Still trying to see what's going on with Autonomouse.
Did Dom just ask Grok in the chat? That is outrageous.
No, I think no Autonomouse. It's a shame. We're not going to see it.
Heartbreaking.
Heartbreak for Autonomouse. Into the arena comes
Joe and
Fatal
his
Deviation. The
very
long
small robot.
profile of
the limousine.
The limousine.
If Stuart Little had a robot, that's it. You've seen his car.
I have.
He has like a stretch light. I don't even know what it is, but he has like a, really long
He's
Cadillac.
actually letting me drive it. This is great.
Oh my goodness.
Wowee. Yep. Go for it. Yep. Yep. Yep.
It's
Okay.
like a racing
It's a racing
Sam.
game.
You're in F1. This is what you've been training for.
Oh, mate, this is almost natural. Look at it. Beautiful. Look at the skill.
Oh my
Look at the skill.
Can
oh
you set
my
a,
word.
set a lap time around the track?
All right, go on. Ready?
Here we go. And you're off.
I've cut a
Tight
corner a
into
little
turn
bit.
one, turn two, a bit whiffy. Oh, and he's binned it on turn three. That is.
I hate to see
if
it.
you were on Red Bull, you'd be sacked, mate.
Wouldn't want to work for them frauds.
All right, we've got the
Look
car
at this.
loading
In the arena comes Car. Look at it. It's beautiful.
How many horsepower, Rob?
0.1.
One. Great. That's awesome.
The actual name for this robot is Twin Star, but we've never seen it
it's
fight by
Car.
itself.
It's always Car.
It's always been known as Car. It's got the nice Castrol livery as well, which we'd like to see. And the robot nearest to your screen at the bottom is Buttercup, which is...
it's the partner of Car.
It is. They're good friends.
It's like a...
And Buttercup is a very good grab and pushing robot. For the size of it, you kind of think, you don't expect very much. However, it's very, very capable. So don't underestimate Jed at the controls
Lots
either.
of magnets, lots of drive power. And of course, the best robot in there, driven by our commentator, Sam Elliott.
I don't know about
They
that.
didn't cheer for you there.
They
That
didn't.
was
Do you know what? It's okay.
unfortunate.
It's okay. All right. So in the blue, we have Fatal Deviation. In the green, we have Buttercar. And in the no colour square, we
Blue
have
square, ready.
Doombot.
Red
I'm keen to
square,
get involved
ready.
here. I'm going to try and get involved.
Green square, ready.
Don't be afraid
Yellow
to put car on
square,
his
ready.
bricks.
Yeah, of course, mate. I've got this.
Just like in
Robot
Liverpool.
is stand by.
I might leave you to do the bulk of the work here, Sean.
I'll do it, don't worry.
2, 1.
All right,
Activate.
so we've got Fatal Deviation
Oh, dear.
charging in
I'm in-
Buttercup in the
I'm
corner.
in a
They're
world
the
of trouble.
same size, really. Doombot attacking Car. Who would? Let's come on, Sam. You got to get in there. There he is, attacking Doombot. You're really going for it, mate. I'm really proud of you.
I'm in there.
But yeah, Car back on the attack here. Not really working together with their teammate, but who cares?
They're kind of taking on each other, which I do kind of enjoy.
Yeah, lots to work for. But we've got, oh, there's a flick onto Buttercup. Back over it goes.
Fatal deviation grabbed by Buttercup as well. Overturn. I'm going to hit the pit well. That's my tactic.
You go on then, mate. Have it.
No,
Buttercup's going over. Doombot over the pin, but not quite quick enough, Sam, on that one. Car over there in the corner getting absolutely put to shame.
Yes, I've got him.
He's at him there. Sam with a pin. We're going to have to count that one. Negative on the aggression there. Buttercup with a grab. There's a good rifle in the middle.
Oh,
and
no,
now
he's got
Sam's been grabbed. Oh, he's going away. Doombot is being shoved around here. Absolutely cyberbullied by Rob Webb. I wouldn't expect anything less. Someone report that, man. But yeah, we've got. I saw Doombot, man. Leave Doombot alone. I'm putting out a petition for this. It's absolutely outrageous. For Sam Elliott getting involved against Carr, really big from you. Doombot is going everywhere around that arena. We've got another Carr violence. Sam, you can't see. You flipped over, mate. It's not looking good.
But I'm still in. I'll do it for you.
The little kid is still in. Doombot back at it again.
Yes! Come on.
Go on, mate. Have it. Look, I'll buy anyone like a sandwich if you get Sam Elliott down that pit,
I'm
mate.
in trouble.
Here we go. Last 10 seconds. Can Sam Elliott live? If you eliminate him, I'd be very happy.
Yes, I've killed Jed. I've killed Jed.
2, 1.
There we go. That's the end of the fight. God. How do we decide that?
I have no idea. I can barely concentrate.
Is it an audience vote?
I think so. Normally the whiteboards go to an audience vote. So, if you think that the car won, give us a shout.
Couple. We got a couple.
There was some.
If you think Doombot won, let's make some noise. That was a bit louder. I think that was a bit louder. And I don't want you to cheer for this one. If you think Sam Elliott won, our little fatal deviation one, make some noise.
What can I say?
You're washed, mate.
Yeah.
You've absolutely gotten away with that one. Outrageous.
I can't believe it. I'll take it. I'll take it. Hey, look, I was in there. Look at that. I'm chasing down.
Yeah, like an absolute
I will say,
unit.
Fatal Deviation is a cracking little control bot. I really like the drive power of it. It seems pretty potent.
Well, you felt the small one. You got a
Yeah,
132
it's really
scale.
good. I really enjoyed that. Car was getting involved as well. Doombot, I think. Doombot, are you a first timer? You're not a first timer. Are you a fairly recent timer though? I don't care. This is wonderful. This is like keep with this. This is peak design.
They're doing it for the love of the game.
Absolutely, I love it.
And I love it.
This is superb. Because the thing is, you can't really roll you anywhere because you just kind of you can roll from any way back. It's wonderful.
The
I love it.
immovable object that is Doombot.
Absolutely.
That's what we live for.
Although, I do believe that is the end of our whiteboard, so we're going to be booted off the mics.
Are we
now,
booted
Sean.
off?
Yeah.
Mate, we're sacked, mate.
Yeah.
It's outrageous.
It's understandable.
If anyone would like to hire us,
yeah,
give us a call.
Yep.
I don't know what number.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it's what
It's
it
been a
is.
pleasure, Sean. Maybe we'll be back later. Who
Hey,
knows?
It's all right. Maybe I'll drive the bot this time.
We'll leave you in Gavin Owen's very capable hands. Thank you, everybody.
I will say, Sam, thank you. Oh, no, thank you. But
Not so easy, is it, Mr. Elliott?
Joke of the day going to Sam. I mean, turning Monterey Jack into Swiss cheese. I mean, well done on the fly.
That was pretty good, I gotta say.
Such a shame that was made during the whiteboards and not actually during the competition today.
Yeah, I mean, like the whiteboards are filmed. They'll pop up in the videos. There we go.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm just going to do a call up for the top 8 competitors. So we have Rovengers, Rage of Sultron versus Swoop. We have Cascade versus Corruption. We have Got Any Grapes versus Chucky. And we have Chopsticks versus Sunstroke. Come up as soon as you're ready. Come up as soon as you're ready, basically.
Whoa, now. Now, basically.
Yeah?
Now.
Yeah,
we want you here now.
Yeah. And also, just to let you know, we have another whiteboard coming up later on. We have Galahad and Home Improvement and Rotivator and Frenzy all in the same fight, which is our spinner fight. And then we will have Abracadabra versus Tammy versus Inversion versus Bubblegum Lift.
There we go. Just enjoying reviewing the online chat. Who let these two on comms? Not referring to us, referring to I mean, it was perfect chaos for the whiteboards. They match perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what a full event would look like with Sean as one of the main commentators. I don't think you'd be able to catch the VOD of it.
Yeah, S&S. I'm trying to think of a team name for the pair of them, but it's not as easy as you might think.
No.
Drawing a blank?
Yeah, I can't think of it, I'll be honest.
Probably safe that we don't, to be honest. Safer that we don't.
Yeah.
So a little bit of a pause here as we get into the later stages of the day. It becomes a much, much harder challenge for the Roboteers. They have less time to repair any damage on their robots.
Yeah.
We're narrowing it down to the final 8 competitors. And as you can imagine, the fights are coming thick and fast. We do have whiteboards in between to give a little bit of time, but it is becoming a battle of attrition.
Yeah, I mean, and the way I like to say it is, if you think about like what the bracket's looking like for this tournament, as soon as the round of 32 ends, you have seen 3/4 of all the fights in the brackets. So it becomes so much tighter with such a smaller field.
And it does feel strange staring at an arena that is completely empty. There's normally always something going on.
Yeah, I mean, you can see distinctive marks from a lot of the robots there. We can see the lines that No Problem was making.
And let's talk about the scorch mark. The chat picked it up, saying that the fresh paint. This was brand new, freshly painted for this competition. Thank you, Stephen, for giving us a shot of the arena floor. Look at all of the scratches that have been just. That tells a story, doesn't it, Owen?
Yeah, it doesn't. And like they do use a special type of paint for these events, a special kind of grippy paint. And that does have a pretty large impact on these robots. I was in an event earlier on outside of the UK, and I found it so much harder to drive and push things just because of the change of the arena floor. And you'd think it'd be one of those things that wouldn't make a difference. It makes a pretty big difference in many of these scenarios.
Am I correct that there are some arenas, I remember watching I think it was a stream from the States, where some floors are just made of wood?
Yeah, so a lot of, particularly in America, you'll have a lot more arenas made out of MDF or plywood. And, well, they have they have a few advantages. The main ones is that it's lighter, it's easier to move. You can generally replace the panels pretty quickly. I'd say but they do have an impact on the fighting robots. First of all, they tend to get a lot more damaged. You need robots that can deal with having to drive over gouges in the ground. But also, you can't use magnets anymore. And that in itself has an effect on a huge amount of robot design.
So those in the audience wondering, this looks like we're going to get an impromptu whiteboard entering into the arena.
Yeah, we have 3 very similar lifters here at the moment. I actually think this is a whiteboard that was going to be happening after the top 8, but due to the preparedness of the competitors, they've moved it ahead of it. So we have Abracadabra versus Tammy versus Inversion and versus Bubblegum Lift. So of the ones we haven't seen yet, Abracadabra is the black robot with stars in it, and Tammy is the white robot, the 3rd Fox-related robot of the competition.
Yeah, interesting how many are popping up.
Very interesting indeed. But we have a lot of very similar robots in many ways. All 4-wheel drive, all lifters, few frills in many ways. Quite nice teaming, has to be said. And this is just going to be a driving match more than anything else.
Especially when that pit button becomes enabled, all about control. When there's 4 robots in the arena, it's hard to avoid the perils of the pit, because eventually someone's going to find themselves getting nudged over into that danger zone.
Completely, yeah. So we have quite a few here.
Blue square, ready. Red green square,
Kat, we have
ready.
Becca, we have Will.
Robot
And we have
is
the gluttonous Sam
standby.
Elliott once again in the arena.
3,
Taking up all the
2,
fun for everyone else.
1.
Boo.
Activate.
As we start the fight here, as predictably, everyone's in each other's face.
Just a pile up, isn't it?
Yeah.
Absolutely, hard to really commentate on this one. Bubblegum, I think, is in a good position in the driver's seat to actually make some moves here. Nice to see Inversion back up and running again, even though they're knocked out of the competition.
Yeah, again, Inversion losing to Cascade in a very close fight from memory. Bubblegum Lift, the only 4-bar lifter of them all, and that is a slight difference between the others.
Descending.
And as you mentioned, 2 robots who have been knocked out. 2 robots who win. Oh no! That's another Fox out of the competition.
Oh, what a shame. And potentially another one being dragged in with Tammy.
So Abracadabra down in the pit as well. That leaves the 2 robots who are formerly knocked out of today's fights. Bubblegum Lift versus Inversion. This is almost a rematch.
It is, in a way, as we can see here. Now, Inversion is trying to hold them down.
And Bubblegum Lift is dancing a little bit, but this is a whiteboard, so I'm expecting Inversion to get in there. Can they carry over to the pit? It looks like it. Abracadabra gives Bubblegum Lift a helping hand out of the pit.
Yeah, very nearly the fight there won. Bubblegum Lift trying to use the weapon, trying to pry them against the arena. This is a dangerous spot for Inversion to be in.
This is close on the edge.
Desperately trying to get him. Inversion trying to wriggle free, but also maybe he's stuck in there with its forks. But Sam isn't going to leave him. No, he wants this to be finished.
Oh, they're on the edge, and in they go. Bubblegum Lift. A redemption of sorts, winning a whiteboard. No need to go to the audience on that one.
There we have it. So another fight there. Just a fun one, really, honestly.
Sorry, keep talking.
So as we can see there, like a little while to empty things out. I'm just looking behind me here at the moment. The ready table is looking a lot more lively now. So we're going to start seeing the top 8 fights very, very soon. So let's talk about some of the robots that we've seen so far. If looking at the field just very quickly, I see a control bot, spinner, control bot versus spinner, control bot versus spinner, and then a saw bot versus a spinner. So I'd call that 3.5 control bots in a way.
So for us to have a different winner in terms of a weapon type 4 years in a row, that's what I'm aiming for. So
yeah.
you mentioned a horizontal spinner.
Yeah.
If they win, then
That's a
so
different
it's, you know, Sunstroke. If they manage to win, then that would continue
Yeah.
that trend.
I would say Chopstick as well. If they win, that would be another change. I'm trying to see.
Yeah, and a very different style of robot like Chopstick as a saw. Like
Yeah,
they're defined as a saw. What's the difference between a saw and a spinner, a vertical spinner?
So, well, they're very, I would say a spinner is basically taking a large chunk of metal, spinning it up, and then transferring that impact in a fraction of a second. A saw is designed to go over an opponent slowly, use thousands of micro cuts to slowly work its way in. Much more surgical. One is a knife, the other is a hammer, basically. And most control bot, you can't really be a good saw bot unless you're already a good control bot. You can be a good spinner without being a good control bot. For a saw, it has to be mandatory, and Chopstick has been the strongest of the competition so far.
Well, I don't know if I'd fully agree with Chopsticks being the strongest out of the remaining 8.
Well, not in the remaining 8. I think of like a saw of the saw bots. I'd say of the strong competitors remaining, I think Cascade has proven itself very effective in this one.
Well, you say that, but interestingly, I've been looking at my sheet. Every win Cascade has had has been a judge's decision. So I wouldn't say they've been an out-and-out favourite in terms of, they've not knocked anyone out of the competition. It's always been a judge's vote.
That is pretty fair. I definitely see that. But I also think in terms of strength of schedule, I think Cascade, some of the names that it's beaten Inversion, it's beaten Icebreaker, and it's just now beaten Angel Slice. These are strong opponents.
Ready.
So in terms of the caliber, you're absolutely right.
Square,
Let's
ready.
introduce these robots as they are ready. Cascade in the blue zone.
Robot here.
And that
Stand
leaves
by.
us with a very tantalizing fight.
3,
Yeah, Corruption has impressed in this fight so far.
Activate.
You can see Corruption getting up to speed, and instantly...
Is that over? Is that it?
And there we go, Cascade, incredibly sporting. That'll be surprising at this stage of the competition. And freeing Corruption, and Corruption paying them back in kind.
So, you don't have to unstick your opponent. They could have ran away with a victory there.
Yeah.
They want to win this outright.
Yeah, no, that's a real statement from both competitors. And I don't think they'll do it again to each other, but again, incredible sportsmanship being displayed. And I have to say, Corruption has a lot of momentum here. It's landing a lot more hits on Cascade than they've been receiving so far.
Well, Corruption looks like a bigger robot. They're definitely winning the pushing power, and they also have what I would see as a more dominant weapon. So Cascade is going to have to rethink its strategy here. They are charging straight into Cascade, into Corruption, but maybe that's not a good idea.
Yeah, Cascade has been going head-on against a lot of scary robots so far, but Corruption is just hitting them in a way that they don't normally get, and they're keeping facing Cascade, which is making it even harder for Cascade here.
Oh, and that's so close to the pit. We're seeing Corruption on the wrong side. Cascade just dipped a wheel over the pit edge, and now they're pirouetting around each other.
Yeah, that was a very impressive recovery from Corruption there. Could have gone horribly wrong, but again, Cascade continues to just put on pressure.
And I think what Cascade is trying to do is position themselves so that when Corruption gets a hit, the knockback actually sends Corruption into the pit.
That's potentially it, but there's only 30 seconds left, and this is going to be a hard fight for Cascade to win a judges for, although they're now starting to impress late on in this match.
Well, you say that, but they did do the unstick. And into the pit goes Corruption!
And there we go. Once again, well, there. You wanted a knockout for Cascade. There's your knockouts.
And in terms of a victory, that has gone down really well in the audience, but it was Cascade who did the initial unstick, and that was the sportsmanship that we love to see. So,
yeah,
you have to say, in terms of a victory, it went to the right robot. That was such a well-fought, hard-fought battle.
Yeah, no, I mean, you can't begrudge any of them there. I think it was a good effort from both. I think Corruption, sort of an understated run as well this field, but it really hasn't looked weak at all in any of these fights. And I'd argue if that had gone to the judges, Corruption's chances would have been very good. But again, you know, if there's a sort of a rule in robot fighting, you know, never let it go to the judges. And Cascade could only really afford to do that so much. They've taken the win. Very
It's
impressive.
like being in a jury. You never know quite which it's going to go. And we're watching here the replay. Big knockback from Corruption, and that almost put them into the pit, but they managed to dart away from it.
I think at this stage of the fight, you start to see Cascade getting around
They
Corruption.
came alive in the second half, didn't they?
They started to figure out Corruption. They started to get some breathing room, get some space. We're going to head down to Craig for some interviews.
I'm down here with James and Corruption. Fairy tale run, right? You made it to the top 8.
Yeah, that's pretty much how I would like to sum up this event so far. It's just a shame that it had to end at this point, but you know, Cascade's a really good robot. It's durable. Bigs up for actually spawning right in me after I got stuck. Of course, I returned the favour because it was only fair, and I think arguably the best bot won.
It's an incredible robot, and you both have been incredible drivers all day long. So everyone in the room, give it up for Corruption. Anyone that knows me will be super unsurprised to know that I am jazzed. A cool non-spinner has made it to the top 4. So congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
That was a great match. Like, it was pretty tense though, right?
Yes, it was tense. He got stuck on the wall. I thought, oh, knock him down would be a rubbish fight otherwise. Quickly realised, shouldn't have done that. He was hitting me all about the place. Then managed to luckily get him in the pit, so a bit of luck there. But
Not luck, great driving. Great driving all round. I'm super excited to see how you do in the semi-finals. Cascade, everybody!
Yeah, great fight and a good robot to see in the top 4 of this competition.
Yeah, incredible. And that is looking good for a different robot type winning this competition for 4 years. I'm really holding on to that.
Well, I will say one robot type that has never, to my mind, won one of these competitions is a clusterbot.
And there is a chance that might happen here today. So, if you haven't been with us for a lot of today, you would not have seen Swoop in action. Prepare for some chaos, prepare for some wheels to be flung across the arena.
Square, ready.
And, well,
Green square,
Revengers,
ready.
I think, they're just going to be trying to survive in the early stages and see what they can do from there.
True, but weird things happen in Revengers fights, so they may be able to...
They are the best robot ever created.
Yeah, and there's 2 of them as well, which is a big help. I wonder, can Swoop actually hit the Revengers?
Well, I think they can just, but they may be looking to land on top of them. This is going to be an interesting battle. So that there, where they ran underneath and nipped up Swoop. I think there is a bit of a room to hit.
Yeah, I don't think the Revengers want to go. They want to go front on instead of back on. But again, it's like Wyu almost. It's very low and a very tricky weapon type for Swoop to hit.
Well, so I'm looking at the blue cluster bot of Revengers, and there is a bit of smoke coming from the back there. I did see Swoop, the spinning disc, the blue cluster bot, they stuck underneath Swoop, and I did hear the slight humming of plastic being shredded away.
Oh, okay. So, again, with smoke, what Garrett's going to do is going to look at it. It's a pause, and they're all going to decide if they will continue the fight itself.
But in any case, I think that robot will be removed from the arena. What do you say?
The door is being opened. He has the gloves, ladies and gentlemen. He has the gloves.
Yeah, we're not going to take any risks. We don't risk it in this place. We are going to lock that up, and it is going to be a one-robot fight for Revengers up against Swoop. We've seen this before, though. Revengers have been in this position.
Yeah, no, one of the Revengers was being counted out because it was stuck. The other one didn't go to free them, and somehow they still ended up winning. Now, I think this is the robot that was stuck, counted out, so they finally won the war, but at what cost?
Absolutely, and just to confirm, we won't be restarting this fight until we have our safety precautions back in place. As you can imagine, if there was another fire to take place, we would be in a bit of hot water. So we are going to wait. Just pause a moment.
Yeah, I think it is ironic.
I think I just forced the referee's hand there. This is the safe thing to do.
Yeah.
I don't know, Joe, if we got time, we got time. Relaxing.
No.
Nah, okay.
Yeah. I mean, I will say, it is ironic in the last fight Revengers was in, there was a fire to their opponents.
Indeed, absolutely, and now they're suffering a different fate.
Yeah.
The box has been retrieved. I think I may have forced their hand on that one, but
no.
we are in a good place now to restart this fight. 1 minute, 28 seconds are on the clock. Roboteers, recollect your transmitters.
I want that to be a phrase more often.
In 3, 2, 1. Activate.
So the other cluster block of Revengers does look a little bit damaged, and we immediately get a push of the pit button.
Yeah, the lone Revenger, but Swoop is dancing dangerously close to the arena.
And is that out?
Oh my God!
Is that out? They've done it! Swoop is out of the competition. Revengers is through once again with only one cluster bot remaining in the arena. Owen, are you okay?
This robot has just some kind of narrative power.
This is, plot armor. The plot armor is strong. With the best robot ever created, Revengers is through to the round of 4.
Yeah, I fire the writers, honestly, of this one.
The best half a robot ever created.
So go on, Craig, over to you, as I think we're starting to see Revengers make their way over.
Yes, I am down here with half of the best robot ever. The other half of the best robot ever is on fire.
It's just too much amazingment to contain within such a small machine. That's what caused that, I think. And also him landing on top of the battery, but that was subsequent.
That was nicely driven, though, kind of guiding Swoop towards the Utah zone. Was that a plan?
I was trying to get to the pit or get him over, but I think he was upside down. I didn't realise what quite way he was going, so a bit of Revenger's luck again, but we take it.
It's some rough luck for Swoop. Oh, we've got the on-fire robot. It has returned. A motor died.
A new one.
A new motor has died in the Revengers. Great. Is it repairable? Have you got more of those?
Simon's ruining me financially.
Good. Have you got more?
We'll see what we can scrounge together.
Well, best of luck. You got like 5 minutes. Go. The Revengers, everybody.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So just very quick, could we get up to the ready table? Galahad, Home Improvement, Rotivator, Frenzy, EMP, Pop, Solantifrog, Ray, and Lilith. So all up to the ready table as we have the final 2 fights of the round of 8 coming up here.
I mean, you were stunned at the end of that fight. Absolutely stunned.
Yeah, no, I will say no clusterbots ever won. There was a clusterbot, I think, one of the years, like in 22, Bish Bash Bosh, they did get top 3. So they have done well in the past. And I'm trying to think, they won't be fighting Cascade. They will be fighting, actually, I'm trying to see here, they'll actually be fighting, the Avengers will fight the winner of this fight, which is either Got Any Grapes or Chucky.
So let's look at this fight. I think I'm going to put a lot of money in the bucket of Chucky because the maneuverability that they've demonstrated throughout today. I know Got Any Grapes is a heavy hitter, but I just feel like Chucky has something up their sleeves.
No, this is a very Chucky style of run where it's a robot that looks unassuming, it looks fun, it looks bouncy. And you look away for a moment, and then you look back, and suddenly it's in the top 8.
Robot is.
And this is a very
Stand by.
similar run that it's doing again.
3, 2, 1. Activate.
So the fight has begun, and immediately Chucky is up against Got Any Grapes.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult, I think, in this fight for Got Any Grapes to land a solid shot on Chucky. Bouncing around, and every hit is going to transmit something into Got Any Grapes itself.
And we know that Chucky is a really maneuverable robot. They've proved that time and time again today. So getting around to the side of Got Any Grapes, using them to ram them into the wall, and then letting their weapon do the damage to themselves. That has been their game plan so far in these 30 seconds.
And they've already got Any Grapes in a rather compromised position. I don't know if Any Grapes can free themselves from this position.
They definitely look stuck.
Yeah.
That's their way. The spinning disc looks to be stuck on the edge of the wall there. The countdown has entered 3, 2, 1. They are done. And that is Chucky going through to the round. What is going on? All of our heavies, big hitting weapons, they are all being knocked out.
Yeah, it went out 3 for 3 on very nasty, very deadly spinners being taken out here. Once again, I'm saying it, the control bots have gotten reliable, they've gotten fast, and they've gotten plot armor in many ways. So
do you think, with everything you said, we are actually going to be destined to have a different weapon type winning this competition?
I don't know, it depends. I mean, there's still one other fight. I'd say Sunstroke or Chopstick are the other wild cards remaining. And I could see one of them taking it. I mean, it's only going to be one of them. I'm trying to think here.
Actually, there's no egg beaters left.
No.
There's no grab lifts, I don't think.
No. We just saw the last Vertigo.
Exactly. And so we are actually, at this point in time, we are guaranteed in 2025 to have a different weapon type as the winner. Craig, let's go over to Got Any Grapes.
It's been, again, a fairy tale run for Grapes, right?
It has. I did not expect to get this far, especially with one belt.
Yes, managing to hold on to that belt the entire tournament. How are you feeling about that loss?
Chucky is a fantastic robot. I did not expect to win that fight at all. And while I wish it would have been a bit more impactful with the weapon, it's a great robot. I can't complain.
Well, we love Got Any Grapes. The crowd loves Got Any Grapes. Give it up, everyone, for Got Any Grapes! Chucky, top 4. Have we been here before?
I think we might have been, yeah. I didn't expect it, not for that first fight, but the driving's got a little bit better during the day.
You've warmed up?
I've warmed up, yeah. I love fighting these robots. They're bonkers.
Yeah, that thing's nuts.
Yeah, my heart was going on the way in there because that thing can hit so hard, and I thought, shall I take him off the wall? But no, it's way too dangerous to let back into that arena, so I enjoy that.
It's a classy move. It's a delightful robot, and I'm glad to see it in the top 4. Chucky, everybody.
So there we go, another control bot in the top 4. And before we have more whiteboards, we will have our final round of top 8 fight with two very interestingly different designs here.
So you mentioned about plot armor. We are guaranteed a different weapon type winning this competition.
Yeah.
4 years in a row we'll have a different weapon type. That is incredible to show the diversity that is successful in robot competitions.
Yeah, I agreed. So I'm very excited to see what happens here. And I mean, I think the fights, I'm trying to remember the semi-final there, Cascade and Chucky already, that's dramatic stuff, very different but very similar control bots. And I don't know who of these will fight Revengers, what on earth that would look like. But again, very interesting robots. Not been easy for them to get to this far, but have had some commanding performances.
So 2 big hitters left in the round of 8. This is the final round of 8. Chopsticks versus Sunstroke. Sunstroke in the blue zone, Chopsticks in the dark corner.
Yeah.
Unless I cannot wait to see how this one plays out. Sunstroke's immediately trying to get round the side.
Yeah, there's not a lot for Chopsticks to cut into without risking damaging the blade itself. But they have a very nice armor package at the front that is taking the hits, but it just need to last long enough for a good saw cut, like what you might see here.
I was going to say, you're calling it armor, but it is shredding away nicely. And Sunstroke now up in the corner. The saw blade coming down. There's a good hit on the tire of Sunstroke.
Yeah, that's a top panel, a carbon fiber top panel on Sunstroke, and Chopstick has not really cared too much at all about it.
But I'm looking at Chopstick and I haven't seen it start to spin. I know you've mentioned that they'll preserve it for the battery, but I do wonder, we've seen that dislodge before, so I wonder if it is actually working now as Sunstroke gets close to the pit.
It's hard to say. I mean, I thought they would be using it more if they have it available, but neither does Sunstroke have its weapon, and you'd say Chopstick should be better suited for a pushing match here.
Well, we've seen that Chopstick actually shredded part of Sunstroke's tyre, so maybe that's hurting Sunstroke's traction on this arena floor. Very close to the pit there, Chopstick in the driving seat in this point in time.
Yeah, and now using the saw arm almost as a grabbing arm instead of the saw blade, playing and pinning them for a while.
But they don't have the drive. They're not powerful enough on the arena floor to push Chopsticks into the pit, and the count mean they had to disengage.
Yeah, so both robots playing coy with the pit, I think. In a very dangerous game. You can see.
And now that axe disc becomes a hammer as it comes down onto Sunstroke. Just a gentle tap, but in terms of aggression, it does show their anger.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely sends a message, certainly. And it is showing they are being aggressive. And can Sunstroke, no, they're not really doing anything else outside of just waving their saw arm in the face of Sunstroke.
Well, this is going to go to the judges.
There we go.
So we had an incredible hit from Chopsticks. They wound up the saw blade, hammered down onto Sunstroke, did some good damage to the tire, but in that impact, I'm pretty sure they immobilized their weapon.
Yeah, something happened to the weapon of Chopstick, and Sunstroke, I noticed it lost one blade early on, and then it lost the other. I'm not completely convinced as to what the mechanism is that powers Sunstrokes, or like how it, how the motor connects to the 2 discs. I think it is one motor that powers both discs, so I'm interested exactly how it's done, but you can see, I mean, Sunstroke had a lot of the aggression early on, a lot of very nice hits, and those will be remembered in the judge's decision. But then Chopstick keeps the pressure on. It gets 1 or 2 cuts in. And
well, I just want to pause you there, because the judges want to see the robots. So, Roboteers, Chopsticks, and Sunstroke, please come over to the judges' table.
Yeah, so Andy is instantly being called up again, as is Mark. So
we just heard a chorus of people shouting Andy. The problem is they're both called Andy.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it's for a place in the semi-finals, quite tense, certainly. And I mean, there's going to be repairs to do as well after this. You have to think both these Roboteers are thinking, every minute will count if they're going to be in the semi-finals.
Yeah, well, the Roboteers are waiting. So, Craig, I know you've got a roaming mic, although he's not listening. Craig, interview him, because they're not doing anything.
Interview them?
Yeah, you have a roaming mic. You can go wherever you want.
I have a roaming mic. But to be honest, I kind of want these guys to get repairing, because I think they've both got some repairs to crack on with should it come to it. We'll have a quick chat with Mark. Bring it in. What stopped the discs going?
His saw cut right into the wires just there. But I stopped his saw too. So it was driving match after that, but he had a bit better. He was a bit better there because it's chopped at the wheel, but I've got spares, so.
So damage to the wheel, damage to the electronics.
Still drives, that can be easily repaired with a quick soldering job, but well, not too confident.
We'll see how it goes. I'm going to let you get back to repairing it just in case. Andy, also coming in real quick, because I want you guys to get these robots ready. How do you think it went?
I think I probably got control. Damage, kind of melted my own sword, but then I knocked his weapon out at the same time. So, yeah, hopefully good, but you never know.
You never know. It was a great control match towards the end. I was wondering if you were going to use the arm as a grabber and move him into the pit.
Yeah. I had a go, and then I thought I'll just use it as an axe instead. Probably to try and score points as I go.
It was very aggressive. It was a very aggressive axe, right, everyone? That was crazy.
The best axe you've ever seen.
No, it's not the best axe I've ever seen. I've got that.
Oh, fair enough.
Just saying. Go and repair it. Chopstick, everybody.
We have a judge's decision, do we?
So we have a decision for that match you've just seen between Chopsticks and Sunstroke. It was another really tight one, but we did come with a unanimous decision in favor of Chopsticks.
So Chopstick has won, and they will fight Revengers in the semi-final. Now, we have another whiteboard fight coming up with some very nasty spinners. Frenzy, Rotivator, Home Improvement, and Galahad. And I want to attempt something in this fight. I've always believed you can tell these robots, they're very distinctive in their sound.
Yes.
So I am going to commentate this fight blindfolded. I don't know if you can see it on the TV.
Green square, ready.
So we're going to see how this goes.
Red square,
All right, I'll let
ready.
you.
I'll let you do half the talking so I've got something to work with.
Yeah, of course. So in the nose square we have Rotivator. In red we have Home Improvement. By the pit button, Frenzy, and by the other square we have Galahad, and immediately Impact Maze, and huge carnage in the arena. Home Improvement flying all over the place.
Yeah, already we can hear someone hit the roof, I'm sure.
It was Home Improvement, who hit the roof, and they've hit something again. The belt has snapped on Home Improvement.
Yeah, you can hear Frenzy's weapon, very aggressive, clearly speeding around. Maybe a bit of gyro dancing going on.
A little bit, but not at the moment. I think something's come flying off there of Galahad as well. The front end has been completely split.
Enable.
Right. Goodness
my goodness, out of the arena goes Galahad, and tap out for Rotivator. Frenzy is still running, Home Improvement's still running.
Yeah, a very big damage for Rotivator. I can see exactly why they tapped out. That sounded expensive.
It did sound expensive. Home Improvement's getting absolutely destroyed.
Wait, Home Improvement is still in this one?
It is.
I mean, yes, they are. They're doing very well. It's very durable, very aggressive.
I think this is John Luke's last time driving this robot, so they're going to try and destroy it. And down the pit via a Frenzy roofing. Frenzy, the beast, dominating the fight.
Well, that one was edge of your seat. Couldn't, you know what, Sam?
Yes, go on.
You couldn't take your eyes off that one.
Thank you very much, Owen.
Yeah.
I'm glad you enjoyed that. You know, have you had your eyes open to some potential future designs as well?
Yeah, exactly. No, I mean, yeah, I'm a lot to think about, you know?
Absolutely. Frenzy absolutely dominant, as is come to expect with the
Yeah,
robot
well,
like
I mean,
that.
Frenzy, they won this tournament last year. It's a fantastic robot, really, really
I
scary.
want you to talk me through the replay here, Owen. Like, give me some insight. There's a replay happening right now.
Okay, so there's no sound for the replay, so I can't do anything.
Go on, talk me through it.
Okay, damage for Home Improvement's weapon.
There actually was.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, obviously, Galahad remained in play for quite a while, but was knocked out pretty soon. Frenzy just driving monstrously the whole time. Weapon never really stopping, Yeah.
It's unbelievable. Unbelievable driving. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, you weren't far off.
Yeah. You could hear when a roofing happens,
Yes. Hear the pop of the polycarb.
Yeah.
I mean, you may remove your blindfold there out of the arena now. Well done. Skillfully done.
Yeah. I'm sure that was probably great.
It was smooth, I thought.
I'll catch the repeat.
Home Improvements, bits littering the arena. John Luke, is that the last time you're running that robot? It is, yeah. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Makes sense. I think they're coming over to the interview booth if anyone wants to go and have a little chat with... for the final time, I believe, this version of Home Improvements.
Good, okay, we're done.
Craig, is there anyone... Oh, okay. Oh, you're going in? Oh.
Can you do me a favour and call up the next two whiteboards as well?
Yes.
You might need them.
Can we please get to the ready table? Mo Problems, Shrekking Ball, Dubry, and Wishbone. And then Aero, Stasis, Ryzen, and Aggro Wobber.
That's another fun one, I have to say.
Is there any room, or is it full?
Yeah, there is in non-spin.
Yeah.
You want some bubs with some
Yeah.
Yeah, stick me in, mate.
Yeah. So.
Coach.
Yeah.
If someone else hasn't had 3 fights and wants it, then they can have it. But just let me know.
Yeah. So very interesting to see. I mean, Cascade versus Chucky, very, very different robots in many ways. So it'll be interesting.
I
to see
am
that
keen
fight.
before we do this. Well, before the semis happen. The goose. I am keen before the semis happen. But shall we try and get a little bit of a gauge as who the audience think is going to win?
I
What do
like
you think?
that. Okay.
Everyone upstairs, everyone downstairs. You've seen all the fights that. Not the goose. Not the goose. Okay, we've got 4 robots left in the main competition. We have Chucky, the blue lifter. We have Cascade, the black and orange lifter.
Yeah.
We have the Revengers, the cluster bots. Yeah. And who's 4?
The 4th was Chopstick.
And Chopstick. Okay, if you think Chucky, the blue lifter, is going to win, give us a cheer.
Few names
A
there.
smattering of applause. If you think the winner is going to be Cascade, the black and orange lifter, give us a shout. A little bit less. A little bit less.
That's too low, in my opinion. Anyway.
If you think Chopstick, the saw robot's going to win, give us a shout.
Bit more.
There's some.
All
if you
right.
think the clusterbot, the Revengers, is going to win.
Well, I think it's pretty clear the Revengers are box office.
They are.
Yeah.
Well, they are the best robots ever made.
They are, yeah.
So they say.
Yeah, and they are now approaching the end game. You know,
Terrifying thoughts.
Yeah.
In the arena being loaded in, we have, by the pit button, BBB's own Cray Croucher and Bop. We have Sir Lancerfrog back from what I'll be honest was a bit of a messy rebuild after its fight with Got Any Grape. So good to see Sir Lancerfrog back in. We have Ray as well back in after its link was sniped earlier on, and Lilith, who's also back after a bit of a pasting from Corruption. Yeah, Corruption. And EMP going in as well, a 5th robot.
Yeah, EMP. We last saw them against.
It was Swoop. It was Swoop, wasn't it?
It was Swoop. Yes. Very tough match for EMP, but when it's working, it's a very, very nice control bot. Very nice flipper.
Absolutely. We've got lots of different weapon styles. We've got a hammer and 4 lifters, lifters of different styles. You've got a 4-bar lifter, a front hinge, a rear hinge, and a little front lifting panel.
Right. It's all getting ready. That's nice to have a bit of quiet, isn't it?
Bit of time for reflection. So, we have in the blue circle Lilith.
The blue square, ready.
We have Ray. We have Sir Lancerfrog. We have EMP. We have Bop.
Red square, ready.
A 5-way brawl.
Robot ears, stand by.
Good luck with this one, Owen.
Yeah.
3, 2.
Everyone's locked
1.
in.
Activate.
And away we go.
So instantly Bop remaining aggressive against Lilith while EMP and Frog have a go at each other.
Lilith trying to chase down as well. There's Ray getting to the side of Sir Lancerfrog. A frog and a fox in the arena.
Yeah, we can see there Lifter and EMP seemingly a bit better, but not quite getting on this. Getting a little flip there
good little flip, but it's not quite sitting on the floor like they'd like. Now is.
See her Bop continuing remaining aggressive. Ray always in the action certainly as well.
Absolutely. Lilith sort of sliding around and throws Ray upside down, and now comes the devastating hammer of Bop. It's absolutely not even caught in the lifter there.
No, that's doing a huge amount of damage to the paint job on Lilith.
It's like a little termite. Ray down the pit via Sir Lancerfrog. Didn't see that happening.
Yeah, there, the frog versus the fox. I was not expecting the frog to win that fight.
Yeah. Evolution's a strange thing, you know. Oh, down the pit goes Lilith. Trying to push Bop down, and we're left with EMP, Bop, and Sir Lancerfrog.
Yeah.
3 good friends outside of the arena, in the arena. Well, they're still good friends, really, aren't they?
Yeah. But good control, of course, obviously, from all 3 of them. Difficult to see Bop, of course, always very aggressive.
EMP could push close to the pits. Very close to the pits. And Sir Lancerfrog joining in sympathy. What have you done, Nick?
Yeah, Frog just sort of drove in there, didn't they?
And down goes the Frog, and we're down to 2, EMP and Bop. And Bop is the one, to me, who's in the ascendancy.
Yeah, Bop is too much momentum at this stage. It is just not even trying to push EMP more. It's just, drag it out as much as possible. Make them hurt.
Lifter still going. Good push by EMP, though, responding very well. Down comes the hammer of Bop on top of EMP.
9,
Commissioner now of EMP
8,
Permanent is stuck
7,
on.
It does.
Maybe not.
It doesn't quite sit down properly, does it? We're going to get a time between EMP and Bot. And is that a good fight? A very good fight.
Very fun, very entertaining.
So, as always, it's a whiteboard fight. These guys to my right get no say.
Yeah.
It is an audience decision. If you think the blue and white EMP was the winner, give us a shout. Oh. If you think Bop was the winner, give us a shout. Fairly unanimous decision, I think.
I mean, yeah, I don't blame
I
them.
think our audience are right.
Yeah.
You know, Bop was the one in control of the fight for the majority, wasn't it?
Completely, yes.
There you go.
So I'm just trying to see what's happening now at the moment. I think we may get.
I think it's another whiteboard.
We may get one more whiteboard. So again, this is the part of the competition where, you know, time is such a tight thing at this point. And the Roboteers have been working so hard building these machines, getting them fighting, getting them working, and especially now. I mean, a lot of these fights, they were pretty tough fights that
It's been a bit of a war of attrition, hasn't it, today? Like, and as well as that, I was saying this to a few of the other competitors. Like, if you look at the top 4, they're not your usual candidates, are they? There's a lot of new faces and new robots that are doing extremely well.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a mixture where you have some robots that are pretty strong, pretty well, but there's a lot of really good builders as well behind them. I would say, I mean, of course, Chopstick, Andy Russell, has had Propane in the past, has done very well at these competitions. Has won here, has came second here with Propane. You have,
Cascade. Did Cascade win Rapture this year?
No, but Impulse, which is basically the robot. Impulse before Cascade won.
Yes.
So that's a big name to get for Robot Rebellion. Chucky has won events before.
Yes.
And is almost always a regular in top
Normally
fours.
ends up finishing second to his son.
Yeah.
But obviously, Adam's not really been a factor today, and Dylan's kind of taken advantage quite nicely.
No, Dylan is remarkably good at like picking up the mantle in these situations.
Yeah.
And even like Revengers, you'd say like Morgan and Dallas have gotten...
Morgan wins events, again, fairly regular.
Yeah, so they don't seem like the favorites, but there's a lot of experience going in there. But again, a lot of fun designs, and I like seeing experienced people trying out something new, something different. Like Cascade, it's an electronic flipper we really haven't seen before.
Yeah.
You know?
Absolutely.
And even Chopstick, like, I mean, I've seen quite a few saw robots. We don't have a lot that have the saw blade on the arm and that are sort of as instant as Chopstick is, you know?
Absolutely. Oh no. Are we not going to see Spinsolotl? Oh dear. Oh no. Well, loading in the arena at the moment, we have Dubry.
Yeah.
And next to Dubry, we have, again, another competitor who normally does pretty well at these events, and today is not gone to plan.
Yeah, no, Shrekking Ball.
Yeah.
Went out in the top 16, I think, to Chopstick. A very high-risk move by Chopstick.
Round of 32.
Yeah, there was round of 32.
Yeah.
Goodness me. I can't repeat what Sam Price has told me, but needless to say, he's hoping to do better here.
Absolutely. Also in the arena, we have Mo Problems. Again, another former event winner with Rob Weston.
Yeah.
Not been his best day in terms of competing.
Yeah. And even Wishbone. Wishbone...
Did pretty well earlier on. Then.
I went to an event in Germany in April, and in the Beetleweight class, Luca won. With, not Wishbone, a very similar robot. But, well, I've seen the face, but, you know.
Almost like a previous version of the same robot.
Yeah. And Luca will always bring a different robot to these events in Bristol. He's never brought the same robot twice.
Which you have to respect.
Oh, completely,
yeah.
Yet.
Yeah. Well, you have to respect, it's something different that he's trying every time. He's always, we like to see the innovation, we like to see different things being tried out.
And Wishbone has done pretty decently. It beat Icebreaker from memory.
Yes.
Which is no easy feat.
No.
And even Debris, I would say, like, round of 16.
Losing out to our
32,
semi-finalists, the Avengers as well.
Yeah.
So.
Again, it's just another really, really solid robot. This is good. This is a lot of kinetic energy.
Yeah, we have 4 very, very good spinners in the arena. We have Shrekking Ball in the green by the pit button. We have Wishbone in the yellow by the pits. We have Mo Problems in the blue.
Blue square,
And
ready.
we have in the no light zone,
Yellow square,
Debris.
ready. Red square,
Let's
ready.
see what happens.
Robot ears, stand by. 3,
Here goes something.
1, activate.
So the spin-up start, no problems, instantly losing a bit of
Oh my
control,
goodness.
flying
Something-
around.
Oh my goodness, what's going on?
Yeah.
I can't keep up.
Yeah, a lot of metal, a lot of flying around very
That
quickly.
little bit of rod, by the way, in the arena was a sellotaped piece of rod to the feet of Mo Problems, and a wheel has come off of Wishbone.
Yeah.
Debris, I think, is tapped out, but his Shrekking Ball stuck underneath Debris.
I think Shrekking Ball maybe stuck into looking to drive, period.
It is struggling. And there goes the other wheel. Get back into the action. Come on, Wishbone. I want to see more.
Yeah, and I think Mo Problems, I don't know if Shrekking Ball is still working.
Shrekking Ball is spinning down, has stopped, and there's nothing happening now.
Over almost as quickly as it started. Oh, that's a bit cheeky.
Nothing. And that's it.
Is
Mo
it?
Problems.
Hold on, no, they're not done yet. Mo Problems and Shrekking.
No, I think that's it. Mo Problems, I think. Oh, and suddenly, Shrekking Ball's back. It's back from the dead.
So.
And he's stuck again.
This is.
Oh, he's back again.
Okay, can someone please hit each other?
Yes. Thank you, Rob. Shrekking Ball back in the action. Okay, fight not over. Here we go.
Debris and Wishbone are going to be terrified going forward for the rest of this fight.
This fight's still going.
Yeah, I mean, Debris already catching strays. Shrekking Ball
Pit button was
stopped
activated.
again.
Descending.
No problem, still moving around
Descending.
again.
And there's Shrekking Ball.
Check's
What is
alive
going on with
again.
Shrekking Ball? What is going on? Shrekking Ball stops again. No Problems is spun up. Shrekking Ball's back. It's still going.
Shrek seems to be
still happening.
There's a
9.
passive strategy of playing dead.
6,
What is going on?
4,
And now
2, 1. Scenes.
That was one of the fights of all time. I think that's where it belongs. That weapon bar, by the way, of Shrekking Ball. Goodness me. Well, again, as it is a whiteboard, so our audience have to decide.
Yeah, but very quickly before that happens, because every minute will count here, there is now a space for another spinner whiteboard. So if you have a spinner, if you're still interested after that, or you're willing to fight a spinner, you don't have to be a spinner. You can fight a spinner if you're control bot, it's gone open. Anyway, back to you, Sam.
Yeah, if you think that Shrekking Ball, the robot currently in the pit, was the winner, give us a shout. And if you think that Mo Problems, the green and yellow blur, was the winner, give us a shout. There you go. Pretty unanimous.
Pretty definitive, yeah.
Mo Problems for them. So, I think now, are we now going semis?
I believe so. Yes,
Okay.
Cascade and Chucky are going in the arena.
See you
Sam, it's
later.
been a pleasure.
Always a pleasure.
I just want to say, me and Sam, we got a handshake earlier on in the day that silenced the room.
Well, it's just so loud of a clap.
It was like the perfect noise.
Well, what can we say? So, I mean, it was. Do you know, I was quite grateful to stand back and just watch you guys try to commentate pure carnage.
Yeah, there have been some weird fights today. Really good ones, but in many ways, but very unconventional.
And there's nothing that proves that more than looking at our final four contenders. These are not the robots you typically expect to see at this stage of the competition.
No, indeed. So, I mean...
And that's not being rude to the roboteers.
Yeah.
Like, they are very good roboteers,
Yeah.
good robots, but the caliber of weapon class that we
Yeah.
typically have here.
Yeah. I think the best way I would say about this is that none of the robots who have gotten here have had an easy run. You know, they've all suffered damage, they've all suffered pain, and, you know, to even keep them running in a fightable state at this stage of the competition is impressive, certainly. Like, you know, this event starts at 11 o'clock. It's now 5:30. It's been a long day. You know, fatigue starts to set in. even you'd be surprised at this stage of the competition how often things such as, you know, a motor not being connected or a battery not being charged can happen. You got to keep on top of it. It's a mental game at this point, almost more than anything else.
Absolutely. And so when we look at the journey, I do wonder if Revengers is going to be at full force. As we saw, one of their motors burned out, caught fire.
Yeah.
How much additional damage can that fire do?
It depends on how long the fire is going for. It didn't look like a bad one. I mean, certainly some heat can transfer into other components, but hopefully it's as easy as just a damaged swap of a motor or a speed controller, and Revengers should be back. I mean, I can still see them at their pit table, still working away, still trimming away, so hopefully they can be ready. I believe, I'm just trying to see if Chopstick is at the pit table here.
I don't think I've seen them up there just yet. So they have at least, well, I'd say at least 2 minutes, but as we've seen, anything can happen in these fights. It could be over in the first 10 seconds.
Yeah. Well, I mean, definitely for both of them, it'll be going down to the wire, I think.
So my question to you,
A lot of those at this event.
Absolutely. I think Chucky is one of those robots that's quite darty, and so they might find themselves. And Cascade is such a good roboteer. Like if they just move out of the way at the right time, and Chucky goes flying into the pit.
Yeah.
Just reading the live stream, Christian saying that they love the UK robot combat scene. This is their therapy, and do you know what? Absolutely, cannot agree more.
I feel that.
I am not 100% over what the rest of the world looks like when it comes to this weight class. I've definitely seen a couple of BattleBots, but for me, especially being able to see it live, it is just such a great experience.
Yeah.
Thank you again to everyone who's here in the arena with us. We are getting ready for our first semi-final, Chucky versus Cascade.
There we go. Yeah, two very similar designs. They're both flippers, but just by looking at them, you can see how different you can make a flipper at this weight class. If I had to call it, this might be a hard one for Cascade, because Chucky's width and reach is almost a perfect counter for a design like Cascade, who has excelled at getting around opponents.
Absolutely. I mean, I am going to be pedantic because that is my MO, but so Chucky is a flipper, sorry.
Yeah.
Actually, well, on here, Chucky is classified as a lifter, and I'm not sure if that's quite right.
Yeah. I mean, again, I think these are two robots where it's like they're either really fast lifters or they're very weak flippers. They're sort of in the between lines. I'd say my way is if you throw an opponent up and they leave the ground, then it's probably a flipper. And I think Chucky is generally a lifter, but it can flip opponents. Whereas I'd say Cascade generally is designed to be more as a flipper that can also lift opponents, if that makes sense.
We're into the semi-finals. We're into the semi-finals. There will be a countdown, so I'm going to ask the audience to join us in the 3, 2, 1 countdown as we get more and more tense. Thumbs up from all the roboteers. Gareth pushing the button.
Stand by.
Get ready here.
3,
2,
1, begin. And Chucky there trying to get in, but Cascade getting underneath in the first leg and lift it up. It's Cascade by Chucky.
Yeah, instantly Chucky getting a grab, but not the lift that they were looking for, but already behind Chucky. But as you can see here, I mean, well, these are very fast robots. This is going to be very hard to commentate.
It's going to be hard to keep up, but Chucky with the fork advantage, I think, at this stage. I've seen a couple of times Cascade just getting caught underneath Chucky's forks.
Yeah, but Chucky also can wheelie quite a bit, and Cascade can take advantage of that, landing a hit there on Chucky.
But we're seeing Cascade not afraid to go head-to-head with Chucky. I do think that's a bad strategy for them, but they are finding themselves underneath, and they're almost juggling Chucky on top of them.
Yeah, it should be a bad strategy, but Cascade, for whatever reason, are just able to overwhelm Chucky at this stage. Chucky getting a flip there, or a lift.
That's a very good lift there from Chucky. Can they carry Cascade over to the pit? I think that's what they're trying to do.
Either that or out of the arena zone, do what Forklift did to Luchador earlier on in the competition. I mean, a very lovely toss by Cascade there.
So reversal there by Cascade, but Chucky once again taking advantage and control. We have had a minute of this fight, so we are into the final half.
Yeah, this is very even. The pit has only now been activated almost by accident.
That was definitely by accident. Neither of them wanting that to happen. And now we're just seeing the pirouetting, the pushing power battle.
Yeah.
Who has the strength?
Yeah, and Chucky barely escaping death there.
So that's what we mentioned earlier, that Chucky gets a darted robot and it darted into the pit. Cascade is the winner.
Yeah, that was a beautiful pivot at the end by Cascade. And then Chucky, just the momentum of Chucky basically carried it into the pits. That was
Revengers,
a really, really good
we need
control
you
fight.
to the arena. Revengers, we need you to the arena.
So they've been given the dramatic call there. So we're looking at the replay here, and we can see here, we can see here Chucky driving. Sorry, apologies.
No, don't worry. Chucky, take your breath, because Chucky is such a quick robot, as we mentioned, and I think that is an issue for the Roboteer when it comes to managing. Both robots pirouetting, they're positioning themselves. It's such an important battle.
Yeah, but Cascade just seemed so planted. Like that move there where they pirouette, push Chucky a bit, and then Chucky's unsettled. And when you're moving around like that, it's so easy to just drive into the pits, almost faster than your own reactions.
Absolutely. I mean, it is split decisions that make that difference. And it was just unlucky almost, but, you know, Cascade found themselves in the right position.
Yeah. So we'll just call a few names at the ready table. Can we have Forkhead, Flick 2, Cop Out, and Bubblegum Lift? Can we also get Icebreaker, Doombot, and Fatal Deviation? So those will be, I believe, the final two whiteboards. There may be more space available. Okay. And meanwhile, while we are waiting for the next fight to load in, Craig is going to do roaming interviews.
Yep, so they will be coming to their positions because they got repairs to do.
You've got things to do. No. I want you to crack on with getting these things ready. So we're just going to have a quick word with you guys. Chucky, sad to see you go out, but you not a lot to repair, right? It's just a charge it up sort of deal for the third place playoff.
Yep, just charge her up and let her go. I think we've had a really good run today, so really pleased with how it's gone.
It's been amazing, so we will see you very shortly. Chucky and Cascade making it to the final. How are you feeling?
Pretty good. Surprised, but yeah.
Absolutely take it. It has been a beast all day. Amazing driving. Get those robots ready, and we will see you very shortly.
So we are armed up in the arena now. We have Chopstick, and we have the Revengers, Rage of Sultron. So the big question is, have both of these robots repaired themselves enough for this final fight?
And I'm not so sure they have. I mean, it's interesting that Revengers, they appear to be missing a fork on the brown cluster bot.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's intentional or just what they had to do to get the robots ready in time.
Yeah, it may be a control system. It was interesting to note that the Revengers were very much sort of the last ones working on their machines, so we'll have to see if some damage sustained earlier on or some repairs made weren't completed.
Well,
they both seem to be moving.
100%. They're both operational at least.
Yeah. And, you know, sometimes all the Revengers needed is just to believe.
Roboteers, stand
against all
by.
odds, the Revengers have assembled.
3,
and
2,
Chopstick is ready to see if he can divide them.
So will Chopstick's weapon stay operational long enough for it to do some proper damage as the cluster bots do what they do best, and they have immobilized Chopstick's wheels?
Yeah, well, every pin you can hold for 10 seconds, that's 10 seconds you're not getting cut into.
And that was a proper slash on the blue cluster bot as the brown cluster bot comes to the rescue.
Yeah, brown cluster bot is protecting the blue one and has the tougher top armor, which might be better against Chopstick.
Well, I'm not so sure it is, as we've seen 2 hits there from Chopstick. I thought that immobilized the Revenger, but only one Revenger left now. The pit button is enabled, and that is brilliant control, actually, from Revenger staying underneath Chopstick.
Yeah, the Revengers are not out of this yet, somehow.
Well, this is when they're most dangerous. When one Revenger is left, that's when we've seen incredible things happen.
Yeah, Chopstick snapped its blade, and 50% of the Revengers have just vanished out of this fight.
Oh, but that was so close for Chopsticks. Revengers in a dangerous position.
Yeah, I mean, Revengers is a very hard robot to get under, and this is, I think, very much the design expertise of the team. They've built control bots before. They know how to make a robot that's annoying to get under. Chopstick landing some hits, but crucially not getting through that top armor.
Well, they're making full advantage, taking full advantage of this. And now we're actually seeing a proper grind into the top. of Revenger.
And
Hard to see on the pic
piled
now.
on top of the previous one.
And they look like they're stuck. The Revengers are stuck on each other. The blue is immobilized. It's brown stuck on top.
Yeah, the Revengers are not feeling so good here, I don't think.
I'm watching the Roboteer, a shake of their head. The countdown has concluded. Chopsticks is in the final.
So there we go. Chopsticks and Cascade will be your final. Hopefully for Chopsticks, all they'll need to do is actually recharge the battery or even have a spare battery they can just toss in. As for Cascade, there was no real damage in the previous fight. Again, it's just a battery, I think. I would be surprised if we see a third place playoff here, though.
Yeah, I've just come down to arena side, and I'm going to chat with Morgan and Simon now. Are you guys feeling optimistic about getting these ready for a third place playoff?
Worse things happen.
You've got like 5 minutes.
We'll be quick.
Best of luck, guys. And Andy, that was a dominating performance. I'm going to walk with you to your bench. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So we're the winning table here.
Literally, the two finalists are on the same pit table here, which is quite glorious. Don't sabotage each other. I want a nice, clean fight. Best of luck, guys.
Brilliant work, Craig. I mean, not much we can do now. They do need that repair time.
Yeah.
And just the luxury of getting them in front of a camera is just not there anymore.
Yeah, so we'll have basically three whiteboard fights, sorry, apologies. And then we will have, in theory, the third place playoff, if that will happen. But then we'll have the final, which I don't know how many people beforehand would have said Chopstick versus Cascade for the final. I consider them dark horses, but this has been very impressive.
Which way are you leaning for the final?
I would have to say I think Cascade by a hair.
Interesting, because for me, that was Chopstick's most dominant performance in terms of the weapon remained active the whole way through. It was doing the damage it's intended to do.
Yeah.
And for me, that's a really reassuring sign for Chopsticks. As you mentioned, not too much of a repair job. They're just going to be reinforcing, making sure it's up and running.
By the way, I just want to say I've only now actually gotten the pun of the name, Chopstick. It's a stick that chops.
Oh, Chopstick.
It's taken me this long to actually make that connection. I'm not the only one. I know, like, hands up, how many of you have just figured that out?
There's a couple here.
Yeah.
I mean, that might not even be true. We might talk to the Roboteer and they'll just say, no, that's not the case at all. I just like Chinese food.
But it is Chopstick and not Chopsticks. And I've been wondering, why is it called Chopstick the entire time?
There we go. So, a nice little theory. We'll see if it's true. We'll see if we can talk to Andy and see what they say.
Yeah. And anyway, we've got another whiteboard fight coming up. So we have AgroWebber just being loaded into the arena. We'll have Ryson, Stasis, and Aero. Now, so Aero was the hammer saw bot earlier on that lost to oh, goodness me, I should know this.
I'm not going to remember that far back. We do currently have AgroWebber in the arena, the beautiful livery, colourful livery.
Yes, it was Sunstroke. AgroWebber, if you know Undertale, this thing is just an absolute love letter in so many different ways. Like, every single part of the design has some reference to it. We have Ryson, who I think was there have been a few shock losses, I think, but I think the way that Ryson lost.
Unceremoniously knocked out the competition.
Oh, yeah. So that'll be interesting. And, very much, yeah. I mean, so hopefully it's working a bit better here. Stasis, I think, had some good fights and then was just beaten in a control match, basically. And we have Ryson, who the weapon is not working for this fight, unfortunately. I don't know if the weapon arm thing is going to remain on. We'll have to see.
They might as well just leave the protective casing on at this point.
Okay. And I will say, after this fight, we will be giving out some awards. So those of you who are egotistically inclined, please stay around.
Is that just to give an extra bit of repair time, Craig? I'm going to assume that is the case. So although this is a very friendly-natured competition, we do like to still credit those that, it is a contest at the end of the day. You still want to go home with, they're just slightly off camera, but one of these beautifully made trophies. The challenge to anyone who does win is to see if you can put an RC motor in one of these trophies and then have it drive around. They do have rolling wheels, but that's about as far as it goes.
Yeah, no, I mean, the entire teaming for this event has just been, you know, a nostalgic blast, basically. Like, it has been perfect execution. I have loved it. It's been
Red
really
square,
good.
ready.
So Roboteers are looking ready. We have a four-way fight about to begin.
3, 2, 1. Activate.
So here we go. The spinners of Stasis. Well, only Stasis' spinner has gone up. Ryzen's still not spinning. And Arrow... Sorry, Arrow's not in this fight, are they?
No, we got Aggro Wobber, though, upside down. They look like they're out of it. I don't think their weapon is going to self-right them.
Yeah, hopefully someone can knock them back over. But yeah, that's a beautiful whack. Aggro Wobber hit there. Stasis playing with its food in many ways.
Yeah, this is actually a bit vicious now. Stasis having his way in the competition, and I do not like the chances.
Yeah, no, very wobbly weapon on it there, certainly. Still going, obviously.
I mean, I think they're trying to get Aggro Wobber back into this competition. I mean, all the help they can have would be a big benefit.
Certainly, yeah. Well, I mean, you know, to Perpetual's credit, it is still in there. It's still driving. The weapon is not going to work, but it's remaining aggressive, and that's what you need at this stage, really. The pit has been enabled.
Descending.
And I think it would be very easy for someone to push Aggro Wobber in. But that was so close there, Stasis. The pit did not descend quick enough.
Oh, yeah, and Stasis getting another whack here. This is very much its playground in many ways. And getting the pitting in.
And by way of knockout, Stasis is the winner.
Yeah, no complaints. Very decent fight there.
Yeah, very decent fight. Had a fantastic hit, knocking one of the components out of, or knocking Ryzen out of the competition. And then a little bit of a lull almost. Stasis, as you mentioned, had its way with everyone, just waiting really. What impact did it want to do? Yeah. Ultimately deciding that the pit was how it wanted to finish that fight.
Yeah, indeed. So we're just going to go to Craig here very, very quickly. He has a series of announcements, I believe.
I am down in the interview booth, just me alone for now. We are about to do our event awards. This is the stuff we give out to the people that we think have done really cool stuff across the day for various different reasons. This isn't the trophies. They'll come in a little bit. But to give out our first awards, these are all judges decided. So blame them. Tom Brewster.
Hello. So after a fantastic day of fights, we've got a few little awards to give out. So this first award goes to one robot that has been routinely annihilated throughout the day. This is the I Didn't Hear No Bell Award, and it's going to Perpetual. Where are they? Come on over here. I have one more to give out today. So we've seen some robots absolutely flying around the arena today, some up into the roof a few more times than others. I'd like to present the Bounciest Boy Award to Swoop. Swoop.
That may have sounded like booze. It wasn't. That was a loving swoop that everyone was hearing.
And now to Rory.
Thank you, Thomas. Now, we've got a new award for 2025. This is the most disturbing robot. Now, is it biscuit? Is it flesh? We scream because we do not know. Big roll, everybody. Over to you, Robert.
Oh goodness, I have to speak in public. How terrible. So yeah, we've seen tons of interesting robots today, but we always love seeing new entries, and be that new robots or even new roboteers. There was one team we saw today that was, really brought the fun and a really impressive robot to boot. So the best newcomer award goes to Bilbo Bagbot. They've gone home. Yay, back to Craig.
There's one last award that we give out, and in contrast to our traditional BBB coasters, we've got these nicely laser cut by Felix this time. This is the Spirit of Bristol Bot Builders Award that we give out for someone that embodies the fun and the joy that we think robots need. And it's gone to someone that we think has built a really impressive robot, but also a really fun robot with a great theme. It's Angel Slice. And that's the awards. Should we do some playoffs and finals, everyone? Are the Revengers ready for a playoff?
No, they're not. You're jumping the guns. We've got more whiteboards to come up, but we will still have some fighting action. So, definitely a lot to stick around for. By my counting, we have 4 fights left of the day.
Yeah, well, we may actually have 5 from what I can see here.
That one's...
oh, wait, sorry, it is 4. Apologies. There we go. The system is
who won?
a few cracks there.
So going into the arena, we have Bubblegum Luft. They're going to be joined by Cop Out. Flick 2 is entering once again. Let's see if they can be jumping over the pit again. And Forkhead. So some very interesting robots. Robots that made it quite far through the competition, finding themselves having a bit of fun in the whiteboard category.
Yeah, some very, very fun control bots here. Forkhead. Such a smart, intelligent design that I always love seeing. Cop-Out has proven itself very, very durable over many different fights. Never afraid of things. Flick 2 has been one of the most entertaining, most effective spring flippers I've ever seen. And Bubblegum Lift is there as well.
And I feel like, is a 5th contender about to enter the arena?
Hold on.
They forgot the locking bar.
Oh,
Okay.
for
Rookie mistake here in the whiteboards. We're seeing a couple of rookie mistakes. Getting late in the day. Thank you everyone for sticking with us. I hope you're looking forward to the final. No idea at all how it's going to play out. But before we get there, we do have some whiteboard competitions to be had.
Yeah, so a 5th robot potentially. What could be going on? Ah, I see. Okay, there we go. Oh, it was just a Flick's robot. There you go. I will give the quick update. Cascade, one of our finalists, is now at the ready table.
That's a good sign.
It's a very good sign.
That's a very good sign for them. And to be honest, I would have expected Chopsticks to be up sooner. I mean, obviously, we're going to do the 3rd place playoff if we can. Before the final.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be running into time, I think, for the Revengers. That's probably the big one. I reckon Chucky is probably just chuck it into an arena, you know? Yeah.
Have you had a good day, Owen?
I've had quite a good day, I have to say.
You had a great day?
Voice is definitely a little tired, but I've enjoyed talking quite a lot. And yeah, no, it's just been fun. Same to yourself?
Fantastic day. This has been a real great competition in terms of seeing robots win who don't often get a chance to shine.
Yeah.
That's what I'm really enjoying today.
Yeah, I think that's it. It's very much, it doesn't feel to form compared to many of them.
I just want to say, Cop Out has decided to block Flick into the corner for the start of this fight.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, I think Cop Out wants to fly
stand by.
when the fight
So they're setting themselves up. Flick is actually ready to flick as soon as the countdown starts. And there we go. Cop Out up into the air and immediately self-righted.
You forget that Flick is pretty powerful, you know?
In terms of a flipper, I mean, what you mentioned in there is either a slow flipper or a fast lifter. That's definitely a flipper.
Yeah, it pops to a degree that you don't normally see.
Five
You can see instantly Forkhead and Bubblegum Lift getting their forks tangled.
So holding hands, as I like to refer to it, Bubblegum and Forkhead. Not something that's easily untangled, but Gareth doing a brilliant job to make it as easy as possible.
It's like those dentist games, those games you'd find in like dentist offices where you have to pass the rope or the ring through.
Before you send the buzzer.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Activate.
So we're going to begin, and Flip there, actually being a bit calm so far. Forkhead deciding to take Flip on as their enemy.
Yes, indeed. So Flick is righting itself, dealing with its own thing at the moment. Forkhead, again, lovely lift there. It has a sort of this patented move, almost, where it just grabs an opponent and can so easily carry them over to the pit or the Ulu zone. And then Flick, can Flick jump out?
For the second time today, Flip has saved themselves from the pit, but not quite enough, as both Flick and Cop Out go down at the same time, and now pirouetting is Bubblegum and Forkhead.
Yeah, our two remaining competitors really have come alive now at this point. A lot of energy now. Forkhead again with speed. It's difficult to see them lasting, but they're very much...
They're riding over the top of Cop Out, so Cop Out stopping them from falling into the pit. I think Forkhead's actually maybe too wide to maneuver around the pit like that.
Yeah, no, it's sort of an advantage. They were almost too wide to go in. That's what saved them in some way. But now we're going to getting some good slams, some good shoves in there, being a bit more aggressive. Forkhead just sort of saying no to the pit more than anything else, I would say.
Once again, Cop Out actually coming to the rescue, and both robots are in a very dangerous position. I think Bubblegum Lift is going to manage to get out of the way, and a beautiful reverse there from Forkhead.
Managed to get out, but now they're trying to self-ride, and Forkhead taking the initiative here.
9,
sort of just parceling in
7.
Bubblegum Lift.
I think that's in. I think that's done.
And at breakdancing, if you can believe that a robot can do that. Why hasn't it done that in any other fights?
Well, no, we did see it earlier today. There was a point where it got lifted up and it flailed its arms in a tantrum. I think they're trying to find their way into the pit with the rest of them, but not quite able to. What is this disco break dancing? Whoop, whoop. Look at the moves on that robot go.
Yeah. Very, very impressive.
So I've never seen breakdancing quite like that, but it was a good showing.
It was good. And again, I love Forkhead. I just love that design so much. It works so much better than it should. No, I say that. No, it works because it's a clever design that has been iterated on, and that it's durable, and it lifts, and it just pulls wins out of nowhere, you know?
This isn't their first fight
No.
by any stretch, or their first competition. As you said, they've had ample time to hone their design, find the weak spots. And it's very rare for a robot, a brand new robot, to go into a competition and just go straight through without any issues. There will be some teething problems.
Yeah, and no, Forkhead is, they've put in the hours, they put in the time, and it shows that, so often, so many little things can go wrong in these robot fighting tournaments as you continue to go on and go on. And a lot of experience is just finding those 1 in 100 things and then stopping them from happening again. And then slowly over many, many different fights, you've got a machine that's reliable. It's great.
And so we're going to have what looks to be a three-way fight between Icebreaker, Boombot, and Fatal Deviation.
Yes. So, and Wishbone is going to be in as well.
So it will be a four-way fight.
Yeah.
Oh, Icebreaker. No, Icebreaker's there.
There we go.
Excuse me, Owen, the chat is very upset. The goose has lost its tinfoil hat, so I need to save it from the bottom of the stage. Give me a moment.
Very well, that's fine.
Owen, have you seen your new friend? Gav's been replaced. It's sort of Wallace and Gromit-esque vibes, isn't it? Oh, there we go.
See?
And the circle is complete.
This is his disguise. No one knows who this is now.
Yeah. Good grief, it's you.
Or her. I'm not sure. It could be anyone, actually.
Yeah.
We still don't have a name.
I'm still happy with Ryan Goosling. That's still my one. I've been quite common. There was a few others that were mentioned. Loosey Goosey.
It is quite unsettling, isn't it?
It is.
For those on the live stream who have been watching this all day.
I think the fact that it's out of focus is even more unnerving. I feel like. Yeah.
It is just unnerving, isn't it? Anyway, we are clearly losing the plot as we enter the final stages of today.
All I'll say is, Mr. Brown, I think you have your thumbnail for the event.
So, Gareth, how are we looking? Are we in a position to get this fight underway? One thumb up, two thumbs up. Okay, that's a good sign.
Robot ears, stand by.
So, Piddleman.
3,
I've heard that as a name for...
1. Activate.
Okay, right. I don't know what I'm getting. Icebreaker Wishbone. Doombot has already lost a wheel. Fatal Deviation is going through it.
I mean, Wishbone then picking on the mini-bot, which is just so cruel.
Yeah. You can see here, Fatal Deviation, monstrous almost, isn't it? Yeah.
So now Icebreaker starting to break the arena. Pushed up against the floor, the wall. That's really good driving, actually.
Yeah, Doombot is just disintegrated already. I think it's out of this fight. Fatal Deviation, surprisingly durable, given its complication. Fatal Deviation in exactly the wrong place to be. And now we've got, I think this is a rematch of the round of 32 fights.
Absolutely. And a massive, massive hit there. Wishbone just trying to get into. Icebreaker struggling to turn around. That gyration's really difficult. So close to the pit, but not falling in just yet.
Yeah, the noise of Icebreaker when it hits the arena, it's hard to convey on the stream. It is deafening in person. But saving Icebreaker in a way from going out of the arena.
Well, yeah, they're not out of this competition, but I'm not sure you want to go up against Icebreaker or Wishbone. And flung into the wall is Icebreaker.
Yeah.
The fact that they're still going is incredible. 40 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean, this is why Icebreaker is such a scary robot. Because of how many whacks it can take and continue to be terrifying to listen and see. But again, Wishbone is just driving so well here.
And they are doing a great job with their beater. That is just grinding away. And not no Boombot, they don't need any more damage.
Yeah. Yeah, Boombot seemed very, very happy to just let the robot be destroyed. 10 seconds now remaining in this fight. Icebreaker finally landing a good hit on one of Wishbone's wheels.
So close going into the pit. Wishbone's upside down. Icebreaker finally getting in a couple of hits, and that's the end of the fight.
Yeah, and I believe both robots have immobilized each other. They're right at the end of the fight. I'd say for the last major spinner fight, that was a pretty good one to have.
So, we do need the audience to help us decide a winner. If you think Icebreaker, the blue robot, is the winner, give us a cheer. And if you think the red and blue with the yellow beta is the winner, give us a cheer. My hearing aid isn't working.
Yeah.
That sounded the same to me.
That was pretty close. Let's try it one more time. Give us a cheer if you think Icebreaker won. Give us a cheer if you think Wishbone won. I think it was slightly louder mostly because of the man right next to me screaming. But I think Wishbone has won.
I just got to stay focused. I know there's a goose around. I just got to ignore it, stay focused. Yes, well, thank you everyone for your help on deciding the victor. We are now heading in, and Tinfoil Hat Gang, as you're now lovingly referring to yourselves, thank you once again for the donation. That's so, so kind. Sorry you had to leave early, but glad you're still watching on the stream. I hope you had a wonderful day. You've been fantastic, and the goose is still rocking the tinfoil hat, even though it did have a bit of a scare earlier today when it fell off the table.
Yeah.
We won't talk about that.
Great stuff. So, yeah, we've only got 2 fights now. You can really smell the arena after that fight. There are some smells going on in there. But we have 2 fights left, and, you know, fully to their credit, the Revengers have assembled once again. They are winding back the clock, and they are going to give it another go.
And I can see that Joe has picked up the microphone, and Joe and Craig are up to some shenanigans. I'm not quite sure if they're intending to. I don't think so.
Let's just keep it. I mean, they could be filming anything here at this point. We'll have to see.
Are you guys ready for a third place playoff?
I'm definitely ready for a third place playoff. I'm not sure if the Roboteers are.
Oh, they're here. They're ready. They're itching for it. Look at them. They're all itchy.
Oh God, they're full of fleas.
Robot fleas.
So just to confirm, the winner of this fight will be taking home the beautiful third place trophy?
Yeah, have you guys seen these trophies? It took at least an hour of 3D printing, you know?
Yeah. And the loser gets nothing.
If we win, we need a second one there.
You can cut it in half. Like your robots were earlier.
There you go.
Audience, are you ready for a third place playoff? And after that, a grand final? Thank you so much for sticking it out with us. We really appreciate you guys being here all afternoon watching robot fighting. It's so sick. So yeah, we're just getting the final hoovering done now, and then we can do it. So we're buzzing for this.
All right, so Gav, let's talk about some losers here.
There are no losers. We have all had a wonderful time.
There we go. So Chucky in a very close match against Cascade, it has to be said.
But I just do not understand the plot armor of Revengers. So in terms of their strategy, wait for one of their robots to be knocked out, and then the plot armor thickens, and they seem to just find a way to keep winning.
Yeah, it seems prerequisite for one of them dying. That seems to be what triggers it. And I actually, to be fair, in the semi-final fight, there was 1 or 2 times where Chopstick, I think, nearly almost could have been sort of, you know, ushered into out of the arena zone. It came close, so it didn't kick on for that time. But I mean, look, Chucky's a very fast, unpredictable robot. It can fling itself out. It can drive into the pit. Anything can happen. And it has to be said, the one thing they're outside of their plot armor the Revengers have had is an unbelievably good ground game.
And I think Chucky is actually going to struggle. Its normal strategy is to get underneath its opponent and then drive them either into the pit, into the wall, or into the Uta zone. I think they're going to struggle with that strategy against these 2 cluster bots.
Yeah, it'll be... If they can take one out of commission early, then that would help quite a lot. But I think a lot of this fight is just going to be Chucky doing tricks, jumping off ramps.
Absolutely. Well, we got thumbs up from the Roboteers. Audience,
square.
help us
Ready.
count this down. The second last fight of the day.
Stand by.
We're going to start from 3.
3,
3,
2,
1. Begin. And Chucky driving straight in there in the brown cluster bot, getting underneath Chucky. So I think immediately we're seeing that actually Revengers have the ability to get underneath Chucky.
Yeah, I mean, now one of the half of the Revengers seems to be struggling with drive, and Chucky is pressuring the other half while the first one's gotten freed.
And I was very cautious there because I thought we were going to see the Revengers both counted out. We might see that now as the cluster, the mini-bot is stuck underneath. So does this count as an unstick?
Yeah, it has to, because the mini-bot is under both of them.
Fight calls.
So this isn't the end of the fight. This is actually an unstick. That is so unfortunate, I think, for Chucky, because if that cluster bot wasn't there, that mini-bot wasn't there, that would have been their win.
Yeah, I don't think... Actually, the unstick rules are a bit unclear. Cluster bots are in general an absolute headache for rule makers. But if a cluster bot is stuck on another half of the cluster bot, is that considered an immobilization or is that considered an unstick?
So a get out of jail free card there for Revengers. Very lucky for them because they were in a very precarious position. But Chucky immediately touching them on top of each other once again. And then we are seeing some movement.
Chucky seems to just be hoping to just trigger a judge's decision from a second stick. Which is a way of winning a fight.
But we're now seeing Revengers with Chucky on top of them. And what's funny about this is Revengers can go into the pit with one of their cluster bots, and that would still keep them in, but not anymore because I think the blue cluster bots counted out.
So that was another unstick, and we only have 1 unstick per fight. It says Ref Strang was on that, and it goes to the judges. Good
There
luck
we go.
to you
Because
guys.
the mini-bot, the tiny mini-bot, was under one of the Revengers.
For the second time.
That has now ended up being considered an unstick, which is a second unstick. So the fight will go to the judges.
That was
based on what
another
has
very
already
sticky
happened.
fight.
I am going to be intrigued. Obviously, the people watching on the live stream, they're going to have their views about the rule set. This is so difficult for the judges. And to be honest, as an event organizer in general, it's so hard to get a fair set of rules because we don't want to exclude the mini-bots. They are a fun part, especially when a spinner launches them into the roof.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's one of those ones where I think to avoid a lot of situations where things can get so bitty, you need solid, clear rules. And they have attempted it this time to try to make them a bit more rigid in many ways and just try to remove a lot of that uncertainty. So that's where you've had like the incredibly strict unstick rules, for example. So yeah, we'll see how it goes to the judges. I mean, it's an interesting one to call because, you know, pardon? Oh, hold on, we're just going to be going to Craig very quickly.
At this point in the day, it is traditional that everyone comes down to our level. Welcome to my level. How do we feel about that fight, everyone?
Damn mini-bot.
Damn mini-bot, he says, with a robot that is intended to get under the opponent and get them stuck on top. Morgan, how do you feel about that fight?
Wish we could have kept going.
Good. And how do we feel about that fight?
Again, it could have gone on for longer. We could have had more fun.
It could have gone for longer and we could have had yet more unsticks. Nobody wants that. Does anyone want that more of that fight with more unsticks? Well, too bad it's not your event. Do we have a judge's decision?
I do not think so. They are interrogating the rule sheet, which is never a good sign. So they might be taking a while to come up with a victor.
That's awkward. Because at this point, we're all down at this level. And we're all waiting for a response.
They're definitely going to be conferring for a bit longer. I mean, 40 seconds, I think, was left of that fight, if I saw the clock correctly. So there wasn't too much left for them to really judge, although you're still at a reasonable percentage.
Yeah, they're consulting the goose.
Let's have a chat about some of these robots. Did these, in honesty, I know you've been joking that they're the best robot in the world ever, semi-joking. Have they done better than you expected?
Way better, way better. We were like, we've never had a cluster in the top 16 between us two, so we were like, if we get top 16, we're happy. So we've done more than... Yeah.
Yeah, a lot better than that, so yeah, happy with it.
Well, you guys have done very well, so congratulations on that. And Chucky, what's the best placing Chucky's had at BBB?
I'm not very good with memory because I'm old. I don't know. I think definitely it's got.
Wow. We are still awaiting a judgment. We are down at this level waiting for a judgment, and we're going to continue to sit here as the final.
How low can you go, Craig?
Oh, hold on. We may have a call.
Do we have a decision?
We have a decision.
Okay, we have a judge decision, and it was Chucky.
All right.
Third place at the BBB Beetle Champs 2025 is Chucky.
All right, so.
For the final time today, help us count it down. Roboteers, are you ready?
Roboteers, stand
Okay.
by. 3,
2,
2,
1,
begin! And Cascade there immediately getting caught on the forks of chopsticks, but they're not really doing much because they don't have a weapon to hit and do damage in those chopsticks by the looks of it.
I mean, Cascade is keeping pressure on Chopsticks. Chopsticks can get under, but can they get the weapon in and do meaningful damage to Cascade? That's the challenge.
And now we're just seeing a spinning disc, but it hits the pit button instead of Cascade. So Cascade managed to, not the pit, it hits the Reno. Look at the side, the gash is left on the wall.
Yeah, no, it's a very powerful saw on Chopstick, but Cascade is keeping pressure on, and the ground game of Chopstick is not winning as often as I think they were hoping for, but it is still very even at this point.
So you have to say Cascade with a very lucky escape, but now Chopsticks has them pinned, and that is a big hit on the lifter of Cascade. And now the rear is exposed, but they don't spin up the saw blade in time, and Cascade escapes.
Yeah, so we can see here 1 or 2 hits already suffered by Cascade, but it doesn't seem to have lost any functionality yet at this point.
Not yet, and 1 minute has gone of this fight, and Cascade getting underneath Chopsticks. They're very much ramming into the wall, trying to get underneath with a lift. Chopsticks just biding his time with that weapon. They don't want that spinning disc charging 24/7 because they don't have the battery capacity.
Yeah, so it's very cagey, very precise, and now the pit's out. Anything could go wrong here. And God, very close and look at how effortlessly quick they both dart around the pit.
So Chops gets a lucky escape, and then Cascade, very cleverly driving around, decided to follow, and that's a good lift.
Yeah.
Where we see them getting into the Utah, not quite, but into the pit.
Very close.
So Chopsticks on the running side now.
Yeah.
They are struggling, Cascade running away with this fight, but now we're seeing Chopsticks respond, and the saw blade comes up with a big hit.
And then can Chopstick get a meaningful cut here? It's going to go to the judges unless a pitting happens right at the
5
very
seconds
end.
left. 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, that's it. As Chopsticks gets one final hit.
The fight goes to the judges, and I would not want to be the judges.
So my mistake, I thought Chopsticks took a chunk out of the pit button. It wasn't, it was the side of the arena wall.
Yeah, very dramatic.
And the pit button. Henry's just telling me now, and the pit button, so maybe a bit more repairs needed for the next BBB fight.
Yeah.
To everyone in the audience, before we go to the judges, shall we ask, audience, we're going to ask who you think is the winner. If you think Chopsticks won that battle, give us a cheer. So the damage, high damage done from Chopsticks. If you think Cascade is the winner, give us a cheer. Wow, okay, that's quite high for Cascade. That is so close. Craig is left on his lonesome on the floor, waiting for someone to join him. Chopsticks has gone back to their area.
Please join me at my level.
Yeah, I think just try to slow removing
I await you at my level.
Some batteries. We don't know if they'll be called
well,
up.
we're waiting, so let's watch the replay now on the live stream. So this is at the 50-second bar. Cascade underneath Chopsticks, just driving around. They're in the driving seat in this part of the fight.
This was, I think, Cascade's strongest part of the fight, where it just kept the pressure on Chopsticks again and again and again, and nearly got them in the pit.
Yes, so close. Well, let's talk to Chopsticks now with Craig, because they had a lucky escape more than once in that fight.
The Andes have joined me down at my level. How do we feel about that fight? That was a fight worthy of a final. I hope you guys agree. What do you think? Love to hear it. Cascade here as well. How did we all feel about that?
It was intense, fast-paced. Yeah, I don't know. Can go either way, I think.
Could go either way. What do you think?
Pretty much echo what he said. It could go either way. It was a good fight. Both got attacks and see how it goes.
You're both being too nice. Please say something controversial. Who do you think is actually going to win?
I think I probably got damage. He might have got control, aggression. I have no idea. I don't know.
Same.
Okay. Well,
very respectful, Craig, I have to say. Like, everyone here has been so respectful to their fellow competitors.
They are being respectful, but down at this level, we don't want respect. This is the end of the day.
The gloves are off.
And we wanna give out some trophies. Judges, what are we saying? Are you still deliberating?
They are still deliberating.
Rob is shaking his head. Doesn't want to be interrupted right now.
That is absolutely fine. Tell us more about how you got into robots and what robots mean to you guys. I know that's a really broad and big question, but I feel like at this stage of the day, it's a nice one to ask.
Watched robots when I was a kid, got addicted, and here we are now. It's a big hobby of mine, takes up a large part of my life. Yeah, that's pretty much it, I guess.
So it means a lot if you were to win this.
It'll be pretty good. It'll be all right.
It would be all right. Andy?
Yeah, pretty much the same. Got into it as a kid. Always loved it. Yeah, it's probably been like 20 years now or something stupid. So, yeah, be great to win.
Andy, you're also here.
I'm just here to operate the saw.
Sick. How's your day been?
It's been great. did some good stuff with my robot, won an award, and then I get to help Andy, do his thing and do some really cool stuff with the saw. It's great. I get to saw stuff. I just got asked to saw stuff. Yeah, of course I wanted to do that.
Anyone watching at home that's in the north, Andy is the chairman of Robo Dojo. Go and check them out. They're roughly York-based, right? Yeah. If you're interested in getting involved in what we do, bristolbotbuilders.com. We've got a calendar of all the events across Europe. So that includes you guys, it includes events all over the place. Parts lists, guides, please come and get involved. It is so silly and it is so fun. I'm getting leg pain from being down at this level. The judges are still deliberating.
No, the microphone has been picked up.
Oh.
Over to the judges. Or are we? Tom, are you ready?
Okay, so what a fantastic grand final, firstly. Can we just get a round of applause for that fight? That was absolutely amazing.
And who are we keeping the camera on while the judges being announced? The decision has been announced.
So there were only 2 or 3 points in it. It was immensely close, but I believe we do have a unanimous decision. Drum roll, please. The winner of BBB Champs 2025 is Cascade.
Congratulations, Cascade, on the victory. That's massive. Can we, first off, award our second place trophy to the wonderful Chopstick? And for one last time, the loudest noise you've made all day, give it up for your winner, Cascade! Well done.
Thank you so much, everyone, for coming out today. Thank you those in St. Michael's Centre. Thank you for coming out here to Bristol Bot Builders.
Yep.
That is the end of the day. Have a safe journey home.
Yeah.
We will be here next year. To Stephen with the stream, thank you so much. And, well, let's call it there. Goodbye, everyone. That is the end of 2025.
And thank you once more to the amazing BBB crew.
Roboteers, if you could please clear your tables as quickly as possible. Please don't leave anything behind. Throw it in a bin if you don't want it.